So with that, I always mess up on that. With that, we'll call the Hillsborough City Council closed session meeting to order. We are conducting today's meeting in a virtual setting using Zoom. Council members and staff are participating from remote locations to practice appropriate social distancing. Members of the public may view and listen to the meeting as noted on the agenda. With that, Lisa, may we please have roll call?
Chuang,
Present.
Cole,
Present.
May,
Here.
Krolik,
Here.
Bryce.
Present. Okay. With that, we'll move to the public comment section of the agenda. Members of the public may provide public comments on the items on the closed session agenda via the Zoom platform by using the raise hand feature or of calling by phone by pressing *9 on the telephone keypad. In response, the town will unmute the speaker and allow them to speak for up to 3 minutes. All members of the public will be limited to one comment per closed session item. I will now open public comment. Do we have any public comments? So
I know,
Lisa,
Mayor.
okay, let's give it a minute here. I don't know if,
I don't think we have any members of the public at this time.
I don't see any. Okay, with that, we will close public comment for the closed session. We'll right now announce any conflicts of interest. So this portion of the meeting is for council members to disclose any conflict of interest related to the closed session item. Any council member who has confirmed a conflict of interest or has reason to believe that he or she may have a conflict of interest should disclose the conflict for the record and abide by the disqualification requirements contained in the FPPC regulations. Do we have any conflicts of interest that anyone would like to disclose? Councilmember Schwang?
No.
Councilmember Cole?
No.
Councilmember May?
No.
And Vice Mayor Krolik?
No.
And I have none either. Okay, with that, we'll have the public announcement of the closed session item. We have one closed session item tonight, and that's A, conference with legal counsel existing litigation. Government Code Section 54956.9, paren D, paren 1, paren. Brad Baru, Kathy Baru et al. Versus Town of Hillsborough. And is that DOES? Yeah, I can't read it. 1-100, comma inclusive. San Mateo County Superior Court, case number 16CIVO2284. We will now adjourn to closed session and leave this Zoom meeting. The city council meeting is scheduled to begin the regular meeting and open session at 6 p.m. through Zoom. So with that, we'll ask city council and staff to sign off and re-sign on the closed session web link. Thank you. Okay. Can we start now, Lisa?
Yes.
Okay, well, welcome to our June regular city council meeting. I want to thank you for attending on this beautiful day and beautiful evening. We have a heavy agenda with a lot of really interesting material tonight. So let us get started. So let me now call to order the June meeting of the Hillsborough City Council, regular meeting. We are conducting today's meeting in a virtual setting using Zoom. Council members and staff are participating from remote locations to practice appropriate social distancing. Members of the public may view and listen to the meeting as noted on the agenda. Members of the public may provide public comments via the Zoom platform by using the raise hand feature or by calling in by phone by pressing *9 on the telephone keypad. If a member of the public wants to provide public comment on an agenda item or a non-agenda item during the general public comment portion, they should request to speak by using the raise hand feature in Zoom prior to the close of the public comment period for either agenda items or non-agenda items. In response, the town will unmute the speaker and allow them to speak for up to 3 minutes. All members of the public will be limited to one comment per agenda item and one comment for non-agenda items. Lisa, may we please have a roll call?
Chuang,
Present.
Cole,
Present.
May,
Present.
Krolik,
Present.
Bryce.
Present.
Thank you.
Could we please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance
To the flag
Flag.
of the United States of
United States of
America
America,
and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
justice for all. Thank you. Next item on the agenda is report from closed session, and we have nothing to report. So with that, we'll move into item number 5 on the agenda, which is minutes from our May 10th, 2021 meeting and the approval of such minutes. Before I ask for a motion, I'll ask my colleagues individually if they have any corrections, additions, or deletions to the minutes of the May 10th, 2021 City Council meeting. Councilmember Chuan, do you have any corrections, additions, deletions to the minutes?
No edits or amendment.
Thank you. Councilmember Cole.
None.
Councilmember May. Larry, on your mute?
No, I didn't hear my name.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay.
None. None.
Vice Mayor Krolik,
None.
and I have none either. Do we have any public comments on the minutes? Are there any hands raised, Lisa, or star nines pressed?
No hands raised.
Okay, hearing no public comments and hearing no corrections to the minutes, do I have a motion to approve the minutes of the May 10th, 2021 City Council meeting?
So move.
Moved by Councilmember Schwang. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Second by Councilmember Cole. Motion has been made and moved. Lisa may have a roll call vote.
Chuang,
Aye.
Cole,
Aye.
May,
Aye.
Carlick,
Aye.
Royce.
Aye.
Thank
So
you.
with that, the minutes are approved as read. The next section on the agenda are proclamations, and we have 3 today. I'm very proud of and pleased with. The first one is a proclamation in observance of May 16th through the 22nd being Public Works Week. The City Council would like to recognize the substantial contributions of the Public Works. We have a proclamation to present to the Hillsborough Public Works Department, and I will now read that proclamation. Let me turn to it here. Okay. You should have it on the screen in front of you if you're reading from home. Whereas public works professionals focus on infrastructure, facilities, and services that are of vital importance to sustainable and resilient communities, and to the public health, high quality life, and well-being of the citizens of Hillsborough. Whereas these services cannot be provided without the dedicated efforts of public works professionals, engineers, managers, employees at all levels of government and in the private sector. And where it is in the public interest for the citizens, civic leaders, and children in the town of Hillsborough to gain knowledge and maintain its interest and understanding of the importance of public works. Whereas the year 2021 marks the 61st annual National Public Works Week, sponsored by American Public Works Association and Canadian Public Works Association. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the City Council of the town of Hillsborough hereby proclaims the week of May 16th through 22nd, 2021 as National Public Works Week, and urges all citizens to join through representatives of the American Public Works Association, Canadian Public Works Association, and governmental agencies in activities, events, and ceremonies to pay tribute to our public works professionals. And I think Paul is here to accept it. Before I asked Paul if he had any words to say, I do want to note that this proclamation was read and shared with our Public Works Department at an event they held the second week of May, in which we did honor them and recognize them at a setting that Public Works had organized at the yard. It was my pleasure to be there and to recognize the role they play, not only maintaining the infrastructure and not only working all hours of the day and night to make sure that when there's an emergency, they are there to take care of it, but also the role they play in contributing to the quality of life that we have in Hillsborough. We have an outstanding Public Works Department, and they prove it to us on a daily basis. And I'm very pleased to be able to have this proclamation in their honor. And so with that, Paul is here to accept it. And Paul, did you have anything you'd like to say?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. On behalf of the department, we certainly are. Thank you for acknowledging us and attending the event. As you know, we're a small department, but we're essential to the success of the town. We've worked every day throughout the pandemic, day and night, serving the town through small to significant emergencies, but the group and the team provides flawless customer service to the town. We're full service, so we have water, sewer, street, and facilities departments, unlike other cities which may not have all those. The town does, and we're very proud of that. Thank you for remembering us, acknowledging the department, and certainly the group received it really was well taken, especially during the pandemic, that we were able to do a little something in a socially distant atmosphere. So again, on behalf of the department, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. And let me see if any council member wishes to say anything. So I'll ask each of them. Councilmember Swan?
Sure do. I also want to join the mayor to commend the public works staff for your tremendous dedication. Last year, especially with COVID, it's difficult, and you kept your colleagues safe, you kept us safe, and you continue to do your work. We turn on the water, we flush the toilet, we drive on the roads. They all work beautifully in our town, and can't do that without you. And unfortunately, you usually hear from us when things are not working, when there's water leak, when there is something that is happening. But I do want to thank you very much for all your dedication and your hard work. Really appreciate it.
Thank you, council member. Councilmember Cole, would you like to add anything?
I echo everything Councilmember Chuang just stated. And specifically, I've noted in the past few weeks when I drive down Crystal Springs Road, it's always so wonderful to see our Public Works Department out there keeping, working very hard regarding fire abatement and cleaning the sides of the roads. It's just beautiful to drive through and seeing the significant effort they're putting into taking care of that part of the town, especially which is so forested, and mitigating fire risk that we're all chronically concerned about. So thank you, Paul, and thanks to your entire team. It's much appreciated by all the residents. Thank you.
Councilmember May?
Thank you. I couldn't say it better than council members Chuang and Cole have. But I've had a long experience with Public Works, not only the city council capacity, but the cooperation always exhibited by Public Works with the school district when I was on the school board, and the amount of community involvement by all levels of Public Works has always been exemplary, and I just want to thank them all for all that they've done.
Great, thank you. Vice Mayor Crowley, you care to share a few words or thoughts?
Same vein as Sophie and Marie and Larry. We have a stellar staff in Public Works, and they are unequaled. They're smart and dedicated and hardworking and friendly and professional. We're fortunate to have their expertise, and I feel honored to be on the same team. Thank you.
Thank you. And I, again, would echo the comments made by my colleagues. It is a department in town that we're incredibly proud of and does so much for this town. And again, we're a small town population wise, but we're a big town from a service perspective, and Public Works does so much of it. So I just want to, again, thank you, Paul, and your entire department. Please extend to them our congratulations and our appreciation. So thank you. The next item on the agenda, another proclamation, and that's an observance of June 2021 being Pride Month. And in an observance of it, the town has issued a proclamation recognizing June 2021 as Pride Month. And I've asked Vice Mayor Krolik if she could do the honors of reading the proclamation and saying a few words and introducing our guests. So Christine, we'll turn the floor to you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor. It is my honor to present the Town of Hillsborough's proclamation for Pride Month of June 2021. Whereas the City Council of the Town of Hillsborough recognizes and proclaims the month of June 2021 as lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, and queer LGBTQ Pride Month. And whereas the Town of Hillsborough joins the County of San Mateo to observe Pride Month to honor the history of the LGBTQ liberation movement and to support the rights of all citizens to experience equality and freedom from discrimination. And whereas the rainbow flag is widely recognized as a symbol of pride, inclusion, and support for social movements that advocate for LGBTQ people in society. And whereas all human beings are born free and equal in dignity and rights, LGBTQ individuals have had immeasurable impact on and made noteworthy contributions to the cultural, civic, and economic successes of our country. And whereas the town of Hillsborough is committed to supporting visibility, dignity, and equality for LGBTQ people in our diverse community. And whereas while society at large increasingly supports LGBTQ equality, it is essential to acknowledge that the need for education and awareness remains vital to end discrimination and prejudice. And whereas this nation was founded on the principle that every individual has infinite dignity and worth, and the City Council calls upon the community to embrace this principle and work to eliminate prejudice everywhere it exists. And whereas recognizing Pride Month influences awareness and provides support and advocacy for San Mateo County's LGBTQ community, and is an opportunity to take action and engage in dialogue to strengthen alliances, build acceptance, and advance equal rights. And whereas the City Council of the Town of Hillsborough hereby recognizes all LGBTQ individuals whose influential and lasting contributions to our neighborhoods help make the Town of Hillsborough a vibrant community. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the City Council of the Town of Hillsborough hereby proclaims the month of June 2021 as Pride Month in support of the LGBTQ community. Thank you.
Thank you, Christine. I do know we have a person here to receive the proclamation, and that's Mr. Craig Weisner of the LGBTQ Commissioner of San Mateo County. Mr. Weisner, would you care to say a few words? If so, we'll...
Thank you so much. I'm honored, and it's amazing. Good evening. In May of 1945, my Jewish American father landed in Europe, a soldier who faced no combat, but had to endure and be a witness to the horrors of war. Bodies floating down rivers in France, and then piles of clothes, jewelry, teeth, and stories of nightmares at Dachau, pink and yellow triangles, gypsies, Jews, socialists, homosexuals. When I came out to him and my mother in 1987, my mom, a Jewish woman who had been abandoned by her temple because she chose to divorce her first husband over torture, and my father who had seen the worst of the worst and what can happen with hate. Both of my parents accepted me, and my Japanese American husband, despite my mother's most beloved cousin having been killed over the Pacific. Over the last few weeks, since I wrote a simple letter to the editor of the Daily Journal, I've been bombarded by hate. People saying that the rainbow flag, the progress flag, are somehow divisive. Really? Every color of the rainbow, with white, black, and brown arrows moving towards the future. My goodness, really? Have we really seen every color of God's wild diversity yet? How in the world can those be divisive? You know, thank you to Hillsborough for telling me, my father, my mother, and every single person who works, lives, and passes through this town, this county, this state, that they're beautiful, wonderful, welcomed, valued, and safe. Here, the American flag, the flag of California, the rainbow flag, and the progressive flag all send the same message. You and we are welcome and treasured here. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Very well put. Being here. I would like to ask the council if they have any comments, remarks they care to make. So I'll start with Councilmember Schwang.
Yes. Every color is beautiful, and every human being, it deserves to be safe and deserve to be prospered. So Mr. Weisner, I appreciate so much your sharing your experience, and we in Hillsborough stand with you, support you, and we're glad to fly this flag.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Cole?
Yes, Mr. Wisner, I don't think any of us could say it any better than you just did. Thank you. It was very inspiring to listen to those words. As we craft our value statement, I mean, basically everything you said, it's basically is what we're thinking about when we craft a statement as to what we stand for. We stand for all people, all colors, all lives, regardless of who they love or what they look like. And I'm just so proud to be a part of this community right now as we make this honor. And thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Sophie. Councilmember May?
Thank you. I can recognize when somebody has said it in the best and ultimate way possible. And I think Mr. Wisner has done that. And I appreciate his story of inclusion and acceptance. And I'm proud that Hillsborough has issued this proclamation. Thank you.
Well said, Larry. That was beautifully said, Craig. I just want to tell a story because I am so proud of this community, and I feel that it is a place where you and everyone can feel safe. There was at the time when Who Wants to Be a Millionaire was at the height of its popularity. Do you remember that, Craig? Everyone was watching this every night, and there was a teacher on as a contestant. And when it came time to phone a friend, he said, "I'm going to phone my partner." And Regis Philbin, the host, said, "Oh, is he a teacher too?" And the contestant said no. And Regis went, "Oh." So he phones his partner, who's a man. He asks them the question. And before he hangs up, he says, "I love you." Now, my sister lives in Michigan, and she watched Who Wants to Be a Millionaire every night. So did I. We compared notes every day. And the next day she said, "Do you think that teacher is going to lose their job?" And I said, "No, that teacher's not going to lose their job. That teacher teaches at Crocker Middle School in Hillsborough, and he is celebrated and he is beloved, and he's my son's teacher. And we couldn't be more proud of him." So that was quite a long time ago, maybe close to 20 years ago. 10 years ago, we put a picture on the front page of our town newsletter showing our female police officer being promoted to captain and being pinned by her wife. That was on the front page of our newsletter, and we got nothing but positive feedback for that. So I'm really proud of this town and the people in this town. And I'm proud to say we embrace you, Craig, and we embrace this proclamation. And my son and his husband have been embraced by this town as well. Thank you.
Good. Thank you.
I'm not sure I can add anything to your eloquent comments, Mr. Wisner, or the eloquence of my council members, other than to say that this proclamation really is a reaffirmation that LGBTQ rights are human rights, and we stand for human rights. And it's a reaffirmation of the nation's promise of equality and liberty for justice for all. And we in Hillsborough are proud to stand with you and with that. So with that, sir, we thank you for being here. And we look forward to approving later on the flying of a flag, which we'll unveil tomorrow. So thank you, sir.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Thanks.
With that, thank you. And thank my council members for your eloquence. I'm proud of everything you said, by the way, not that I have any reason other than just being at the mayor's seat to say that, but thank you. The next proclamation we have is the National Mosquito Control Awareness Week. Sophie, I believe I sent you a request if you'd like to do the honors on this. I don't know.
Oh, I'll be happy to do it. I did not see the request, but I'm happy to do so.
Well, being our doctor and most knowledgeable about health safety.
This is a wonderful request. We're going into the summer and we need to acknowledge this. I'm honored to present. I'm sorry, something just got in my. There we go. I'm honored to present the National Mosquito Control Awareness Week of June 20th to 26th, 2021. Whereas National Mosquito Control Awareness Week aims to educate the public about the significance of mosquitoes in their daily lives and the important service provided by mosquito control workers. And whereas surveillance and control of mosquitoes is critical to reduce public health risk of mosquito-borne diseases. And whereas the San Mateo County Mosquito and Vector Control District works with mosquito and vector control districts through California, the United States Environmental Protection Agency, and the California Department of Public Health to reduce pesticide risks to humans from mosquito and vector-borne diseases and nuisances. And whereas San Mateo County Mosquito and Vector Control District's mission is to safeguard the health and comfort of the citizens of San Mateo County through a science-based program of integrated vector management. And whereas public awareness and cooperation are critical to effective mosquito and vector control in San Mateo County and throughout California. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the City Council of the Town of Hillsborough hereby proclaims the week of June 20th to 26, 2021 as National Mosquito Control Awareness Week, signed by our Mayor Alvin Royce, June 14, 2021.
Thank you, Sophie. We have with us Dr. Scott Smith to receive the proclamation. Scott's going to be doing a presentation later on mosquito control and vector control. But Scott, not to steal the thunder from your presentation later, but would you like to say anything now?
Thank you, Sophie Cole, for reading this wonderful proclamation. And thank you, Mayor Royce, for signing off, and really appreciate the ongoing relationship and the opportunity that I have to interface with the Mosquito District and our City Council. They're doing a lot of work, and just hoping to update you about that. So thanks to all of you for the support.
Thank you, sir. And we're very proud that you're a resident of Hillsborough, by the way. Every time you make that presentation, it brings us up to date. So thank you. With that, let's see if any of the council members have any comments they'd like to add. Council member Schwam?
Again, I think that, last year with COVID, if there's anything that we learned is that prevention is important. And I think mosquito abatement is very much that, and the outreach and the programs, the education programs are really critical. And so I want to, express my appreciation for that. I also will say, I look forward to Scott's presentation annually, and he always brought in great information. So science rock. Thank you, Scott.
Thank you. And I'm sorry, was I supposed to present today, or was that next month?
No, next month, at a later date.
Yeah, right. Thank you. I was getting nervous there for a moment. Okay, I will be prepared.
Well, we will schedule you later, but we had to recognize this week and this month, so.
Right, exactly. That's what I thought. Okay, thank you so much, Maria.
Sophie, did you want to add anything to your?
No, thanks for the work you do, Dr. Scott, and I'm fully aware of how mosquitoes can shape our lives, especially during the summer. So
Yes.
Thanks for all the work you do.
Thank you, Dr. Cole.
Larry, Councilmember May?
Yeah, I was concerned I wasn't going to get the presentation on the Sentinel chickens.
And thank you for the permission to keep them. They're still doing well and providing lots of eggs.
Glad to hear it, but thank you for all that you do.
Thanks.
Vice Mayor Crowley, Christine, would you care to say?
Thank you also, Doctor. And I think Marie nailed it when she said we've learned how important it is to prevent disease. So thank you for your hard work and the team's hard work on that.
And again, I would echo the comments made. We appreciate you being here tonight, Dr. Smith, and we're looking forward to your presentation later. This is an issue that I don't think we fully appreciate the significance of what can happen if we don't control the mosquito population in our county. We're really happy that you're leading the charge on that. So thank you for being here, and we just want to recognize this week in particular. So thank you. With that, we'll move to the next item on the agenda, which is presentations. And we have 3 great presentations for tonight, very informative and ones that we're looking forward to. The first one on the agenda is a presentation from Senator Josh Becker. And we're very honored to welcome Senator Becker to our meeting this evening. I know the senator's been with us in the past. I've seen him on some of our calls. And Josh, we're just so happy. I'm not going to take a long time introducing you because I know your time is limited. But I did want to note that you represent District 13, which represents almost all of San Mateo County and some of northern part of Santa Clara County. You're a 20-year resident of Menlo Park. And if people want to see an impressive resume, I would urge them to Google your biography. It is absolutely outstanding, and you make us all proud. I know you've jumped into the legislature both feet first, particularly around climate change, and we're very grateful for that. So we're looking forward to your presentation, and then we'll have some Q&A if time permits. So with that, Senator, the floor is yours, and welcome. Lisa, there we go.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Yes.
Okay, great. Well, thank you, Mayor Royce. Thank you to all the council members for inviting me today. It was great to hear those resolutions. Thank you to Craig for his personal story and all the comments around that. And it was really fun to be able to hear some of those presentations. And thank you to all of the council members for your hard work always, but especially during the pandemic. I know how difficult this has been. And I talked to council members throughout the district, and the long hours and the adjustments on the fly, and just critical decisions having made that'll affect people's lives, and shutting down, and when to shut down, when to reopen, how to help small businesses, how to help residents, how to make sure kids still get educated. I mean, it's amazing what we've been through, and it's a good time for reflection, because tomorrow is the reopening, and it'll be interesting. I'm going to have people in my office here for the first time up in the state Senate, and I'm like, oh, we got to clean this place up. It's been kind of pretty informal here. So anyway, it's a good time to reflect back on that, and I just want to thank you all for what you did, and also thank you to especially to Marie and Christine for inviting me for the virtual Memorial Day parade, and that was very fun, being one of those glorious cars. And hopefully we will be able to be there with you in person coming up. So, for those who don't know me, I say sometimes I'm a compulsive problem solver, which is a trait that my wife mostly enjoys, and our kids maybe not quite so much because raising two teenagers. So I appreciate any thoughts, advice, or prayers from any of you on that. And it's been interesting with the pandemic. I have two kids, both in high school, in public high school, and navigating all this has been quite a challenge. But we made it through, and hopefully you and your families, everyone made it through as well, and we can start to get back on track here. That's taken up a lot of my time dealing with the pandemic and working on vaccine prioritization and trying to get teachers vaccinated, working on vaccine equity, which I hear actually in all the councils that I talked to, people said, hey, we wanted to make sure that's happening. We're vaccinating vulnerable populations and making sure that it's efficiently and effectively run. And that is one thing that California can be proud of, as we get on this, as we're here on this moment of reopening. I want to talk about some of the committees that I'm on. I've been fortunate to so far have a great relationship with our leadership up here, and they put me on committees that are really important to me and to the peninsula, like the Transportation Committee, which I've been meeting on tomorrow morning, the Energy and Utilities Committee, the Joint Climate Change Policy Committee, which is a joint committee between the Assembly and the Senate, and I'm vice chair of that committee. As Mayor Royce mentioned, I care very passionately about that issue and how California can lead. I'm also on a committee called Business and Professions and Economic Development. So this is really the only committee in the state Senate where we think about economic development a longer term, which to me means a lot of things. It's preparing our kids for the jobs of the future and the jobs that are present in tech and biotech and other industries in our area. but also how can we spread those jobs across the state? As we say, not all the jobs need to be here, and how can we spread those jobs around? And something I've worked on for many years. I've been on the board of trustees, a founding trustee of UC Merced for 15 years, and chaired a subcommittee of that board, which is around the entrepreneurial ecosystem emerging around the university. And as we know, many people commute in. So how can we open up an office in the Central Valley for people so they don't commute every day? And we're learning now this with work from home, and how can we take all this forward in the best way for the area. So that's the Business Professions and Economic Development Committee, and then the government organizations, and then finally the Joint Legislative Audit Committee, which has been quite important this year for many reasons, but particularly our audit of the EDD, the Unemployment Insurance Department, which has been a complete mess, as I think many of you know, with massive fraud and also making it very difficult for people to get their payments. So this is an area like others where I try to bring my background to bear, a bit of a non-traditional background where I have a long experience in the private sector, as well as a lot of experience in the public sector. I went to Stanford for law school and business school, and I tried to use that background and the skills that I've learned both in starting companies, and I had a clean energy venture fund, as well as doing clean tech for Obama and advising the White House, and thinking about how do we come up with innovative solutions to our big public problems, and how do we do it in a way that is also fiscally responsible? How do we think about spending our money wisely? And that's been particularly apt because, when I was elected, we were facing a $50 billion surplus, $50 billion deficit. And now I just signed a budget, voted on a budget today for legislators, a $75 billion surplus. So I like to say I think I'm doing a pretty good job so far with that. But the credit really goes to our entrepreneurial companies throughout the Bay Area that have led to that surplus. And I think we need to recognize that entrepreneurship and make sure that we use that money to both serve the immediate needs of people who are, people who have suffered during this pandemic, but also to really break generational poverty. How do we use that to create a true springboard for economic mobility and close the wealth gap longer term in our state, and be a model for our country on that as well? So that's how we've thought about this, how I thought about the surplus. I wrote an op-ed about this, and I think a lot of that's come through in the budget that I voted on today with the largest ever expansion of Cal Grants, the middle class tax, the middle class scholarships, so making higher education more affordable, a really substantial increase in our early learning and in our preschool. So money both for rate reform, which doesn't sound sexy, but that's really making sure that we can actually pay early care providers here a somewhat of a living wage, and also opening up 200,000 more slots for spaces for childcare for families in need of childcare. As we saw, women left the workforce in record numbers and really bore the brunt of the pandemic. And so how can we help them? And so I encourage you all to look at that. Happy to answer any questions about that in our soon to open district office that hopefully will come to see us in, which is currently in San Mateo. In terms of bills and legislation, and then I'll take questions. A lot on climate, as you might expect, given Mayor Royce's introduction. So really looking systematically at climate. We know it's not a silver bullet. We really have to tackle each of the main components of emissions. That's transportation, and I have a bill to make EVs more affordable for low-income populations. We need to tackle buildings and create a path to remove some of the barriers to electrification for those who do want to electrify their homes and are being stymied right now by utilities and long delays and contractors who just don't have that experience. The grid, and how do we make a clean grid, not just when the sun's shining and the wind's blowing, but in those hard to serve times of day, especially in that evening peak, which we're seeing when people are coming home and plugging in their EVs. So from 5 to 10 o'clock at night. and how do we green that peak and get to 100% clean energy. And then industrial areas like concrete and cement, which again don't sound sexy maybe, but that's 7% of the global carbon emissions is from concrete and cement. And I have a cement bill and a concrete bill that are both moving forward, and really excited about those opportunities. We have bills on, for example, intergenerational affordable housing. It turns out if you're building affordable housing with a proportion of seniors, you have to either build all senior housing or only say foster youth housing. You cannot do both. And all the studies show actually it's better to have intergenerational affordable housing. And so this bill would allow that. And on the topic of housing, I just want to commend Hillsborough for one of being only very couple cities in our district that's been meeting the RHNA numbers, the housing allocation numbers. And I really want to commend the city on that. And I know actually, Hillsborough has been exceeding the numbers, and I have talked to folks there about how do we get credit for actually exceeding those numbers in the next cycle. So we want to encourage people to increase. And there are a number, I know, of controversial housing measures. I didn't support one, I did support the other, but I'm working in a way with a seat at the table in that one to create protections for homeowners, to make sure it's really a homeowner initiated situation, and it's not developers coming in and buying up plots and slicing and dicing. And we've got really good amendments that we've worked with the leadership on along that. Just got more detail on that today that I'll be sharing with folks. And Marie and I spent a long time, given her role with CCAG, on that this morning. I'll be sharing that with her. So how do we look to protect our communities while doing that legislation, to think about housing broadly in the area? How do we create affordable housing for teachers and nurses, while also making sure that Sacramento steps up and provides infrastructure for transportation, for truly affordable housing, which we need that financial support, and things like water that we need for those kinds of projects. So that's a big topic, I know locally, and a big topic of discussion up here. And you may have some questions on that. Otherwise, looking a lot at water and water infrastructure, did a great panel on that. And how do we actually create more water reuse and recycling? Leaf blowers, I know a big topic, and I appreciate the help I've gotten from the work that Hillsborough has done on that issue and others. And I had my own bill, and now Mark Berman stepped up with a bill. So I'm now working with him on that issue. And wildfires, I feel a big part of representing this region, especially given my background, is how do we find great technology, innovative technology that might have a hard time reaching Sacramento and penetrating through the bureaucracy, and how do we walk them in so that their technologies can be explored and hopefully used. So we'll have a wildfire technology event on June 29th with Jessica Morse, who's the head of all forestry and all natural resources within the Department of Natural Resources, reporting to Wade Crowfoot. Wade Crowfoot has been a friend for very many years. So trying to tackle those issues, which are everyday issues affecting quality of life on the peninsula, whether that be the water, whether it be working to try to prevent wildfires and the smoke incidents that we've had for example, last year, transportation, infrastructure, and some of the other things that I've talked about here as well. Education is a big part of that. And again, that starts with early learning, and then continues on with our efforts around K-12. We've got some fun things we're working on, and then higher education access, including our fantastic community colleges. So with that, I'd like to open up to questions. I'm very hopeful as we come out of this pandemic that we're really doing some of the right things to position us for the long term, but we've got a lot to work on, and happy to be here with all of you to talk through it.
Thank you, Senator. I appreciate it very much. You enumerated a number of the issues which are top and foremost in the town of Hillsborough, as well as other cities on the peninsula. So we appreciate you bringing them up. I'm going to ask each council member if they could ask a question. If I could ask each council member to restrict their questions to one question each, just to make sure we have time, because I'm very cognizant of the other pressures you may have, and I want to make sure everybody has a chance to ask at least one question. So we'll start with Councilmember Schwam. So Marie?
Yes. So welcome, Josh. Really appreciate your coming on to our council meeting tonight. And I think that you hit the ground running. There are many topics that is happening right now at Sacramento in terms of legislatures, in particular on the housing, big on transportation, childcare, clean air, you name them all. And I think that you all have a finger on it, in terms of the policies. As you said, there's no silver bullets on all these issues. These are challenges and huge. And what I don't have a particular questions because you and I have been talking on several of the topics, but very importantly, I think that really want to say that we are boots on the ground. So we are here in local cities. We are in touch with our residents. We want to share with you information. We want to work with you on the many challenges that you'll be facing in Sacramento. We're facing here. We want to be problem solvers. So really appreciate the opportunity to work together and continue to have the communications. I think last year with the COVID and the Capitol was closed, it makes it such a challenge to reach out to the senators. And I so appreciate that you make yourself so accessible. Really appreciate it.
Good, thank you. I look forward to continuing our conversations and participating more at CCAG, and thanks for all the work you're doing.
By the way, for the members of the public, you don't realize Marie is the chairperson of the City and Council of Cities in San Mateo, CCAG. So another great honor for members of this council, and particularly Marie. So that's what, when we say CCAG, that's what we're talking about. So thank you.
Yes, it's a great response. It's a great opportunity, and also a lot of time and effort in addition to the council, all these regional bodies. So appreciate all of you.
Thank you. Councilmember Cole.
Yes, thank you, Senator Becker. And also first, thanks for all the work you're doing, especially with the gas-powered lift lower. That's also an issue that's close and dear to my heart. And because we're limited to 1 or 2 questions, I'm going to focus on the housing issue, which we know is going to be a significant subject going forward. With regards to some of the bills that are going through the legislature currently, I am concerned that there's this sort of one-size-fits-all mandate that's coming down. And as you're well aware, our town, Hillsborough, definitely wants to be a part of the solution. And we will work with our residents and our neighbors to find solutions to address the housing crisis in the Bay Area. However, at the same time, because of our unique topography, the issue of wildfire is particularly significant to this community. In addition, there's also the issue of the chronic droughts that every community is dealing with. Some of the bills that are coming down that I've been reviewing, especially AB 1401, limits parking within half a mile from El Camino. And that will affect evacuation measures in the event of a wildfire. And I think we need to, basically what I'm asking is if you can lobby our governor and the rest of your colleagues to allow towns like us to find solutions that address the housing shortage, but do it in a way that is consistent with that town, with the restrictions that are specific to that particular community. And while we believe we're part of the solution, the topography and the character of our town makes it difficult for us to just have one solution, which we can't necessarily, we don't have flat land. We can't build on every corner of our land. 70% of the land in Hillsborough is in wild urban interface region. So all those things need to be taken into consideration as we move forward, putting together our housing elements. And I just want to emphasize, we want to be part of the solution, and we will find a way to work with everyone to find solutions. But we also would like to see opportunities for some flexibilities as we craft a policy that works for our residents and promotes public safety. So that's one point I will make. I'm sure some of my colleagues will chime in on some other issues regarding this. I don't want to hog it all the time. Thank you, though, for all the work you're doing.
Sure. No, and if I can address that, but I appreciate that, and I understand that you do want to be part of the solution, which is shown by hitting the arena numbers, as not many cities have done. So I do appreciate that, and I am sensitive. Representing the diverse district that I represent, as you say, one size fits all solutions, and that's why, when that's the concern when legislature sort of comes in here. So I will look at the parking one you mentioned that has not come before us yet. I have started to hear a little bit about it. I have not looked into detail, but I will look at that when it may even before coming before me in committee. So I will look into that. I appreciate you raising that on the issue of fire. Absolutely. And that's one thing we've advocated. There's in some of the bills, they're saying, hey, well, we don't require building in extremely high fire areas. Was like, okay, well, let's include the very high areas, right? Because there's these gradations, and a lot of it applies to other parts of my district, including in Hillsborough. And so, what we're trying to do is, I feel it's my responsibility is to advocate for this region, to raise some of these issues, say, hey, you know what, this is an issue I have in my city. I have a meeting with the pro tem this week, in fact, where I'm talking to her. And when you look again, some of these bills, it's like, let's reward the cities that are doing the right thing, and not sort of try to undermine them. And so that's sort of what and I have, something specific in mind that I'll be talking to her about this week pertaining to some of these bills. So that's really what I'm trying to do, in addition to advocating for the infrastructure support you mentioned for water and other pieces. We are the economic engine here, and but we do need support when it comes to things like affordable housing, water, and transportation infrastructure. So I appreciate you raising those concerns.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember May.
Thanks, Mayor. Josh, welcome. Thank you for coming tonight and participating. We always appreciate what I call the Sacramento report. I think the one issue that when you were running for office, you and I discussed relates to Peninsula Clean Energy and all the other CCAs throughout the state who have been very successful the last few years, but still face headwinds from investor-owned utilities. This morning, we had our Audit and Finance Committee review of the 2021-2022 budget. And we look at substantial increases in charges from PG&E. They're commonly referred to as PCIA and sometimes fondly referred to as indifference charges. And these are issues that the CCAs throughout the state are facing on an ongoing basis from the local IOUs and sometimes from the PUC as well. So any support you can create or lead in Sacramento will be very helpful about the long-term success of the CCAs throughout the state.
Well, great. Thank you for raising that, and thank you for your service on PCE. I'm such a huge fan of our CCAs, especially PCE. In fact, it's been the inspiration for a couple of my pieces of legislation, both the SB 68, which is really removing obstacles to electrification, and then our 24/7 clean energy bill, right? My bill, which has been held up by the utilities this year, but we're still working on it. And that is the stated policy of the board of PC, as you know, is to get to 24/7 clean energy, which people don't appreciate. I mean, someone told me that actually, well, someone who should know this, and actually someone who's now on the board of, came in a new slate of PG&E board members. There are a few good people who have joined recently, but he said it's like going from kindergarten to grad school, going from 100% renewable to 24/7. And again, PC is the inspiration for that. And so I am working on that. There's SB 612 that Senator Portantino that came through my committee that I've been working on, which is something that's going to should really help on this issue of those PCIA charges. So we're working on that, and I appreciate your your service with PCE.
Thanks, Josh.
Thank you, Larry. Vice Mayor Krolik.
Thank you, Josh, for being such a dedicated public servant. And as Marie said, jumping right in with both feet. I do appreciate that you recognize the importance of rewarding the cities that are doing the right thing. our RENA 6 numbers are 5 times the RENA 5 numbers, and that's a heavy lift, and we're not complaining about it. We're putting our heads together, working with the community. We're a community that's committed to housing equity and diversity and inclusivity. And I think we should be able to get credit for anything that comes in over RENA 5 before the RENA 6 deadline starts. And my other thought on housing is perhaps some of these legislative zoning and similar mandates that are coming down, perhaps they could kick in if certain goals and markers are not being met by a municipality. In other words, giving the municipalities the freedom to act in good faith and to try and do what the state is asking of them, which we recognize is the right thing to do for housing. We are concerned about our teachers and our nurses and our firefighters and all of the people that we need to make the county work and our community work, and to give us a chance to work this out in our community. And then perhaps if we're not living up to the commitments that the state wants to see us make, then some of those legislative mandates would kick in when it comes to zoning. So that's what I would ask is perhaps, do you see any path for something like that?
Well, I without saying too much, you know, the conversation I'm having this week and my proposal is very much along those lines. So I'll just say stay tuned. You know, I don't know if I'll be successful there, but again, we have gotten some amendments from some of the current bills, including SB 9. So it's possible. And so stay tuned. But my thinking is very much in line with your thinking.
Oh, thank you. Great. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Christine. I think you've got a flavor for some of the concerns that the city has. And I think what we'd like to make sure gets across is we are committed to doing our part. We understand the severity of the issue, particularly around housing, but also climate change and the whole host of issues. And we want to be part of the solution, not part of a continued problem. But we're struggling with how we do it and still preserve the character of this town, which is so critical to this town. And we're sort of trying to find what's the way we do that, because we're not really sure we're there yet and how we figure that out. So to have the state legislature understand that towns are unique, they're different, that one size may not necessarily fit all, and help us come up with ways to implement and achieve these goals would really be helpful. And so that's sort of the message I think we're trying to get across. And the other comment I would make is, and this might be personal, but I really have a problem with state preemption laws. So anytime the state comes in and says every city's got to do it and do it this way, no matter what the topic is, it always sort of rubs at least me and I think our fellow council a little bit raw. So I would urge you to be very careful on those. I know you have been. I do want to commend you on the incredibly active role you played to date. I have to tell you, from an observer just watching it, I have not seen someone jump in so quickly, so thoroughly, and so intelligently in a long time. So we really do appreciate the fact that you're innovative and you're collaborative and you think outside the box. And so, and I want to comment one thing that the council probably isn't aware, because we just got the notice that you're implementing a regular call with the different mayors of all the cities on the peninsula, so that you're making an effort to understand exactly what different cities are dealing with. And I'm looking forward to engaging in those conversations with you. And I'd ask the council to make sure that they've got issues, or the public, they let me know about it, they let Ann know about it, and we could communicate those to you. So I'm not sure, other than the help on preserving character and achieving the goals, those are my biggest issues right now. So if you care to comment on it, that'd be great, but that's what's on my plate anyway.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. And we'll be, you know, in touch and through those mayor calls and otherwise. So I appreciate you mentioning that. And yeah, I'm, you know, suffice to say, I think you've seen this conversation. I'm very sensitive to those issues, and giving the city's flexibility and trying to lift up and reward the cities who are working hard sort of to do the right thing and to have them, you know, keep some of that flexibility. So I agree with you. The history of state preemption is not a good one, not a great one. There's one example I remember, like you can't actually charge for a drink or so. There's like the tax, you know, there's like various things where tax has come in and it usually hasn't ended well. So I am sensitive to that. And I do appreciate all the comments here today and what Hillsborough is doing.
Thank you very much, Senator. And are there any last questions or comments by the council? Did I see any hands raised? If not, Senator, did you have any closing comments? Because I do know you're on a tight time strain, so I'm trying to be sensitive to that.
Yeah, no, this is great. I just welcome to get to know other, the other participants here that, I do have a lot of friends in Hillsborough and but folks who I don't know, look forward to getting to know them in the future. And, feel free, we've got a great district team, and feel free to, ping me directly or ping the team on issues of concern. And we'll keep working on these and figuring out kind of, again, what are some of these holistic solutions for the region, right? And that's really what that's really what it's about, I believe.
Well, Senator, we view you as a friend of the town, and I hope you view us as a friend of yours. So I will keep these lines open and look forward to engaging in continued dialogue as we tackle these variety of issues. And by the way, a side note, thanks for your action on leaf blowers. That is an issue in town too. So thank you.
Big one for me too, my family. A lot of this comes from my family. Like my wife's the test. We're like, yeah, okay. Yep, this is a big issue. Yep. So thank you all.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator.
With that, we'll move on to the next item in the agenda. And that's another very serious issue that deals with water. And we will have a presentation later in our meeting when we talk about our water plan for Hillsborough and the drought conditions. But for now, I'd like to welcome the CEO and General Manager, Nicole Sankula. I think I pronounced your names correct, Nicole. If not, I apologize. Who's the CEO and GM of the Bay Area Water Supply and Conservation Agency. And she's going to give us an update. And this is a critical component of our county government and is very important to us. Jay Benton has been a long-term member of this committee on our behalf and continues to do so. And I'm not sure if Jay is on the line or not, but hopefully he is. But Nicole, we will turn it over to you and welcome.
Well, thank you very much, Mayor Royce. Nice to meet you, members of the council. Thank you very much for having me here tonight. My name is Nicole Sankula. I am the CEO and General Manager for BOSCA, and I am pleased to be here tonight. And following the conversation that you just had with Senator Becker, he mentioned water, and he and I are in conversations about this issue. And we are actually very, very lucky to have someone of his stature to come into this office so quickly, because he, at least for the issues I'm dealing with, has really jumped in full force since coming to office in January. So first, just introduction to BOSCA. We are a special district that represent the 26 water suppliers in San Mateo, Santa Clara, and Alameda counties, who buy water from the San Francisco Regional Water System, rely upon water from the Hetch Hetchy system. And that includes the town of Hillsborough. Of course, you're 100% reliant on the San Francisco system. Collectively, these 26 water suppliers actually serve 1.8 million residents and over 40,000 businesses outside of the city of San Francisco. We actually purchase 2/3 of the water that the system produces every year. And BOSCA represents them as a special district. And as you mentioned, former council member Jay Benton is on our board. Next slide, please. This is just a list of our member agencies. The way to think about it is we pretty much serve and represent the entirety of San Mateo County, with a few areas out on the coast side. 8 agencies in Santa Clara County that rim the bay, and 2 agencies in Alameda County, including the city of Hayward. Next slide, please. And here is a map of the San Francisco Regional Water System, where we all get our water from. The system actually starts on the far eastern side of the state, up where water is impounded. Water from the Tuolumne River is impounded behind O'Shaughnessy Dam into Hetch Hetchy Reservoir. 85% of the water supply for the regional water system comes from the Tuolumne River. That water then travels across the width of California by gravity. It requires no energy to travel from O'Shaughnessy Dam all the way to Fisherman's Wharf. So it's a very significant engineering marvel. Along the way, there are reservoirs, local reservoirs in the East Bay. And then of course, the reservoirs that are up behind you, the Crystal Springs Reservoir and San Andreas Reservoir as well. Next slide, please. So what I'm here tonight to talk to you about are some new state regulations that result in significant water supply impacts to this regional water system that we rely upon. The State Water Resources Control Board, their job is to establish water quality objectives to protect the beneficial uses of water in the Bay Delta region. And they do this through the adoption of a very, it's got a long name. It's called the Water Quality Control Plan for the San Francisco Bay, Sacramento, San Joaquin Bay Delta estuary. We call it the Bay Delta Plan. And in 2009, the State Board initiated an update of this Bay Delta Plan. In particular, they were focused on phase 1 in the area on the San Joaquin River side. And that includes the Tuolumne River. The State Board adopted that update in December 2018. So it took 9 years for them to go through the update process and the environmental process for them to update it. That adopted Bay Delta Plan requires significantly increased flows on the Tuolumne River. And what results is in significant water supply impacts to the customers that rely upon the regional water system, both San Francisco retail customers and BOSCA member agencies customers. So what in fact does the Bay Delta Plan do? What the phase 1 plan does is it requires 40% of unimpaired flow be released every year into the lower Tuolumne River, whether it's wet or dry, from the period February to June. So let's unpack that a little bit. Unimpaired flow is the flow that would be on the river absent any dams. And that number is important because that is the metric by which the State Board quantifies water rights and measures water rights, and you determine compliance with your water rights. So it's a number that the State Board regularly gets through reporting. So the State Board said, okay, we're going to require you put 40% of that unimpaired flow and it be released every year. And February to June period is the period of concern because it is the period of concern for growing salmon in the river and then out migrating salmon, right? Trying to move them out into the ocean. To put that into context, since 1971, from February to June, the releases have actually averaged 32% of unimpaired flow. So one would say, well, that's not that different, Nicole. The average is 32%. It's not that different to get to 40%. The difficulty is in all rivers, but in particular on the Tuolumne River, average doesn't mean anything. What we have are wet years where these unimpaired flows are typically 60% or more when we have giant flood flows, years that we all know now when we have a lot of atmospheric rivers, for example. And then dry years. It has been 10% or less when we have our multiple dry years. San Francisco Public Utilities Commission is the public agency that operates the regional water system on behalf of the city and county of San Francisco. They are the operators of the system. They also have the environmental responsibility for maintaining the system. So they have closely analyzed the State Board's proposed plan, the Bay Delta Plan, and they have expressed serious doubts about the Tuolumne River ecosystem benefits of the State Board's plan. And there's really two key reasons that they express these doubts. One is that there are over 200 studies that have been performed on the Tuolumne River, specific on the Tuolumne River, since the early 1990s, that the State Board did not utilize in their analysis. What the State Board did instead is they relied upon, albeit a much bigger data set, but they relied upon information from salmon-bearing rivers along the entire western United States. So Washington, Oregon, and California. Again, one would think that that would be appropriate, but those systems are different than our Tuolumne River. They're bigger, they've just got different, every river is different, and we have specific information about our river. And the concern was, look, we have these studies and we think they need to be incorporated into this. Because the Bay Delta Plan itself for the Tuolumne River does not really reflect the actual existing river conditions in the Tuolumne River or the specific issues for the river that need to be addressed in order to get the desired ecosystem results. Essentially, the Tuolumne River is no longer a pristine river that isn't impacted by man. Obviously, it has dams on it, but it's also a river that goes through the city of Modesto and borders the city of Turlock, right? It's been, its river banks have been impacted by development, encroached upon, all those things. And we really think a plan needs to look at the real conditions on the Tuolumne in order for it to be successful. And that is the entire goal, is for it to be successful. Next slide, please. So what are these impacts of the adopted Bay Delta Plan? This slide is actually the exact slide that I presented to the state board before they adopted the Bay Delta Plan. BOSC has been engaged on this issue since the very beginning, and I spoke to the state board when they were considering adoption to let them know about these impacts. And I find it helpful to talk about them because these impacts have not changed. But one thing's kind of interesting. If you recall back a couple years, our last drought, now I have to say, because now that we're in another drought, but our prior drought, our communities, these communities in this region responded greatly and achieved about 26% savings during that drought, at the height of the drought. If the Bay Delta Plan was implemented, we would have had to ration an additional 20 to 30% more on top of that. So if you think about what we were doing at that time during the height of the last drought, we would have to do 20 to 30% more at basically our current level of demands. A different way to put it is if we were at normal demands, we would have to reduce 40 to 50%. And those are the numbers right now that you're looking at in your urban water management plan that you'll be reviewing later tonight. In addition, not only is the rationing level getting higher, the number of dry year shortages, so the times that we would have to ration, would double or triple, depending upon what the level of demand was. So you would be asking for not only 50% reductions, but you would be asking for them, instead of 1 in 10 years, you'd be asking for that 2 in 10 years or 3 out of 10 years. Again, all of this assumes, you know, we haven't made any major changes to our planning for climate change yet. That's something that San Francisco is engaged in actively right now to look at. So it's just kind of looking at history. But even that is very problematic when you start looking at the impacts on customers from those kinds of reductions. Next slide. So what do we do about this? San Francisco, along with its partners on the Tuolumne River, the Modesto and the Turlock irrigation districts, have actually put forth an alternative voluntary agreement called the Tuolumne River Voluntary Agreement. And that voluntary agreement would be a plan for the river, and it does take advantage of those studies that have been done on the river, including the $25 million in studies that have been done just the last 5 years. And they provide this information on the specific issues in the Tuolumne River. The proposal, we believe, has significant technical support from these studies, and it includes an array of measures. So it is not just flow-based. What it does is it provides more flows, but flows that are what we call functional flows, meaning the flows are not just based on a % of unimpaired flow, but rather saying, okay, what is the life stage of the fish we're trying to protect here? What are we trying to deal with? What is the cause of the issue in the river? So let's increase flows to meet that need and do that throughout the life cycle that we're concerned about. It also includes restoration for habitat and financial dollars to that. So not just plans for it, but actual the financing, the funding for it, reducing predation, managing things like aquatic weeds, and better management of hatcheries. Next slide. When the state board adopted the Bay Delta Plan in December 2018, there had been some negotiations up to that point about these voluntary agreements, not just on the Tuolumne River, but basically on all the major rivers that flow into the Bay Delta. Because if you recall, I mentioned we were the first at the gate, this phase 1, but there's actually a second phase 2, which includes the Sacramento River, American River, Feather River, all the very large rivers that really flow into the Bay Delta and then are used for the state and federal water projects. So the state board knew these discussions were ongoing and encouraged the idea of voluntary agreements to be brought back. So they kind of spoke to that and they said, you know, if you can bring a voluntary agreement to us, we will analyze it. Both Governor Brown at that time and now Governor Newsom have been providing critical leadership in these negotiations. In particular, Wade Crowfoot, Secretary for National Resources, and Jared Blumenfeld, Secretary for Cal EPA, are leading these negotiations on behalf of the state. And they're really working hard to try to move a voluntary statewide agreement forward. And again, the idea behind these voluntary agreements is that they meet the objectives of the Bay Delta Plan, but they do it in a way that has less of a water supply impact, right? So that we try to come up with a better balance. So BOSCA continues our efforts, and our efforts are really in support of having the Tuolumne River Voluntary Agreement analyzed by the State Board as an alternative to the adopted Bay Delta Plan. Our belief is that in the absence of settlements, there will be unproductive litigation. There was litigation filed pretty much right after the State Board adopted its plan. BOSCA intervened in that litigation to make sure we protected our interests, obviously in your interests. So, you know, and unfortunately in the water world, you know, litigation is a very easy way to go, but not productive. And so the idea is that, you know, coming forward with a settlement could be more productive. Next slide, please. So just to give you a sense, and I'm not going to go through all this, but I kind of mentioned this process started in 2009, and it has been going on at I would say, a slow and steady clip since then. Again, not unusual for water projects. Things take a long time, as Director Benton will certainly tell you. But we have found ourselves now in a place where this region is uniquely challenged because you now have an adopted Bay Delta plan. So you actually have a regulatory action on this region. It isn't being implemented yet because of the litigation, and there's still some water rights hearings that have to happen, but you have to respond to it in your planning now. It is part of your planning. You can't just assume that it hasn't happened yet. And that is unique among the state, in the state at all. Our region is unique in that way. So what are we doing about it? Next slide, please. So as I mentioned, BOSCA is actively engaged. Our job is a reliable supply of high quality water at a fair price. This is obviously a critical component of that, addressing this issue on your behalf. So I've been actively engaged with the board. The board is very aware of this issue. We talk about it monthly at the board meetings, the committee meetings. I've publicly commented to the state board, and I mentioned we've intervened in the necessary litigations. More importantly, a couple things. We have had a very strong effort with San Francisco, reminding them of no matter what happens from a regulatory standpoint, they have a contractual and legal obligation to provide you a reliable water supply. What that means is that we successfully urged them to initiate what's called their Alternative Water Supply Planning Program, a new water supply planning program that has begun to look at alternative projects, water supply projects, to fill that gap in case the implementation of the Bay Delta Plan moves forward. In case we are unsuccessful with voluntary agreements, there is a significant gap, obviously, those 50% cutbacks reflect. San Francisco has initiated that program to kind of identify what those water supply projects are. BOSCA also supported the $288 million allocation in the PUC's 10-year capital improvement program for the initial funding for this planning effort. So that is just a drop in the bucket if we end up having to go through development of these projects, but at least there is a funding allocation now for the planning work. And then lastly, BOSCA is in significant advocacy discussions with others. Again, our intent, our goal is to try to have the voluntary agreement moved, sent to the state board for them to analyze to see if it meets the objectives of the Bay Delta Plan and with less water costs. So to do that, we are actively engaged with our state and local elected officials. I mentioned Senator Becker. He and I have been talking about this since before he was in office. I am directly discussing this with Assemblymember Mullen, Kevin Mullen. He has actually taken the lead on behalf of the local legislators in this 3-county region to work on building a coalition to really seek this interest, to kind of see, how do we get this issue resolved? Our engagement with state officials and obviously our water customers and our residents, and that's part of why I'm here tonight. So that completes my planned remarks, but I would certainly be pleased to answer any questions that you might have about this important issue. And again, thank you for having me here tonight.
Thank you, Nicole, and thank you for coming. This has been very informative and very enlightening, and a little scary too, by the way, when you talk about the
I know.
potential reactions. Let me see if the council members have any questions. Council Member Schwan?
Thank you, Nicole. Always very enlightening to hear your presentation. Just questions regarding the procedures. You said that the Bay Delta plans, phase 1, is current in act and will be executed shortly. And so the volunteer agreements based on the particular studies that will be much more aligned with our local water supplies. Why are there objections, and who are the oppositions in this case?
Yes, so so the Bay Delta plan's been adopted, and it's basically now sitting in a place waiting for implementation because of litigation action. So it's just kind of on hold, if you will. The environmental community, locally and statewide, strongly supports the Bay Delta plan and has expressed to date serious concerns about voluntary agreements in a couple ways. The concerns that they won't achieve the biological needs that they need to, right? That they won't actually achieve the biological objectives. That the way they're concerned about what happens if they don't, because as you saw, this current plan took 2009 to 2021 or whatever, so 9 years, and they don't want to go through another 9 years if to find out it doesn't work and then go, okay, now we're stuck with everything going extinct, right? So the concerns about what they call backstops. If the voluntary agreement doesn't achieve its objectives, what can the state then do without having to go through an extended process? Those are the two biggest, I would say, big issue concerns outside of the biology, which there's disagreements on all sides, right? At least from, again, what I've heard, so the environmentalists really feel like they've got the win with the state board adopting the Bay Delta plan, and they are firm in that position. They're pretty firm in not wanting to compromise at this point. So they are not actively, most of the statewide, actually none of the statewide environmental organizations are engaged in the voluntary agreement negotiations at this point that are being led by the state. I continue to hope that would change, but I'm also not in that room on those. San Francisco is, because we're not the water rights holders. So it's a challenge to be sure. Does that help?
Yes, I think so. And so is there a deadline as to when the actions on the phase 1 is going to take place?
So optimistically, what would have to happen for phase 1 to get implemented is the litigation actions would have to be dealt with to the state board's favor. And then the state board would move to what's called water rights proceedings, which is, the plan just puts out flows and it makes assumptions about whose water rights will be used to meet those flows, but they still have to go through a proceeding to actually do that allocation. And on the Tuolumne, that means, does it come from San Francisco? Does it come from Turlock Irrigation District or Modesto Irrigation District, basically? And that'll be another proceeding. The state board has optimistically put 2023 out as a date for when they believe they could begin implementing the Bay Delta Plan, and your urban water management plan reflects that. From my own perspective, I think that is too optimistic. I don't think that's possible. I think we're looking at something closer to like 2025, something like that but in the meantime, the problem is, in the meantime, you all still have to act and plan as if that's going to happen because it's now adopted. Like, it's not just a plan sitting on the shelf. Since they've adopted it, you actually have to deal with it. And that's where this region is unique in being challenged. There is no other region in the state that is having to deal with the adopted Bay Delta Plan like this region is.
Thank you, Nicole. I mean, I so appreciate that you explained it in such a layman terms with such a complicated issue. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Cole, did you have any questions?
Thanks, Nicole. Very complicated issue. I just have a question. Is the state or individuals involved in the Bay Delta Plan or the environmentalists looking at other options? Because it seems to me like the multiple facets arguing over something that nature may actually decide how this plays out regarding climate change, that all these parties may get to a certain point where you have to deal with the facts on the ground, right? Maybe 10 years from now, negotiation or litigation may be irrelevant. So are they looking at other ways to manage the flows regarding, especially from the environmental standpoint, sort of alternative options if our climate continues to go in the direction it's going?
They're trying to. Water rights, are arcane in their, they predate the state in our process for water rights. And so they are very complex, and any entity that has a water right will fight over it to death because it is a property right. And so the way the state's trying to deal with this, or at least, and I guess the voluntary agreements as well, is this question of adaptive management, right? So, and we've talked about that even with the Tuolumne River Voluntary Agreement. We said, okay, here's what we think is the plan to meet the objectives. And we all remain at risk. You remain at risk, the region remains at risk, and the fish remain at risk if we cannot achieve those objectives. There is no doubt about that. And that is a primary importance. And so what we have to do is come up with this idea of what happens if we don't achieve those, and have steps in place ahead of time that become automatic. And we recognize that those may have more impacts to us. There's no doubt. I mean, that's what's going to happen. If we can't achieve what's necessary on the river, we have to give up water. So it's in our self-interest to come up with a best plan and also the better steps to deal with it. And at the same time, we're all going to have to move from what has been, I think, a very convenient a wonderful, amazing water supply that we have had for all these years, 100+ years, and continue to investigate how to diversify our water supply into supplies that are what we now are starting to call in the water world these alternative water supplies that we might not have considered before. Things like reusing our water, but not just reusing it for irrigation purposes, but maybe reusing it and putting it back into our drinking water supply, because that's where we need it, right? I mean, it doesn't matter if it's a drought, the grass dies anyway. If it's a drought, we need to drink the water, right? We need to have water to drink. So I think we're going to have a lot more pressures. You'll see me in the years to come talking about we're going to have to invest in these alternative water supplies, not just for ourselves, but for ensuring that we can continue to operate in the environment that we do, because we certainly take a lot from that environment. But we have to somehow settle this piece and settle the relationship so everybody gets a comfort level about what it means to get there. And that's part of what the voluntary agreement tries to do.
Right.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I am cognizant, I'm sorry, Sophie, do you have a follow-up question?
No, that's good. Thanks.
Okay, I'm cognizant of time here too, and this is a fairly complicated topic, but I don't want to cut any legitimate questions off because we're going to be talking about our water impact plan later in this meeting, but just be cognizant of that. So Council Member May.
Thanks, Al. Nicole, I'm not sure it's always a pleasure, whether that's the right word or not, especially with news like this, but it's always great to have you with your reports because we learn so much and we're very appreciative of all that you do. My question is fairly simple and it's not relating to anything on your slides, but it's something you just brought up, which is the creation of different or alternative water sources. When I think of those, I think that it's, an agency like BOSCA or even the SFPUC is incapable of doing such a major project on their own. Are there other agencies or municipal entities that we could partner with to start developing these alternative sources, given that they're going to be so enormously expensive and regional in nature?
Yes, we already have those partnerships formed. So, part of that alternative water supply program that San Francisco initiated at our pressure, we have already started looking at these projects. And for example, we have a partnership with the wastewater plant in Redwood City to look at exactly what I talked about, potable reuse of that supply. And in that partnership, it's San Francisco, BOSCA, City of Redwood City, because they're there, Mid-Peninsula Water District, because they're in the same neighborhood as well, right? And also Cal Water. And so we're looking at those things and different options, right? If San Francisco wants to go it alone because they're going to put that water into Crystal Springs, does it become part of the regional water supply? So that's exactly the effort that we're undergoing right now.
And have you talked to the city of San Mateo since they're building or rebuilding their treatment plants?
Yep, they are part of that project as well. I should have mentioned them. Yeah, it's both of those together. It's sited in Redwood City because there's more space in Redwood City. So the idea is the effluent would actually come from San Mateo, go to Redwood City, be treated there, and then be put wherever it needs to go.
Great. Thanks, Nicole.
You're welcome.
Vice Mayor Crowley, did you have any questions or comments?
Thank you very much, Nicole. Nothing further.
And Nicole, I don't have any questions or comments other than later this evening, we have to sort of have a discussion around our water plan, which is due by the end of the month. And I'm not sure what options we have when there's so much uncertainty over what the water may be down the road. Do you have any counsel on that?
So I've worked closely with your staff. We've had multiple, I think we've had at least 5 workshops with the BOSCA member agencies about urban water management plans and dealing with this issue in particular. Unfortunately, I have no magic bullet for you right now. The best you can do is to put out the potential impact and then continue to watch it. We're going to continue to watch it closely and monitor it closely. Your town is going to be uniquely impacted in that you don't have a large 500 unit development that's going to come into town that requires a water supply assessment. Your growth shows up very differently. And so that'll just be something that you'll have to continue to look at and monitor as this situation develops.
Thank you, Nicole. Appreciate it. And I would echo the comments of my fellow council members. Appreciate very much you being there. Always informative. Always leaves us a lot of room for additional questions that we'd probably take all evening with you, but we appreciate your time. And I appreciate you being accessible to us and to our staff when we have questions as well. So thank you for that. So with that.
Absolutely, it's my pleasure.
Thank you, thank you. With that, we'll move into the next presentation. As I said earlier, we have a lot of very substantive presentations tonight, and the next one is equally as substantive, and that is a discussion with our legislative advisors around the housing legislation. So I'd like to welcome Dane Hutchins and Dan Carrig. And Dan, you're gonna have to correct me, I probably mispronounced your name, of the Rene Public Policy Group, who provide us with an update on the housing legislation being proposed and where we think it might go. So Dan and Dane, and by the way, I would allude if you, they were with the Ann on a city manager coffee hour a few weeks ago, which was very interesting. And I think we have a recording of that too. So if you have other questions, I'd urge you to listen to that coffee hour with Ann because they were the guests. So with that, Dan and Dane, the floor is yours.
Great. Well, thank you so much, Mayor and Council. My name is Dane Hutchings. I am the Managing Director of the Rene Public Policy Group. We can go ahead and go to the next slide here. Just a quick update on the agenda. You'll briefly learn about myself and my colleague Dan Carrig, and then we'll go through really top line about what's going on in the world of housing, and then at the end we'll touch on some wildfire and drought issues that are happening through this year's budget and how they may impact the town. We've been retained, as you alluded to, Mayor, to provide really just at this point general counsel on legislative activity, legislative monitoring, and really advice on how these may impact the city. And so we are, we are not actively lobbying on behalf of the council, but we certainly are communicating directly with your city manager and advocating, or I'm sorry, providing content as to how these legislative positions will impact the town. Go ahead and next slide, please. So myself, as I said, Dane Hutchings, I'm the leader of the Public Policy Group. We are a full service lobbying and political consulting firm. Sorry, I'm putting my phone on Do Not Disturb, so I'm getting buzzed at over here. And I'm joined by my colleague Dan Carrig, who some of you may recall was the legislative director and deputy executive director of the League of California Cities. He actually hired me, and so it was great that I got a chance to bring him on board once we started our PPG, and he retired from the League of California Cities. Next slide. So what I thought I'd do is I'd start off by really talking in the abstract, kind of what are the big policy objectives that we're seeing out of the state of California with respect to housing policy, and then moving forward, I'll kick it to Dan for the next slide. But for right now, let me just walk through this one real quick. Looking at sort of trends in current policy, really over the last probably 5 years, we've seen a pretty significant uptick in legislation that does a couple of things. I think holistically, you would say that you're going to get more state control, less local autonomy, and really more developer discretion. And we'll get into some of those bills later on here that really dig into what I mean here. And so, of course, we're also talking, what you're hearing is really the one word answer of, density, and more density. It doesn't, irregardless of the CEQA implications, wild urban interfaces, whether you're in a high fire severity zone. Most of these bills are saying, look, we are aiming to make every locality in California build more and more housing in their communities, irrespective of really the real challenges and realities. And I would also say, tailoring into what we heard from our last presenter, you're looking at a 500 to 600% increase in your RHNA allocations, yet a 40% reduction in your water supply. It makes it very difficult to try and effectively plan for that increased density when you're looking at such a significant reduction in water supply. But these are not the things that are being recognized in the state of California. Also seeing a big increase in transit-oriented development, conversion of commercial property to residential, multifamily and mixed use. I know that the town of Hillsborough is 100% single family. However, with some of these aggressive numbers, I think several communities are having to look at ways to try and meet these numbers one way or another. Ministerial approval of permitting, accessory dwelling and parcel splitting. We see that a lot in SB 9. Really, along with SB 9, reducing and removing local design review, parking and setback discretions. And then lastly, we're seeing a lot of measures this year that really mitigate, construction costs by capping or eliminating impact fees, which we know it's difficult, if we want to especially focus on trying to build really quality neighborhoods with parks or updated infrastructure or things like that. We need these specific fees to build those to factor in some of those issues. However, those are consistently being taken away over time. So this next slide, if we can move over there, I'll turn it over to Dan with some historical context. He's been doing this for such a long time to really talk about, why we believe that the state has shifted its policy. Dan? Dan, you may be on mute. I'm not sure. I can't see everyone else's screen. I can just see Mayor.
Yeah.
So.
Can everyone hear me now?
Oh, nope, we can hear you.
It wouldn't let me unmute for a little bit. Anyway, well, thank you, Mayor and council members, for having us tonight. Again, Dan Keurig, and yes, I've spent a lot of my career working on the housing policy area. I've both been a consultant in the Assembly Housing Committee and then obviously lobbied on these issues for a while. Obviously, there's a lot of frustration at the state level over the lack of housing production, especially affordable housing production, as our state has grown, and especially in a region like yours. I mean, housing affordability is a real problem. The question is, why and what do you do about it? From the local government perspective, I mean, some of the things that we would point to, and you actually heard the senator mention it in his comments, is there's a lot of focus on affordable housing and bills to try to address it, but it really comes down to affordable housing, especially in an area like yours, really comes down to the need for more subsidies, especially when you're trying to get at whether it's low income, very low income, and even moderate income in the Bay Area, basically going all the way back to the 1980s, the amount of dollars available to build affordable housing has declined significantly. And then we lost, redevelopment in 2011. And then the state, talks a lot about affordable housing, but when you really look at the amount of money that they've invested, it really is not that much. So one of the things we've already touched on a little bit tonight, and we'll talk a little bit more about it, is with the legislature. They're now starting to focus their attention on single family zoning, and in my opinion, unfairly characterizing single family as discriminatory, and trying to impose a statewide policy that really isn't quite cooked in terms of building off a couple of experiments around the country that we really don't fully know the results of. So there's a lot of efforts on single family currently, but as I think Dane's already touched on, you have this significant demand or for affordable housing and the state's efforts to address it. I heard the discussion earlier about your 70% of your community is in the wildland urban interface. These are policies that don't really quite mesh with with the current planning process for housing. You're just prior, you had this presentation on your water supply. Again, not really connecting with some of the other states' housing policies. So a lot of times policy in Sacramento is somewhat in a silo. The housing committee will look at housing policy, and maybe the natural resources committee will look at other things. And it's you at the local level that have to make all these things connect. And I don't think the state pays enough attention to that. Just over my experience.
And then next slide, and Dan, if you can take this one as well.
Well, I'm sure your city attorney and your planner has already explained this to the council, but this, you've already talked about your efforts to not only have a compliant housing element, and you've actually been successful in terms of encouraging units to be built. And then, the next element you're doing is the sixth cycle. Your allocation's gone up 500%, which was talked about earlier. And you're going to have to do a lot of work in a community like yours, trying to figure out how to make that work. And the question is, well, wait a second. Why do you have to have a housing element, or what happens if you don't? The state has really stiffened sanctions on local agencies if you don't have a compliant housing element. And they include the attorney general can litigate against the city. A court can impose fines up to $100,000 a month, but those can even be increased 6 times that for if the judge finds some city or county is really acting in bad faith. And then also the community can be limited to from being able to access housing and infrastructure funds that other communities can access. So the penalties have always been there, but I would say they've been stiffened over the last 3 or 4 years.
Next slide. So I'll touch briefly on the legislative process, and I put this slide in here because I wanted the council and folks to understand kind of where we're at right now in the cycle. So right now we're actually year 1 in a 2-year legislative cycle. We passed the House of Origin deadline a couple of weeks ago, whereby all of the bills that were in the Senate needed to advance over to the Assembly. All of the bills that were in the Assembly had to advance over in the Senate. Policy committees resume fairly quickly this year. Typically, it takes a little longer for things to get rolling, but they went right ahead and charged through on a couple of pretty contentious bills, SB 9 being one of them last week, with really limited notice. As Senator Becker mentioned, today the legislature passed a budget, technically 1 day early. They have until June 15th to pass a budget, and then the governor must sign that budget by June 30th. Now, one thing I think is also important to know, and we'll touch really at this at sort of the conclusion of the presentation, is the legislature passed it's being touted as this historic budget. Well, they passed really a budget framework. They allocated these specific amounts to go, okay, we're going to throw, and don't quote me, but just for example, $500 million in housing. Okay, well, what does that mean, right? And so what they're going to do is, so they may have passed that $500 or $500 million in housing, but now it's, okay, over the next couple of months, they're going to be working on what they call budget trailer bills to specifically allocate what those dollars, 500 million, 100 million is going to go here, 200 million is going to go here. So yes, they passed a budget, but the real work is going to get done between now and September 10th, which is the last day for all bills to be passed through the budget trailer bill process. The legislature is going to break from July to August. And then from August 16th till September 10th, that really is going to be that last ramping up period for all legislation to advance. And then the governor has from September 10 to October 10 to either sign or veto legislation. If he does not sign, or I should say does not take action on that legislation, it becomes law automatically. Next slide. So here's a couple of bills that we think that are going to have a pretty big impact on the town of Hillsborough. What I thought I'd do is talk a little bit about SB 9, a bill that we've talked about quite a bit, and then I'd love for Dan to also, if I've missed anything, or provide his expertise on this as well. But really, what SB 9 will do, as drafted, is that the bill will allow, really ministerially, meaning without any sort of local oversight, the ability for someone in a single family zone to build up to 4 units, or I should say a duplex, and then split the existing parcel and build another duplex. And this is really where it gets a little bit confusing. The author continues to maintain that that's all you can do under this bill. It also would allow you to separately convey or sell off that property. The bill also would limit the setback requirements that you can have, limit the parking restrictions or parking requirements you can have on these new duplexes being built. All the while, there's no affordability requirement, and there's no way for us. I know there was one thing that was mentioned by one of the council members today. These new units couldn't even be counted towards your regional housing needs assessment, which I think is a huge, really it's a slap in the face to local government, because, we're working very hard to try and meet these aggressive goals. And so now you're saying, okay, we've got to do this way. We're not having it, CEQA is waived, parking restrictions are in place, setback restrictions are in place, and we can't even count these SB 9 units towards, similarly the way you can with ADUs, towards our regional housing needs assessment. And so this bill passed out of the Senate. I am very curious to see, Senator Becker had mentioned that he has secured some amendments for that bill, didn't get into the details. I'd be curious to see what it is, because he one of the biggest issues with the bill that we can identify is that there's a provision in the bill where it says that you have to be an owner or stay in the property for at least 1 year, or it says rather a local government can impose this restriction, that someone can stay in the property for 1 year, presumably a homeowner, before you're allowed to split the lot and build another four potentially units on where one unit used to stand. He mentioned a little bit about there's some issues around, they've secured some amendments around the homeowner requirements. And so I'm curious to see where the senator is going to go with that. Dan, do you have anything to add on this bill?
Yeah, there's, as Dane said, there's two parts to the bill. There's, the first half of the bill, there are two sections in law. One says you can take an existing home and chop it up and split it into a duplex. That provision doesn't have a homeowner provision like you've talked about. But the second part that says you can chop the lot, you can split the lot and build two more units, the second part has this homeowner provision. But what's interesting is it's only in effect for 5 years. So if you're a speculator, you buy the lot, you set your clock, come back 5 years later, and you can do whatever you want. So so what was really interesting about the bill is, why did Senator Atkins only have a 5-year time clock on that? If you're going to have an home ownership provision, why sunset it in 5 years when the rest of the law doesn't sunset? So Dane, you're right. I'm going to be really curious to see what exactly they're going to do to the bill. If they make a home ownership, a provision in both parts of the law, and that is something that the local government can continue to insist on as a requirement, well, that's going to shut down a lot of the concerns about speculators. Might not address all the issues, but it'll certainly temper the bill. So we'll see what they do there. And then Dane, in terms of the total amount of units, yes, the author continues to say 4. When we read the text, we know it's at least 5. There's a way you can get to 5 using how you time the development using ADU law. And given some just issues with definitions, you might be able to get to 6. So we'd like to try to see, if possible, that get locked down. But we'll have to see what amendments they're going to put forward.
All right, next slide. So here's 2 more bills, the 3 bills we thought really we'd like to kind of delve into. And then we have some others, of course, we'll touch on, and then I absolutely want to answer any questions or take comments. But I think AB 215 is another one that frankly has sailed pretty quickly through the legislature, and no one's, really paying it much attention. We've Dan and I have been sort of banging the drum on this one. I think the League of Cities is finally kind of jumped on and said, okay, we're now opposed to the bill. They're trying to get a lot of other local agencies to oppose it, and here's why. So what AB 215 does is, beginning with this upcoming 6th RHNA cycle, it would set really a new precedent by linking, reasonable production or reasonable progress to each locality in meeting all categories in their RHNA numbers, right? So, we know that particularly in the Bay Area, it's not as big of a challenge to meet your moderate or above moderate income housing. Where it really is difficult, and it's because of a million reasons, materials costs and tax credits and subsidies and things like that, to really get those low and very low metrics to get met. And so what this is saying is that if you were 10% or more behind in any income category, HCD you'll be required to do a mid-cycle review. And as I'm learning more and more about this, I know that talking to your planner, mid-cycle reviews aren't exactly a walk in the park when you got your head in the game and you're trying to get this figured out. The HCD would also have the discretion to then institute mandatory policies, these pro-housing policies that really used to be, which were designed to be incentive-based programs where they would provide funding if you were to do these things. Very similar, we just are seeing these pro-housing draft regulations that were just released last week. I mean, the ink isn't even dry on what pro-housing means. And what this bill is already doing is saying that that HCD can mandate that these policies be implemented in your jurisdiction to meet these goals. And then finally, HCD under this has the ability to decertify your housing element. And so what we talked about earlier and Dan touched on was some of those penalties. What would happen if your housing element doesn't meet those requirements? And so, I mean, it's the first bill that actually links actual physical production, which really you can zone, you can do everything you can as a local agency to try and meet these goals. But if you've got 50% less water, developers probably won't be real keen on wanting to build new houses where the water doesn't turn on. Yet only the local government's the one that's going to get penalized and get their housing element decertified. And so, this is a really, really big challenge. And frankly, it goes against a compromise that was made 2 years ago with the governor and with the legislature to try and incentivize local government versus this saying you have to do X, Y, and Z to ensure that you meet your low and very low income, or actually, well, all of your RHNA requirements. But really, what will be the most challenging is in those lower two areas. Dan?
No, I think you've got it completely right. It's really unrealistic to expect local governments to sort of magically, local governments don't build the housing. And especially on the very low income and low income, those units really, they really just don't get built really anywhere in the state without some form of subsidy. So to sort of be putting local governments in the penalty box and having someone at HCD that may never have been to your city telling you the council what to do or what changes and threatening you with decertification and all that, it's just going the wrong way. And Dane's right also that this whole idea of pro housing in 2019, the governor, there was a trailer bill that was agreed to, and on one side you had, okay, let's tighten up the provisions related to housing element enforcement, which we've already talked about, but let's give local governments some incentives for those that are going beyond the normal. They have a housing element certified, but they're doing some extra things. Let's give them some extra points when they're trying to get state grants and housing dollars and things like that. And basically what 215 does, it takes the carrot and turns it into a big stick.
Yeah.
It's a very frustrating bill for a whole variety of reasons.
And lastly, I'll say before I pass it to Dan on 1401 is that once again, we're taking a program that just last week, the regulations for that program were released, draft regulations. They're not even finalized yet. And so before we could even have an opportunity to allow local governments to, rise to the occasion be partners with the state on trying to address these issues. It's like, well, nope, sorry. Before the ink's even dry on the guidance, we're already going to turn this thing into a stick. And I think that's really where I think you hear our frustration on this, is because it's like, come on, give us a chance to work, cooperatively on this, and not have it be a instant punishment. But Dan, why don't you talk about 1401?
Yeah, I know one of the council members raised this with the senator. I was really glad to see that, give him something to go back and look at. But, there's some of these bills are getting to the point where they're just really not making any sense. I mean, your community is going to have to look at a 500% RENA increase and somehow try to figure out a way to work through that. You're going to have to figure out a way to make changes, but also bring your community along. Issues like parking are important. I heard one council member talk about just being able to get people out of the area if there's a fire, public safety, all these other issues that you have to balance. And to have a bill come along and say no parking, whether it's housing or even commercial, it's just, it just really doesn't make any sense. And I think to the extent policies like this are enacted in state law, it's just going to build further resentment in your neighborhoods and among the residents, on housing, and because there really isn't the ability of the community to kind of tailor policy issues in ways that fit your unique situation. I heard the mayor say several times, one size doesn't fit all. And this is an example of maybe it's a well-intentioned bill on the part of the member, but it really doesn't, when you try to look at it in a practical way, it's probably going to cause a lot of community tensions that I think, will provoke more of a backlash over the long haul.
Next slide. And so these ones are pretty dense text here, but I'll let Dan just quickly touch on SB 8 and 478.
This is, we're just trying to, there's a lot of bills out there. We're just trying to narrow it down. I know your planner is very aware of SB 8. Basically, a couple years ago, the state enacted this law that kind of froze local zoning related to housing and policies in a variety of ways. And there was supposed to be a 5-year sunset to this bill. And now we're like in year 2 of the law's existence, and the author wants to extend it another 5 years. So it is a bill that it really kind of limits flexibility in a variety of ways. And it's just an example of some of the things we're dealing with at the state level. Senator Wiener's bill, SB 478. Again, this is kind of more of a wonky, techie planning issue, but they're getting into ratios what you can use when you're looking at ratios that you apply to your zoning when it comes to multifamily housing. And some communities, maybe it matches up with the way they use floor area ratios. In other communities, it would mean a change. I know you don't have a lot of multifamily zoning in your community, so it may or may not be of impact going forward. Next slide, please.
Yeah, and I just, and again, I know that right now the community there is no multifamily in the community currently, but when you look ahead at some of these aggressive numbers, you have to start thinking about, okay, how are we going to adapt? It's before you can even adapt, you already have to have these restrictions. I mean, it's just that they're typically the legislative process is a little bit deliberate, and they're moving at the speed of light here. Dan, touch on 989, and I will go on SB 12.
So I know if you talk to your city attorney or your planner, and if the laws have been tightened so much related to housing that if you have a housing development that's consistent with your general plan, the council really doesn't have authority, maybe as some of the discretion they might have had into the past, to deny the project for some reason. I mean, you really don't have that option. If you do, you're maybe having to, you're probably potentially going to lose in court, and then you're going to pay attorney's fees and all that sort of thing. They've really tighten up the laws in terms of denial. So along comes this bill, and again, so there is, the law is tight. It really limits your ability to deny a project. But then the question of whether or not, if you do deny a project, the issue is settled in front of a judge. So at least it's a neutral party. And where if a city had a legitimate reason, let's say it was a fire issue or some other issue that was allowed under the law, under a public safety exception or whatever, you made your decision, you're in court, and then you have a judge that's a neutral party that's going to sort it out. And if the judge says you were wrong, you'll have to fix it to make the judge happy. If the judge says you were right, then the applicant has to accept that. So this bill comes along and says a developer, I love this term, who believes that you would impose some in the opinion of the developer, you would impose some unreasonable conditions. I would think that developers might think a lot of things are unreasonable, even though maybe it matches a community standard. Anyway, instead of going to court, they would be able to go to the Department of Housing, where you would have a panel that, in my opinion, is sort of dominated by more housing advocates. And then that panel, by a majority vote, could basically overturn your decision or amend it. And then, of course, you can appeal back to that same group. So it's taking something that is, did you or didn't you follow the law, and having a judge decide it in a neutral forum, and taking those same decisions and having it, in my opinion, in a much more subjective form that don't, by design, is more, it's less neutral when it comes to the interests of local government and making their decisions. So maybe somewhat positive note, SB 12, Senator McGuire, he's been trying to deal with the issue of why are we planning to build all this housing in these areas that have all this exposure to fire danger? Doesn't make a lot of sense. We've already touched upon how in the RHNA process that isn't really picked up. So his bill, it's quite a lengthy bill. It's about 20 some pages, but it tries to sort of stiffen some of the planning that communities that have a significant exposure to fire danger would have to do related to their planning and criteria, and then supposedly have that those same policies, concerns about fire danger, looked at more, considered more in the RHNA process. So, but it would be in a future RHNA process. I know the builders are still opposed to this bill, so I'm not quite sure what this thing looks like to the extent it gets through the process. There was a similar bill that was in the process last year by a senator that was termed out, but that bill was vetoed by the governor over concerns that it somehow limited housing development. So this is a bill that I think your community, given the amount of your territory that is subject to fire danger, it is a bill that you should watch. I think the senator's trying to do the right thing. Whether he can get this across the line and make sure this is more of an issue in state planning remains to be seen.
And, so going back real quick to our trends here, you saw bills with, more and more density, regardless of CEQA, WUI, or high fire zones, more transit-oriented development, ministerial approval of permitting, parcel splitting, removal of design and parking, and local setback discretions, and then, of course, turning more over to the developer, and more sticks and less carrots. And so that's a taste of what is going down in Sacramento on some of these really aggressive bills. We'll go to the next slide. And then really quickly, I know we've exhausted our time here. I know it was requested that we talk a little bit about what's going on in the world of fire and drought. I think you got a great briefing from Bosca on their efforts, but I can tell you that there isn't a lot of pieces of legislation that are individual pieces of policy that are moving through on these. These are both big issues going on through the budget process. As I touched on at the top, really the current budget that was passed this evening is really a framework. In the next couple of months, you're going to see specific allocations and deals and more details on those. But if we can go to the final slide here. On the wildfire side, there's about $1 billion for various wildfire prevent and response to wildfires. This is, this text, by the way, I should have sourced it. This is directly from the Assembly budget analysis on the budget they voted on today. You can see for a $275 billion budget, this is just really great detail. I'm being sarcastic because I mean this is what they're voting on. Like these words. It's not a lot of detail yet. And so when we see this drought package, about $3.7 billion for drought, and 3.7 and 2.4. About $2.4 billion more than what the governor proposed in climate resiliency. And so again, when they use the term three-party negotiations, they're referring to ongoing negotiations with the Assembly leadership, the Senate leadership, and the governor's office on these series of budget trailer bills that'll be moving through the rest of the year to really dig down into these details. But what you saw earlier are actual tangible policies on housing that are moving through pretty swiftly through the legislature. Again, we are happy to answer any questions. I think just the last slide is just thank you, and happy to answer any questions or, leave you on a high note, of course, but thanks again.
Well, Dane and Dan, thank you very much. We very much appreciate it. It's a very informative discussion. There's an awful lot there, and you alluded to three basic themes, one of which the speed at which these changes are coming is sort of incredible. And that's always worrisome, whether or not they've had the right amount of deliberative and collaborative and feedback from the public, because that's a concern. Secondly, there seems to be a desire to move from an incentive to a stick on almost all these proposals, which again is not designed to build public support. And that bothers us because any kind of constructive change has to have the public involved with it. So that bothers me as I listen to it. And third, you still get the perspective that at the end of the day, while we're well-intentioned, we're trying to put round pegs and square pegs around holes, I guess. So that's sort of a concern. But I'd be interested in the council's comments or questions on it. So let me turn to them and get their feedback. And so we'll start with Councilmember Schwong. So Marie?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Dane and Dan. Really thorough presentation in such a short time, very condensed. My question is this. There's a lot of push right now. There's a lot of actions going on. And I think Dane early on says, right now is where they're going into the negotiation and the details. And I think that this is the part where I'm trying to understand is that until September 1st, there's all these discussions and negotiation regarding the details. What exactly can the local elected and the residents can make inputs or having some kind of influence, because this does impact not just our city, but all the other neighboring cities. And the fact that when it comes to housing in San Mateo counties, there are 20 cities, and the fact that we cannot collaborate with our neighboring cities to produce solution is mind-boggling. And then, so I'm just going to stop there because there are a lot more questions, but
Well, I can tell you, and that's a great question. I think that being able to what you did this evening, having Senator Becker here, and and perhaps doing the same with your Assemblymember Mullen, to really walk through some of these challenges that you have unique to your city, having town halls and trying to get really the constituents, not only from Hillsborough, but from the region, to really engage really directly with your lawmakers, I think is going to be critical in providing the awareness that they need. It says, look, you're taking bills votes up here in Sacramento, but have you let us not forget about the folks you're representing. I think secondarily, and we've talked about this before, but I think there's a real opportunity, a unique opportunity with some of your residents in your communities that may have really great relationships with whether it be the governor directly or those in the administration, to also kind of walk through some of those concerns. I know we've been working with your city on drafting some high level talking points to kind of illustrate all the good work the town's doing. And I also think it's important to as a former League of California Cities lobbyist, I think it's important for you to go to the league and ask them, hey, why are you need to step up your engagement on this effort as well. The league is, for example, SB 9, the bill has had now 3 hearings, about 3 hearings, and it was over in Assembly Local Government. This was the first time the League of Cities actually opposed the bill. Like, we're on record opposing and verbally opposing the bill. I think it's time to really get them, engage and say, what are we doing? We need a statewide voice on this. And so those are just some general advocacy tips off the top.
Dane, if I could add something in, these bills that we've talked about, coming from the legislature, I want to contrast that a little bit, that when you look at what the governor, Gavin Newsom, has proposed on housing, we know he's said this is a big policy concern, which is fine. He's governor of the state and housing is a big issue. So it's natural. But when you look at what the governor has done, I would argue that so far he's been more reasonable than what we've been seeing in the legislature. When you look at the 2019 budget proposal, the governor, yes, he wanted to tighten up enforcement of the housing element, but he had his administration offer incentives. Now, we've talked a little bit about what's going on with that with the legislature, but the idea was, let's give the local government some incentives. This governor also has been pretty good about providing funds for planning. What's the point of providing funds for planning if you're going to pass bills like we talked about that doesn't matter if you've got a plan, it's going to happen anyway. So, as Dane said, we're hoping that some of these proposals are maybe a bridge too far for even the governor. That trying to make sure that that you do have policy that remains in balance. And so, as Dane said, one asset your community has is you have a lot of people that know people, and making sure that to the extent they have access to folks like the governor, making sure that he's aware of what your community's been doing. You've got a good reputation on housing and how you need to be able to preserve some flexibility to kind of continue to work in this policy area.
Thank you.
Councilmember Cole, do you have any questions or
Yeah,
comments?
thanks for the feedback in terms of what the residents can do to galvanize support for some reasonableness about this whole issue. I just have a couple of observations, and I think I've commented on this before. If we look at what happened in San Francisco over the past 30 years, San Francisco has become quite dense and probably will become even denser. It'll have more density over time. Yet the price of housing, of any kind of housing, any unit, is the most expensive in the country. I have not been convinced that density in a very small parcel like the Bay Area necessarily leads to affordable housing. What you're doing is building more units for more affluent and more high-income individuals. What I'm seeing is basically decrease in diversity, racial diversity and economic diversity as these densities increase. When I first moved to San Francisco about 35 years ago, the African-American population was about 12%. Now it's less than 2%. And you can go through every ethnic group that's been the case. People are getting displaced to the Central Valley. I don't understand why all the development has to be in the Bay Area. Has the legislature looked at building out into the Central Valley and focusing on transportation, and perhaps even encouraging some of these large businesses to move out into the Central Valley as well? And secondly, I also have not heard anything about how the legislature plans to use the tax code to actually help people buy homes, buy affordable homes, whether it's first-time home buyers or renters. It's really what I'm hearing are policies to help developers build more units, but not necessarily make it more affordable. And I just have not been able to square that whole argument, just looking at San Francisco as an example. But I thank you for the information, and I agree, all these communities, we have a lot of work to do.
Thank you, Sophie. Councilmember May, did you have any questions or comments?
It basically has turned into a comment, and you addressed it toward the end of your presentation. So thank you, first of all, for coming tonight and going over this extraordinarily detailed problem. I kind of wish that you had gone before Senator Becker so we could have a more robust discussion about SB 9. But when I look at SB 9 and the number of votes it had in the Senate, and you did address this, I mean, I believe they had 28 votes with only 6 no votes. But some of the yes votes were Republican votes as well. So how do you overcome this kind of momentum in terms of passing these initiatives? You know, we've been at this for a number of years, and we thought that we had stop the momentum of measures like this, but clearly we didn't. But you discussed that, and I think what you're looking at is the governor as the counterweight to what's going on in the legislature.
Well, and I will say one thing about specific to SB 9. What I thought was very interesting in the discussion that was had in the Assembly Local Government Committee. You had folks who traditionally would be very supportive of specific bills, of these types of specific bills. For example, you had the Los Angeles County Democratic Party in opposition to SB 9. You had the AIDS Healthcare Foundation and their Affordable Housing Division in opposition to SB 9. And really where their opposition is coming from is that they believe that as it stands, SB 9 will actually be used to further segregate, or lead to more gentrification in communities where folks who are really starting now for the first time to start building some generational wealth and buy a single family home, and some of those lower income communities where those are starting to become more affluent, that's where they believe these types of measures would be just perfect for investors to gobble up and slot split and create fourplexes or duplexes. And so I think it's to Dan's point earlier about the governor being a little bit more even tempered on these bills. It will be, I think, really an all out kind of a full court press on him to make some tough decisions, because you have really unlikely allies, if you will, along with local government. This isn't a NIMBY argument. This is the wrong approach to the policy. So it'll be very interesting to see what the governor does when this bill inevitably ends up on his desk for consideration.
And Dana, as I said before, I think the idea is really just half cooked. I mean, there's Minneapolis, Portland, Sacramento's kind of looked at this, Berkeley. A number of communities around the country have kind of looked at this, but to leap from that to, I think there's something like 6.8 million, homes or something in California, to apply this, cut and paste across the state. I think it's reckless, and then it would be one thing if city councils had flexibility within their housing element to consider, or maybe there are some corner lots or different things that and get some RENA credit. figuring out a way to ease into something like this. But this is a major change that I think is probably going to have fairly significant political ramifications once the homeowners of the state actually figure out what it does.
Okay. Larry, did you have a follow-up comment?
No.
Or?
No,
Okay.
I'm good.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Krolik.
Thank you. Are your major kind of lobbying opponents on these bills? Do you find the building units are the building unions are lobbying for them? Is that a consideration?
Well, on SB 9, the unions aren't positioning on the bill, and I would suspect the reason why that is because when you see bills that have a requirement that you have to put, and this is usually with multifamily production bills, but that have a requirement that a certain percentage be affordable. What the building trades want is a phrase that says, well, you have to build any unit has to be built with skilled and trained workforce, which is essentially means a union shop. So the unions haven't positioned on SB 9. There's some other density bills or mixed use or multifamily bills that they were actively opposing so long as, but then when their language got put into the bill, they removed their opposition. However, if you talk to most of your cohort in the Bay Area, they say, well, as soon as you put that specific language on there, it drives the cost of housing about 40%. So then you can't, it's no longer affordable. So, again, it's another challenge that we're having about actually building where the biggest need is on the affordable and very low income or low income housing. Market rate is never really going to be a problem in the state. Too many people, want to live here. And so not seeing a ton of opposition on SB 9 from the building trades in particular.
Thank you. Thanks for your hard work on this and for letting us know what we can do.
Of course.
Thank you, Christine. I just have a couple of comments. I would echo, first of all, appreciate very much the two of you being here tonight. Appreciate your assistance to the town as we try to navigate these fast changing waters, as you might say. The purpose of the presentation tonight was to continue the process of trying to bring the community up to speed with the challenges facing our town in the region as we attempt to deal with an issue of housing and some of the legislation designed to result in more housing. You said it very well. The intention may be well, but the methods being choose do not appear to be practical or realistic or consistent with the problems that they would cause. And somehow we have to get that message across. And one way of doing it is getting a community involved early on to start registering their concerns and their questions, to start forcing some detailed discussions of exactly where this goes. So I appreciate very much the two of you being here. And I'm sure you will be here in the future as we continue down this process. The two things I would want to highlight, though, and Councilmember Cole mentioned it, I really am disappointed that the state has not given more thought to some high-speed rail in which you could actually build affordable housing in the Central Valley or other parts and have a high-speed rail that gets you into the San Mateo County in less of an hour. Because I really think we're trying to force an answer which doesn't make sense at the end of the day. And it doesn't solve the affordable housing issue. And there is a better way of doing it that needs to be explored. So I don't know where that comes up, Dan or Dane, but I really think that needs to be explored because it's worked in other parts of the country and in other countries. So that's one question or comment I guess I have. And secondly, I think the comment made about this having unintended consequences and maybe the reverse really needs to be explored further with the state. Because I do think market will drive it. And market may not necessarily yield the results you think you want when you force things to happen which are not natural. So those are my overall thoughts. But again, purpose today was to start the process, continue the process of education and awareness. And I appreciate the two of you coming and help us do that. So thank you very much. Let us know how we can help you. And don't be afraid to ask, because you're correct. I think the town has a certain amount of influence and a great deal of judgment and a great deal of wisdom. And we're prepared to utilize that. Just tell us how to do that. So thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, with that, we'll move to the next item on the agenda. And that's complete our presentation. As I mentioned earlier, they're very substantive, and they were, and we've got some more substantive topics too. This section of the agenda, though, is for public comment number 1. For the members of the public, we have 2 non-agenda public comment periods. Beginning of the meeting, after the presentations, which is now and then at the end of the meeting. There's also a public comment period for any of the agenda items. So this is for non-agenda items. As a reminder, members of the public may provide public comment via the Zoom platform by using the raise hand feature or if calling in by phone by pressing *9 on the telephone keypad. If a member of the public wants to provide public comment, they should request to speak by using the raise hand feature prior to the close of the public comment period. In response, the town will unmute the speaker and allow them to speak for up to 3 minutes. If there appears to be a large number of speakers, speaking time may be reduced to no less than 2 minutes. Members of the public are limited to 1 comment at this time. State law prohibits the council from acting or commenting on non-agenda items and generally limits our ability to respond. But we do appreciate any thoughts or comments you might have. Again, this is for items not on the agenda, which we'll get to in a minute. I will now open public comment. Please push your raise hand feature or *9, and Lisa will recognize you in the order in which you raise your hand. So Lisa, let me know if we have any public comments.
Thank you, Mayor. There are no raised hands at this time.
Okay. Okay, give it a minute, and I guess we've given a minute. So with that, we will close public comment and move to the next item on the agenda, which is an announcement of a conflict of interest. This portion of the meeting is for council members to disclose any conflict of interest related to any item on the agenda. Any council member who has confirmed a conflict of interest or has reason to believe they may have a conflict of interest should disclose the conflict for the record and abide by the disqualification requirements contained in the FPPC regulations. And that, by the way, is the Fair Political Practices Act. So with that, does any member of the council have a conflict for any items on the agenda for tonight? Councilmember Schwang?
No.
Councilmember Cole?
No.
Councilmember May? Vice Mayor Krolik?
No.
And I have none either. So with that, we'll move to the consent calendar. The consent calendar includes routine items, which generally do not require discussion. A council member may remove an item for discussion, and any member of the public may request a council member to remove an item for discussion. If not removed, the items are approved in one motion with a roll call vote. We have 10 items on the consent calendar tonight. I'll read through them for the record. Number 1, monthly claims, May 1st through May 31st, 2021. Number 2, resolution establishing the town of Hillsborough appropriations limit for the fiscal year 2021-2022. Number 3, a resolution amending the fiscal year 2021-2022 town schedule of fees and charges to include the Central County Fire Department fees not imposed by the town. We had, by the way, we had approved the schedule of fees last meeting. There's a minor correction to it because we did not have the correct CCFD fees. We're correcting that. Number 4, ordinance amending chapter 1.28, claims against the town relating to electronic service of claims. This is the adoption. It was read for the first time at the May meeting. Number 5, the resolution revising the policy 420, flag flying proclamations and public awareness campaigns. This is to bring it up with a change on the flying of a flag at Town Hall. Number 3, a resolution authorizing the display of the pride flag at Town Hall to commemorate the lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, and queer LGBTQ+ Pride Month. Number 7, a resolution approving and authorizing the city manager to execute an agreement with the County of San Mateo for continued provision of animal control services for a 5-year term beginning July 1, 2021. Number 8, a resolution accepting as complete the contract with Furlong Company Engineering for the construction of the 773 El Cerrito Avenue Creek Bank Repair Project in the amount of $427,818.62. Number 9, a resolution approving a list of projects for fiscal year 2021-2022 funded by Senate Bill 1, the Road Repair and Accountability Act of 2017, and authorizing the submittal of applications for Senate Bill 1 transportation funding. And number 10, a resolution of the City Council of the Town of Hillsborough approving and authorizing the city manager to execute an agreement with Turbo Data Systems, Inc. for citation processing, payment and adjudication services, web-based information management, and records and case management for a 5-year term expiring June 30th, 2026, I think it is, yes. So with that, I will ask my colleagues individually if they have any items on the consent calendar they would like to have removed for separate consideration. Councilmember Schwang,
No.
Councilmember Cole,
No.
Councilmember May,
No.
Vice Mayor Cole.
Item 6, please.
Item 6, and I have none. So with that, let me ask if there's any members of the public that would wish an item removed for separate consideration and discussion. Lisa, could you please note if any hands are raised?
No raised hands, Mayor.
Okay, with that, I will ask for a motion to approve items 1 through 5 and 7 through 10.
So moved.
So moved.
So moved by Councilmember May. Do we have a second?
Second,
A second by
Krolik.
Vice Mayor Crowley. Okay, let's call for the vote. Lisa, could you please take a roll call vote?
Schwang,
Aye.
Cole,
Aye.
May,
Aye.
Krolik,
Aye.
Royce.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll move to item number 6 then. And Vice Mayor Krolik, would you care to
Yes.
discuss?
Just quickly, Mr. Mayor, I would request, since we now have the ability to light up Town Hall in different colors, including rainbow colors, that we add to the flying of the flag for Pride Month, the lighting up of Town Hall in different colors.
Okay,
And that would be my motion.
okay, good. Anne, could you comment? We have the ability to do that?
I have the ability to do that.
On the remote.
Good. Okay, do we have a second to the motion?
And Mayor Royce-
Second.
Mayor Royce, just so we're making
Yes.
cautious in terms of Brown Act. So you do have a resolution before you to fly the flag with additional direction to staff to light up Town Hall accordingly per Vice Mayor Krolik.
Yeah, thank you, Christopher. That's exactly correct. Christine.
So moved.
motion? Christine, that is your motion?
Yes, that would be my motion. Thank you, Christopher.
Second agrees to that. Okay. Okay, before we vote on it, let's take public comment on it since it's a separate item. Do we have any hands raised?
Yes, Mayor. One hand raised. Ryan Modeshemi.
Ryan, how are you? Let's unmute you.
Hi there. Thank you, Mayor Royce. Thank you. I just wanted to quickly throw my support behind Vice Mayor Krolik's idea. I think that would be a wonderful way to celebrate Pride Month. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ryan.
Thank you for your comments. Appreciate it. Are there any comments or discussions by council? If not, we'll take a roll call vote. Lisa, could you please take the roll call?
Mayor, could you confirm the person who seconded the motion, please? I'm sorry, I think there were a couple of folks who spoke at the same time, so I just wanted to confirm who seconded.
Who was the second? I'm sorry.
I seconded, but
Sophie,
Thank you.
Councilmember Cole seconded it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Schwang,
Yes.
Cole,
yes.
May,
Yes.
Krolik,
Yes.
Royce.
Yes.
Thank you.
Motion carries unanimously. Okay, thank you very much. And great idea. Okay, let's move to the next item on the agenda. Let's see. Where's that here? Oh, public hearing. I'm sorry. And that's item 11, titled Resolution Authorizing the 5-Year Rate Series for Sewer Service Charges. And that will be presented by Finance Director Jan Cook. So Jan, I see we have the slides up, so we'll have that. Hopefully you unmute it and the floor is yours.
Good evening, Mayor Royce and City Council members. Next slide, please. So tonight for the sewer service rate study, we'll be going through a background and we'll go through study of findings and recommendations and also questions and discussion. And with me tonight presenting will be Rick Simonson, And we also have available for questions Paul Willis, our city engineer and public works director, Lutfi Karoof, who is from Best and Krieger, who is our fee expert, and Gabe Sasser from HF&H. Next slide, please. We have studied this before in the FAC as well as in a city council study session, so I'm going to be moving through this pretty quickly tonight. Okay. So where have we been on the sewer rates? These were last studied in 2015, where we put in a 5-year rate increase proposal. And the last of those were implemented in July of 2020. And at the time, there was a cease and desist order for the town. And so the town needed to develop a plan to reduce sewer overflows. And with that, there was additional revenue that was generated from those rates that annually funded about $3.5 million of capital. And that went toward reducing those overflows and doing extensive smoke testing to figure out where those break fixes were, assisting residents on repairing private laterals, as well as making sure that the stormwater didn't enter our system. What this meant was that the capital upgrades were successful. We reduced the overflows from 104 to 35 in the latest period. Next slide, please. So the next proposal is also a 5-year period, and it would start July 1st of 2021. We hired HF&H as our consultants, who developed a financial plan and projections and did a cost of service study. Those findings have been reviewed with the Financial Advisory Committee, who recommended those to the City Council. The City Council has also studied those details and authorized a mailing of notices to residents, to ratepayers actually, with those proposed sewer service rates. And also the City Council reviewed what the procedures are for protesting, which we'll talk a little bit more about tonight, because this is a protest hearing along with a public hearing. So tonight, City Council may adopt the 5-year rate plan, barring a majority protest, which would be 50% of ratepayers plus 1. That's what a majority would mean. And that would be from the sewer service ratepayers. Next slide, please. And so we'll be now reviewing the findings and recommendations, and this will be Rick Simonson from HF&H.
Thank you, Jen. Good evening.
Hello, Rick.
Mayor Royce.
Welcome.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, welcome.
Excellent. Thank you so much. So yes, as Jen said, we've been in front of you a couple times this year in reviewing this information. We prepared a 30+ page report on our findings and recommendations. So tonight, I'm just going to hit on some high-level information, just 2 slides. For those in the public that might be joining us for the first time, this may be fresh for them. So I thought I'd just touch on kind of a high-level summary of how we determined the proposed increases that were included in the Prop 218 notice that was mailed to each property. So first, when we start our rate studies, we need to understand the revenue requirement. What are the expenses that the rates are paying for? So here on this stacked bar graph, we summarize the costs that need to be covered through your sewer service charges. And I'll start next to the y-axis. The first set of stacked bars represent fiscal year 2021. That's your current fiscal year, and which ends at the end of this month. And we have 4 cost categories that I've highlighted here. I'll just dig a little deeper in a couple. First and foremost, your O&M expenses. That's represented in the blue stack bar there. That's your operating and maintenance expenses for maintaining the collection system. It's your day-to-day operations. On top of that, more significantly, as Jan just mentioned, this capital spending to improve the pipelines, the buried infrastructure, which we are projecting to spend about $3.9 million per year in upgrading the system. It should be noted that you've done well over the last 5 or 6 years in reducing overflows, and the town wants to continue to make progress in reducing those overflows. So we're replacing about 2 miles of pipeline with nearly about $3 million of that $3.9 million annual capital spending. As the town's buried infrastructure Over half of it, 52%, has been in the ground for over 100 years prior to 1919. So going to continue to make strides. And then next, the purple category there, this is debt service. The proposal that we have in front of you with 4% annual increases does not rely on issuing any new debt. This is just current debt that the town does have and will be paying off and remain steady about $2 million per year over the 5-year period. The most significant change we see here is related to your treatment costs, and it's represented with the red and the orange stacked bars here. So I'll start with 2021. It looks like in total costs will be coming in around just over 12 million, and current revenues at current rates actually at 3,543 per equivalent dwelling unit is represented there in the solid black line. That shows your revenues will exceed your expenses this year. So your fund balance will actually grow by the end of this fiscal year, and that's good news. But as you see, there's some significant treatment plant upgrades that are necessary at the San Mateo treatment plant, where more than half of your wastewater gets treated. Those costs your treatment costs are going to about double from where it is currently at 2021, which is represented in primarily just the red there. And then 21, 22 through the end of the 5-year period, the combination of the red and the orange. So there's some significant upgrades to upgrade the San Mateo facility. It's nearly $1 billion project, of which the town is allocated about 4 to 5% of those costs because they're not the main contributor to the treatment plant. So what we see when we've analyzed your expenses and your current revenues, you can see there's a shortfall over the next 5 fiscal years. So how do we bridge that shortfall? So if we go to the next slide, this summarizes what we recommended in the Prop 218 notice, which is 4% annual increases. So for 21-22, that would mean an increase of $142 for the forthcoming fiscal year per parcel, increasing to about $166 in 25-26. So these are 4% annual increases. And how we were able to look at this long-range financial plan is really to look at what your current fund balance is, and that's represented in the first dot there of the solid green line. And at the end of 1920, so June 30th, 2020, had about 7 million in the fund balance and reserves. And as I said previously on the other slide, it looks like 2021 revenues will exceed expenses. So you'll be able to add to that fund balance starting for this 5-year period. So we can draw on that over the next 5 years. And that's what's represented in the solid green line, is the dipping down for a couple years. So you may need about an 8% increase in 21-22 to truly cover those costs, but we can rely on reserves. We don't have to do it all at once. So the plan, we worked with the finance committee as well as yourselves on a couple workshops, is to smooth in the necessary rate increases. And that's where we ended on the 4% annual increases. So we'll dip down in your reserves a bit for the next couple of years, but then begin to replenish those reserves. And by the end of the 5-year period, really approaching that target reserve balance. That's a prudent reserves to have on hand. So next slide. And Jan, would you like to take this back over?
Sure. So with that, we'd like to open it up to questions, and also the recommended action would be to open the public hearing and receive comments, close the public hearing, and then the city clerk would acknowledge the information on the protests received and presented at the conclusion of the public hearing. So this would mean that she needs to go out and actually check the mailbox here at Town Hall to make sure there are no further written protests. We've checked it very recently, and she'll be able to report out on that. And then if a majority protest does not exist, adopt the resolution approving the maximum sewer service charges for the 5-year period starting July 1st, 2021.
Thank you, Jan. Before I take it to the council for discussion, I just want to reiterate that council's already gone through this in some detail, reiterate for the benefit of the public. Council's already gone through this in some detail at a special study session of about a month ago, I think it was. And in addition, our financial advisory committee went through it at a special meeting in some detail, and they recommended approval of this as well. So it has been reviewed in some detail previously. This is not the first time we've seen it, as they say. So thank you. So with that, let's go to the council and see if they have any questions or comments. We'll start with Council Member Schwam. Marie, any questions or comments?
Thank you, Mayor, for prefaces by saying that we have done several study sessions and I have no further questions.
Thank you. Council Member Cole.
Yeah, thank you. I don't have any further questions. Thanks.
Thank you. Council Member May.
Thank you, Jan, and our consultants and staff as well. Thank you.
Vice Mayor Krolik.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. You know, nobody on the council likes to raise or pay the rates for that matter, but we do have necessary major infrastructure costs. If we don't raise the rates, there are significant consequences. This is a solid plan, and many thanks to Rick, to Jan, and to the FAC for going through it extensively.
Great. Thank you. And I would echo the comments made by the Vice Mayor. I think this has been a very thorough process. I would only note that we're approving maximum sewer service charges. That doesn't mean we're adopting them. They will be adopted on a yearly basis, but we're giving us the flexibility to approve a maximum rate that would be, if needed, over the 5-year period. Is that correct, Jen?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. With that, we'll open it up for public comment, public hearing, and take public comments. So Lisa, do we have any hands raised?
I have no raised hands at this time.
Okay, well, with that, then we'll close the public comment. And Lisa, I think we need to take a minute where you can check the Dropbox and see if there's any last second deliveries of written protests or not, because this is written
Thank you very
protest.
much, Mayor. I will be right back. Thank you.
Okay. We'll just stall for time then while we're waiting for her to get back.
I feel like I should be playing music.
By the way, I would only note that one of the real new things in this is alluded to earlier was the San Mateo brand new sanitation plant, which is state of the art and which does provide services to well over half the community. We have done an extensive amount of negotiations led by our city manager and city attorney and by Paul Willis to negotiate fees, which we think are fair and reasonable. And I do want to give a shout out to them. I'm sure we will do it later once everything is signed and dotted, but we are very grateful for the time and effort they put into this because that's part of the overall sewer charges that we're looking at tonight and have looked at in the past. Wait for Lisa to get back. Here she comes. I can see her.
Thank you, Mayor. I was going to try not to be out of breath when I got back, so forgive me. Let's see. So we have one written protest that has been received during this period. And so, excuse me, I am out of breath. To achieve a majority, at least 1,952 protests would have needed to be received. So we do not have a majority protest.
Great, thank you. I would say that's an overwhelming support for the proposal. So with that, we'll close the public hearing and the vote is now closed. And so I will now entertain a motion to adopt the resolution authorizing the 5-year rate series for sewer service charges.
So move.
Moved by Councilmember Shaw. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Councilmember May. Lisa, could you please take a roll call vote?
Thank you. Schwang?
Yes.
Cole? Oh, I'm sorry, Councilmember Cole, you were muted. You should be okay. Go ahead.
Thanks. Yes.
Thank you. May?
Yes.
Krolik?
Yes.
Royce?
Yes.
Thank you.
Motion's approved. Thank you. And thank Jan and the Finance Department and Public Works. Thank you again for all the work on this. We do appreciate it. We know this does take an awful lot of effort and thought, and so we're very grateful for that. So we'll move on to item number 12, titled Resolution Adopting the Fiscal Year 2021-2022 Operating and Capital Budget. And this will be presented by Finance Director Jan Cook. Jan, we're keeping you busy tonight. So the floor is yours.
Good evening again. Next slide, please. So we'll be reviewing the 21-22 proposed budget. The requested action today will be for the City Council to conduct a public hearing and consider adoption of the proposed budget. Next slide, please. So to provide a little bit of context about the past year before we look to how we set the budget for the following year, given COVID and all things in the economy being topsy-turvy. The town of Hillsborough is AAA rated and continues to be well positioned. Hillsborough is not dependent on the hotel tax, which is called TOT tax, and the sales tax, like a lot of other cities are, which is where there were a lot of significant impacts in those cities. We do expect that this year's budget will be exceeded compared to what was adopted. And we do see that the general fund reserves are maintained at least policy level in the current year. Next slide, please. So again, looking at some of the positive revenue trends that we saw this year, there was a quick short recovery of permitting and investment income, which was great news given the economy last year, and as well as the shelter-in-place shutdown for a moratorium on construction on Q4 of last year. We've just seen this hit the ground running this year. The second is that the town received some additional revenue of one-time CARES Act monies. And also real estate continues to remain strong and property tax stable. We've seen that our permitting activity in town has exceeded budget. And then we also have future relief coming of $2.1 million from the American Rescue Act distribution. And that will be distributed 50% in the next several weeks and another 50% a year from now. And those monies will be reviewed by the City Council to determine the priorities for those projects. Next slide, please. The town has also been tracking the COVID impacts and any financial impacts. And you can see the categories here where we're tracking revenues, reserves, debt and long-term liabilities, and the recovery of the overall economy. And there's a few yellows on there which we continue to track. Next slide, please. So the approach for this coming year's budget is it was built very conservatively, and it does provide the resources that are necessary for executing on the City Council's 21-22 goals that were set out. And it does also meet the reserve and the budget policies. So the budget links the 21-22 goal setting and provides for public input at the public meetings that were held. First was a management group departmental goal setting session with City Council in January. Second was a City Council goal setting meeting in February to set the town level goals. And the third step are the budget reviews. So we've had a financial advisory committee review, the budget study session in May, and now this budget review and adoption meeting. Next slide, please. The budget at a glance, $65 million of all funds, $1.5 million increase, 2%. In the general fund, $400,000 increase, 1.3%. Expenditures, $1.7 million, 6% increase. This does mean that we do have a draw on reserves of $700,000. And this is really attributable to one-time projects and capital funding. And this means that it still is within our budget policy. And we show total reserves of $28.2 million. And we do not show the American Rescue Act monies of $2.1 million in the budget. That will most likely be a mid-year budget update once those monies are received and we have the projects slated. And again, it does comply with all the policies. Next slide, please. There was an extensive process to set the policies for 21-22. And I'm not going to go through all of these. I'm just going to maybe pick one or two per slide here. So for community and customer service priorities, one of the areas that we'll be doing is putting in a new agenda management system. And that will help improve the public access to the agendas. We'll also be tracking new legislation and regulatory requirements in a number of areas. Next slide, please. For financial stability, we'll be implementing a new financial system, which is a 2-year project. Next slide, please. In land use planning, we'll commence the housing element in the general plan update, and this will be a major effort, as you heard earlier from some of the speakers. And we will also be looking at town-owned land for future needs for police and fire facilities, as well as developing the housing policy related to state mandated requirements. So that will be a big focus for the year. Next slide, please. For community partnerships, we'll continue to work with FireWise and Central County Fire Department on the Wildland Urban Interface Program. Next slide, please. For regional partnerships, we'll continue building and developing partnerships for the new Highline Water Project. And we'll also continue all of our representation in the various roundtables and committees across the region. And Anne, would you like to add anything to those priorities at this point? I know we kind of went through those pretty quickly.
No, Jan, that you've done an excellent job with an overview.
Okay, thank you. Okay, next slide, please. So the overall budget appropriations are 1.5 million or 2%. And you can see the increases or the dollar change in the third column. And this is the dollar change for each of the funds. For the general fund, the 1.7 million is really growing because of cost of living, PERS, as well as the overall projects that are being funded. The capital project fund is decreasing because there was a large amount of funding in the current year for all the capital repaving projects that will occur over the course of the summer and be completed by the end of the summer. And that's a biennial cycle for street resurfacing. And the other large one in the sewer is really related to capital improvement infrastructure timing, as well as the increase for the San Mateo wastewater treatment plant contribution. Next slide, please. This is a list of some of the budget items that tie to the city council goals. You can see on the left the city council priorities related to some of these items. The total is 2.1 million, and this list is fairly exhaustive. It includes items such as the general plan and housing element process, as well as some of the increases for IT services and repairing some of our fire stations and other infrastructure. Next slide, please. The general fund is the main operating fund of the town, and the revenue is growing 1.3%. Operating expenses are growing 5.6%. You see that the net operating is 2.1 million, which is a positive net operating revenue from operations, showing a healthy, stable general fund. And then you see the capital transfers getting us to a net deficit of 720,000, which will be taken from reserves. Next slide, please. This is the general fund position. The general fund reserve does comply with the policy, which you can see below as a minimum of 30% of operating expenditures to a goal of 50% of operating expenditures. So the city reserves 15.7 million of that 28.2 million for contingencies, such as the items listed here. This is all the major money that the town has for anything that comes our way, as far as contingencies, such as a natural disaster or an infrastructure failure or anything that would be that kind of contingency. The long-term liabilities balance the equation here. As you can see, the pension and OPEB liabilities are about $40 million. Next slide, please. This is the components of the 28.2 million. You can see the contingency per policy, which we just talked about, the 15.7 million, unassigned of 1.5 million. We also have a signed category, which is primarily for future capital in sewer and storm drains. And we have a tree replacement money that was received from PG&E that will be used for tree replacement. And then we also have restricted 115 pension trust. This was monies that the city council put into a restricted trust that will be held and used as the pension contributions continue to increase from CalPERS, and it will help us to manage the budget and offset budget increases in the 5 to 10 year period range. Next slide, please. Moving to the sewer fund. There's the planned 4% increase in sewer rates effective July 1st, 2021. There's a $1.8 million general fund transfer for the storm drain capital program. And we also show the $2.4 million for the San Mateo Clean Water Program. And you'll see that, the net revenue is under expenditures this year, and that's really due to the timing of capital improvements. However, the overall reserve is in line with the rate study. Next slide, please. Turning to the water fund, this budget assumes a 3% increase in water rates effective January of next year. The last increase in water rates was in January of 2018. We do know that we may be heading into a drought, so we'll be monitoring those conditions and watching the revenues very closely to see and make sure that those revenues stay intact. There's no increase to SFPUC wholesale rate this year. And again, the net revenues are under expenditures, and that again is due to primarily to timing of capital improvement cycle. Some years we save, some years we spend due to that cycle. And so again, the total reserve is above the cost of service study reserve level for the year 21-22. Next slide, please. So this is a summary. This is how we'll be managing the 21-22 budget opportunities and risks throughout the year. For the general fund, we'll continue to monitor the stability of revenue and make any adjustments as necessary, making sure that any kind of revenue impacts that continue because of COVID and the economics, we'll keep on top of that. On the water fund, we'll monitor the rates and drought conditions. We'll also develop and fund the Highline Water Project. For the sewer fund, we'll monitor the rates and make sure that we finalize the San Mateo agreement for the treatment plant obligations. And for the debt, we'll continue to review the strategy for the interest rate swap that is tied to LIBOR that's going away. We've had some study sessions on that already. And then on a townwide basis, the general plan and the housing and the land use focus will be a focus for this coming year. We'll also be reviewing and planning for long-term funding needs for facilities and housing. We'll plan the monies for the American Rescue Plan revenues. We'll analyze pension pre-funding opportunities, and we'll implement our CIP master plans and our IT strategic plan. Next slide, please. So with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions that you have. The recommended action tonight is to open the public hearing, receive comments, and close the public hearing and adopt the resolution.
Thank you, Jan. Appreciate it very much. With that, we'll go to the council to see if they have any questions or comments. I would note, similar to the last item that we talked about, this has already been reviewed by council in some detail at a study session, and has also been reviewed in great detail by the Financial Advisory Committee as well before it came to us. So again, this is not the first time we've seen it, obviously. So with that, we'll move to Councilmember Chuang, our Commissioner for Finance. So it's appropriate, Marie, you lead this one.
Thank you, Mayor. I have no further questions. And
Great.
Thank you, Jan, and your staff for excellent work.
Thank you. Councilmember Cole.
Thank you, Jan. I have no further questions.
Councilmember May.
No further questions. And thank you, Jan.
Vice Mayor Krolik.
Same, thank you, Jan, and the finance team, and also the Financial Advisory Committee.
And I would echo those comments. A job well done. I know how long and how detailed our budget process is and the different levels of review. And I again want to commend you on the work that was put in and the results of the budget. So thank you very, very much. So with that, we will then move to public comments. And I will now open the public hearing. So if you have any hands raised, Elisa will recognize you. Lisa, do we have any hands raised?
Yes, Mayor. Ryan Modashemi.
Okay, Ryan, if you could unmute, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Thank you for all the hard work and meticulous evaluation that went into the budget to all parties involved. I had a question regarding hybrid public meetings. I'm curious to know whether there is plan to move some kind of virtual participation in public meetings into the future as we in the future, in a post-pandemic future, essentially. This has been a crucial lifeline for me and countless others to be able to participate in local politics. And I would certainly appreciate to continue having such a forum. I think that a lot of parents, families who might not necessarily have time to sit in a 4-hour meeting, but who find specific agenda items important to their livelihoods would find a lot of use in being able to participate virtually from home and provide comment, which is incredibly important. So along those lines, I would certainly urge that some kind of virtual hybrid option continue to be offered for folks to continue to provide important public comment. This would increase local participation in politics. And I think that's super important. And I'm sure that you all love to hear more public comment as well. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Ryan. I would just note that this is on an agenda item, so the comment should be related to the budget. But, and that would be a topic for the non-agenda category. But if the city manager is okay, or if the legal counsel is okay, we'll respond to that. Christopher, can I respond or not?
Hey, Mayor Royce, definitely you can direct our city managers to answer the question. I know we did have a topic on for later today, which I think is still on, but no, I take it back. It's not on the agenda tonight, but yes, you can definitely direct her to ask to respond to the question.
Okay, Ann, even though this is not on the agenda, could you respond to the hybrid meeting? Because I know we have talked about that and it did come up at our special meeting as well.
Certainly, Mayor. We have met with our AV consultants, and our city clerk has been very active in making arrangements for what is called a room with a Zoom. So we will go back to in-person meetings. We anticipate being in person by September 1st as we make the necessary AV improvements to our council chambers so that we can do a room with a Zoom so that we do have that ability. There is legislation moving forward that will require a room with a Zoom or a bridge format for all public meetings.
Thank you, Ann. So with that, are there any other public comments on the budget matter, on the budget item number 12? Lisa? Any?
No additional raised hands, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. And Ryan, I'm sorry, just to be clear, your answer is more likely than not going to be yes once we see state guidance. Sorry. Okay, with once we have state guidance. Okay, with that, may I have we'll bring it back to the council. May I have a motion to adopt the resolution adopting the fiscal year 2021-2022 operating and capital budget?
So move.
So moved by Councilmember Schwang. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Councilmember Cole. Lisa, could we please take a roll call vote?
Schwang,
Yes.
Cole,
Yes.
May,
Yes.
Krolik,
Yes.
Royce.
Yes, and Jan, again, kudos to you in the finance department. Well done. So with that, it passes. We'll move to item number 13, titled Resolution Adopting the Mitigated Negative Declaration in the Mitigation Monitoring and Reporting Program for the Darrell Water Tanks Replacement Project. And this will be presented by Senior Civil Engineer Natalie Gribbett. So Natalie, if we could unmute you and the floor will be yours.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and council members. So tonight I will be presenting on the mitigated neg deck and MMRP for the Darrell Water Tanks Replacement Project. Slide, please. The Darrell Water Tank site is located between Dale Road and Skyline Boulevard, just north of the Hain Road exit off of Highway 280. And there are 3 existing water tanks on that site. Next slide. The purpose of this project, so first I'm going to go over a little background and then talk about the environmental review process. The purpose of the project, though, is to replace tanks 1 and 2, which are deteriorating. Those are 2 500,000 gallon, or they're each a 500,000 gallon, and they would be replaced with 1 2 million gallon tank, which would in turn increase the storage at the site. Slide, please. So the overall storage would increase from 2 million gallons to 3 million gallons. The new pre-stressed concrete tank would be designed to reduce risk from corrosion failure and susceptibility to earthquake damage. And then looking at the specific goals on the right, I want to highlight a couple. The project would increase fire suppression capability and improve reliability of the town's water system. I think it's important to note here that the Darrell tank can be configured to serve majority of the residents in Hillsborough. And because of the location, it's at a higher elevation than all of our other tanks in town, which means that it can feed homes without having to rely so much on pumps if it's already full. And that's why it's really important to have an adequately sized and tank with seismic capabilities. And then also, of course, the project would also provide safer conditions for the town staff with the new layout and spacing for staff who conduct routine maintenance and such. And the project is currently in design. So tonight's agenda item is not to approve the project itself necessarily, but the environmental document. So we anticipate the project to bring this to award at council later this year in 2021. And the project is anticipated to last 1 to 1.5 years. Slide, please. So this is an aerial of the tank site. The red shows the property lines. We have Skyline Boulevard on the bottom, and Darrell Tank is what would be the top of our screen. The left tank, or the northernmost tank, is an existing tank proposed to remain, and then the blue circles are the 2 500,000 gallon tanks that will be replaced with, slide please, with 1 2 million gallon tank. And you'll notice here that the proposed location of the tank is closer to the Skyline Boulevard property line than it is to the Darrell Road property line. And the reason for that is the existing trees along the shared property lines with the Darrell Road properties. Our goal is to keep as many of those to remain as possible in order to maintain proper screening. The proposed tank height would be approximately the same height as the existing tank, so visual impacts to the adjacent neighbors would be minimal. We're also proposing some additional landscaping as well. Slide, please. So here are a couple examples of what a concrete tank would look like. The 2 left photos of our very own Vista tank, as you may recall, was completed a couple years ago. And then the right photos, just another from another agency. I added it because that's what it looks like when it's just completed. We also may consider painting the tank green, kind of looking at those options to see what's most aesthetically appropriate. Next slide, please. So why we're here tonight. The town, as pursuant to CEQA, the California Environmental Quality Act, developed an initial study and mitigated neg deck to assess and show how the impacts of the project would be mitigated. And so as required by law, the town, as part of the environmental review process, as required by law, the town issued a notice of intent to adopt the mitigated neg deck, and this was released on April 20th. There's a 30-day minimum public comment period for the draft, which was from April 21st through May 21st. And staff received no comments on the draft, so we move forward with the final mitigated neg deck and MMRP on May 27th. And shortly after that, we did also notice staff issued public notices for the public hearing item tonight per the municipal code and received no public comment. Next slide, please. The mitigation measures are going, part of the MMRP will be incorporated into the project plans and specifications. The town of Hillsborough, as the lead agency, is responsible for ensuring that the contractor during construction will implement these measures. And then again, as most importantly, as the ISM&D assessed, the mitigation measures will be implemented, or implementation of the mitigation measures will ensure that the project impacts are less than significant. Next slide, please. And this is just an overall summary of all the measures. I'm not going to go through all of them, but the impact categories are aesthetics, air quality, biological resources, cultural and tribal resources, geology and soils, hazardous materials, hydrology and water quality, land use and planning, noise, transportation, and emergency response. So with those measures, these impacts will make the project less than significant. Slide. And that completes my presentation, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Natalie. Well done. Let me go through the council and see if they have any questions or comments. So Councilmember Schwong.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Natalie, for your report. And I don't have a particular question regarding the mitigation declaration, but rather that I think that given tonight's, as we talk about the drought, as we talk about the water and alternative water solutions and so forth and resources, I think it's more critical for us to make sure that we do have properly function, well-designed water tank in order to preserve the water. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Cole.
Thank you, Natalie. I don't have any additional questions. Thanks for the presentation.
Councilmember May.
Thanks, Natalie. No questions.
Vice Mayor Krolik.
Really well presented, Natalie. Good job, and very great comments.
I only have just one quick typo just on the agenda item, Natalie, on paragraph 2. The third line, we have tanks 1 and 2. I think there's a typo. It says 500 million. We ought to correct that to half.
I think that would be a little more accurate.
Not a problem, but just in case someone reads it later, they're not confused by it.
Yes. Then we'd have plenty of water.
We're planning to bank water.
That'd be nice. But no, I would agree. I really do think that Councilmember Schwong made a great comment about making sure we have sufficient water tanks to add water, and not just for the water shortage potential, but also for fire safety. So strongly support us doing this. The sooner the better, as they say. So thank you.
Yeah. Sorry, if I may interject, I forgot to introduce, and I want to give credit to the design team who is here with us tonight, members from IEC. We have Rob Weber, Lori Trottier, and George Brees here. I apologize for not introducing you in the beginning, but just wanted to let everyone know that they were a tremendous help with this presentation and project thus far.
Well, great. Well, thank you. And I appreciate them being here, and we extend our thanks to all of you as well. So thank you. With that, we'll we'll move from the council comments to public, if there's any public comments. So let's open the public hearing and see if we have any hands raised. So Lisa, do we have any hands raised?
No hands raised at this time, Mayor.
Okay, with that, we will close the public hearing and we'll move it back for a motion to adopt the resolution of adopting the mitigated negative declaration and the mitigation monitoring and reporting program for the Darrell Water Tanks Replacement Project. Do we have a motion to that effect?
So moved.
Councilmember May, do we have a second?
Second.
Councilmember Cole, second. Motion been made and seconded. So Lisa, could you please take a roll call vote?
Schwong?
Yes.
Cole?
Yes.
May?
Yes.
Krolik?
Yes.
Royce?
Yes. Great. And motion has been moved, seconded, and approved. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Natalie, and thank your team, by the way, too. So that will move to the next item on the agenda under new business, item number 14, titled Resolution Appointing Chick Adams and Christopher Doe. And Christopher, I think I pronounced that name right. If not, I apologize. You can correct me in a minute. As members of the Financial Advisory Committee, and this will be presented by Finance Director Jan Cook. So Jan, we'll turn the floor back to you.
Great, thank you. There are 2 vacancies for the Financial Advisory Committee, and the town set out a recruitment process and posted the position. And Finance Commissioner and Council Member Marie Schwang and myself conducted interviews and with the applicants and are recommending for appointment Mr. Chick Adams and Mr. Christopher Doe to the committee. Both are attending the meeting tonight. Mr. Adams has previously served on the FAC prior to serving as a member of the City Council for 13 years. While on the City Council, he served for many years as the liaison to the Financial Advisory Committee and regularly attended its meetings and participated in its review of the town's financial condition. He has lived in Hillsborough with his family since 1987 and has an abiding interest in the financial well-being of the town. Chick's entire professional career has been devoted to the practice of municipal bond law, including the management of a law firm whose practice is solely dedicated to serving as bond counsel and disclosure counsel to cities, counties, school districts, special districts, and other public agencies in the state of California. Because of his prior experience on the City Council and as a member of the Financial Advisory Committee, he is familiar with the financial affairs of the town. Mr. Doe has lived in Hillsborough for 6 years and is passionate about the Hillsborough community. His children attended North School, and he intends to live here for many years to come and wants to help the community in any way possible. He has sat on multiple nonprofit boards and has a finance and management degree from the Wharton School of Business. Christopher's professional careers and investments. His current position is at Wells Fargo Advisors as the first vice president investments senior financial advisor, where he has a wealth management team that encompasses investments, tax planning, and estate planning. The recommended action is to adopt the resolution appointing Chick Adams and Christopher Doe as members of the Financial Advisory Committee.
Thank you, Jan. I appreciate that. And welcome Chick and Christopher to this meeting. I think they're both present. And I tell you, it's a real pleasure to see people like you volunteer your time and your services. Incredible qualifications. But with that, let me see if the council members have any comments or questions. Council Member Schwang.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to echo what the mayor just said, and that is the FAC, the Financial Advisory Committee in our town has always enjoyed a rate of really outstanding candidates in terms of their experience and their dedication. And that tradition will continue with Chick Adams and Christopher Doe to come on board. So welcome and really appreciate their dedication and their interest to serve on the FAC.
Thank you. Councilmember Cole.
I would just echo what Councilmember Schwang just said. I got a chance to get to know Chick Adams briefly during the campaign, and I think it's quite an honor to have such outstanding candidates who are stepping up to help on the Financial Advisory Committee. Thank you so much, Chick and Christopher Doe.
Councilmember May.
Just some brief comments. I know Chick Adams both professionally and through his service to not only the town, but the school district. And I don't think we could ask for much more. Unfortunately, I don't know Christopher at all, I think, but assuming everything goes well tonight, welcome to you both.
And Vice Mayor Krolik.
Christopher, thank you so much for lending your expertise to this invaluable committee. It's such an asset to those of us on the council. And I think many of us can testify that volunteering in this way will help you make you probably already have, but make friendships that will last a lifetime here in Hillsborough. So welcome and thank you. And Chick, I remember well in 2004 when you showed up on my front porch with a whole crate of binders and papers because I had the dubious honor of trying to, I can't say replace you on the council, but I came on when you went off, and those were very big shoes to fill. And I thank you so much for continuing to stay involved and lend your considerable expertise. And I learned even a little more about you, my friend, when I read your resume, which I guess I hadn't seen before. I'm even more impressed if that was possible. So thank you so much. Welcome back. We appreciate it.
And I would only reiterate what's already been said. We are delighted to have the two of you join the FAC. We're delighted that you're volunteering your time and services in your expertise and financial backgrounds. It is a great committee. Having been the commissioner for a number of years prior to Marie, I can attest to the quality of the people that you will be joining, and you two will fit right in, I'm absolutely sure. I will comment looking at your resume. Chick, I thought I was a pretty good student until I looked at your resume here. That is unbelievably impressive.
A long time ago.
And Christopher, I looked at all the nonprofits you've been involved in, and I just want to applaud you for that. It shows a real commitment, and we appreciate that. So thank you very much. With that, we'll see if there's any public comment. So Lisa, are there any hands raised?
No hands raised at this time, Mayor.
Okay, with that, we'll close the public comment and we'll take it to a vote here. Lisa, could you please call the roll?
Oh, Mayor, there's not a motion on the floor.
Oh,
yet,
I'm sorry.
unless I missed it, I apologize.
Councilmember Schwang, did you make a motion? Would you like to make a motion?
Yes, I would like to make a motion to appoint Mr. Chick Adam and Mr. Christopher Doe to the Financial Advisory Committee.
I enthusiastically second.
We have a motion and a second. And Lisa, thanks for keeping me honest here.
Oh, that's okay. Thank you. Okay. I'll call the roll. Schwang?
Yes.
Cole?
Yes.
May?
Yes.
Krolik?
Yes.
Royce?
Definitely, yes. Great. So welcome aboard, gentlemen. And we again appreciate your willingness to serve.
Thank you.
Would either one of you like to say a few words? No.
And,
Chick?
having attended this meeting since 6 o'clock, I'm probably anxious to move on.
I'm right there with you. But I've been on since the beginning, and I don't want to prolong this anymore. So I am
Oh, you're already showing great signs of wisdom. So
Thank you very much.
Thank
Very
you.
much appreciated.
So we'll move on to item number 15 here. Title Resolution Authorizing the Sewer Service Charges Effective July 1, 2021, and will be presented by Assistant Finance Director Rich Santiago. So Rich, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Royce and Council. Tonight, we bring forward the resolution authorizing sewer service charges effective July 1st, 2021. And all the new sewer charges are presented on the attached resolution as well as the staff report. Next slide. And these fees cover any and all of the sewer collection and sewer treatment costs for residential and non-residential accounts. Tonight's resolution will authorize the 4% increase in the annual residential sewer service charge to be $3,685 for fiscal year 21-22. And this would be year one of the 5-year rate series, which was just adopted from the rate study. Upon approval, there will also be a separate resolution that will go before you in July for the county tax assessor's office to have the residential assessments placed on the property tax roll. For non-residential accounts, they're also presented on this report, and their rates are based on the equivalent dwelling unit formula, taking the 3-year average winter water use during the 3 previous fiscal years. So for the commercial or non-residential accounts, the increase or decrease, it varies based on their usage from the previous years. And as stated, all charges are shown on the resolution. The sewer charges were also part of the fiscal year 21-22 proposed budget master fee schedule. We presented that to the FAC as well as council during the budget study session last May. But the sewer charges, again, they need to be adopted on a separate resolution, separate from the master fee schedule. Next slide. So staff recommends that we open the public hearing and receive comments, close the public hearing, and adopt the resolution authorizing sewer service charges for fiscal year 21-22, effective July 1st, 2021. And with that, I'll take any questions you have.
Thank you, Rich. Appreciate it very much. And I again would add, as I've said before, this again was the subject of a special council study session and has been viewed by FAC as well. So we've seen this before, so it's coming before us again for final approval. So with that, we'll move to members of the council for comments or questions they might have. Council Member Schwang.
No.
Council Member Cole.
No.
Council Member May.
No.
Vice Mayor Krolik.
No.
And I have none as well. So with that, we'll open for public comment, public hearing and for public comments. Lisa, could you please see if any hands are raised?
There are no raised hands, Mayor.
Great. We will then close the public hearing and bring it back to the council for vote. May I have a motion to adopt the resolution authorizing the sewer service charges for fiscal year 2021-2022 effective July 1, 2021?
So moved.
So moved by Council Member Cole. And is there a second?
Second.
Schwang. Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Lisa, may I have a roll call vote, please?
Schwang,
Yes.
Cole,
Yes.
May,
Yes.
Krolik,
Yes.
Royce.
Yes. Motion carries. So thank you very much, Rich. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, with that, we'll move to item 16 on the agenda, titled Resolution Approving and Authorizing the City Manager to Execute a Contract with Eaton and Associates for Comprehensive Information Technology IT Managed Services, and will be presented by Senior Management Analyst William Liu. William, the floor is yours. If we can unmute you there. There you are.
Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, council members. Tonight, I'll be presenting for your consideration a resolution approving and authorizing the city manager to execute a contract with Eaton and Associates for comprehensive information technology managed services. And while this would typically be a consent agenda item, we wanted to provide the city council and the public with a high-level overview of the town's information technology environment, since it is a vital part of any organization. And I know it's been a long agenda so far and there's more to go, so I'll try to be comprehensively succinct, as one of my professors would always say. So for this presentation, I'll break it into 3 parts, mainly focusing on the collaboration with South San Francisco IT for the past 18 years and the need for a new provider, and also how the transition will proceed if the contract is awarded tonight, and then a quick glance at some priority projects that are coming up. So joining me tonight are Eaton representatives that are also on the call. If you have any questions directly for them after this presentation, they are Mr. John Eaton, President, and Gabrielle Nelson, who would be our dedicated account manager. And I believe earlier in the call, Tony Barrera, the South San Francisco IT Director, was on the line, but I think he may have signed off. So the City of South San Francisco IT Department has been the town's main IT services provider since 2003. And just a quick snapshot of 2003 would show how the technology landscape can change very quickly. So everything that was the most popular platform or device in that year is now either obsolete or 3rd or 4th tier. And a couple of other examples: the first iPhone wouldn't exist for another 4 years, Google Chrome for another 5, and 2003 was the first year that Amazon actually turned a profit. So just like how quickly the front end software and devices can evolve, hardware, servers, and networks that keep a town running and keep the data flowing have also evolved at a blistering pace. And South City has worked with us to ensure that our IT infrastructure meets the requirements in this data-driven digital age. So to do this, this required a lot of constant network and server monitoring with maintenance and upgrades performed as needed. Also, it involved a slew of cybersecurity enhancements through the years, involving firewalls, virus and spam detection, and data backups, which are now hosted on-premise, off-site, and through the cloud. And data is backed up daily, weekly, monthly, and annually, so we can recover it quickly if anything were to happen to our system. Our IT system is also now supported on broadband fiber optic connections, which is becoming more and more of the standard given just the sheer volume of data being transferred digitally every day. South City has also worked with third-party software vendors to ensure that their programs work in our environment. These include all-encompassing systems like the town's phone and website, and also department-specific programs like SIRE, SCADA, RIMS, eTrackIt, Fund Balance, and many more. And on top of doing all of this, South City has also assisted with daily troubleshooting with desktops and printers and so on. So it's a fast-paced job that requires a lot of substantial technical knowledge and continued education of these technological advancements. So we couldn't be more grateful for the partnership with South City for the past 18 years. However, in early 2020, South City notified us that they would need to dedicate a lot of time to a slew of large upcoming projects in their own city, such as the construction of a new police station. They did offer to continue to provide daily support and system maintenance, but required the town to seek third parties for larger projects, such as some planned cybersecurity and network upgrading and segmentation. So knowing the importance and overall efficiency of having one IT service provider, the town issued a request for proposal in July 2020, seeking qualified vendors for a comprehensive management IT services provider. The RFP did generate significant interest with 23 firms inquiring. From those 23, 10 formally expressed an intent to submit a proposal and sign a non-disclosure agreement so they could be provided with a comprehensive guide of the town's IT setup. From those 10, in total, 7 proposals were received and 3 were chosen for final interviews. And just a note, South San Francisco did submit a proposal, but again, reiterated that would only be able to provide the day-to-day services and maintenance moving forward. Panelists on the RFP review consisted of staff from all departments as well as management partners who we consulted and assisted with the help to draft the RFP. After careful deliberation, the panel selected Eaton and Associates as the most qualified vendor. They are headquartered in Burlingame and have worked with other local government agencies like San Mateo County and the City and County of San Francisco. The town has also utilized them in the past for special projects like the town hall Wi-Fi assessment and a third-party review of the town's infrastructure. So they already have a general understanding of the town's systems. The town has spent this past few months working with the city attorney's office and management partners on the IT services contract, which is included in your agenda packet. It's not that our standard professional services agreement isn't strong and binding, but we simply wanted to enhance it with clauses that are typically included in IT services agreements, such as security management, digital policies and procedures, increased confidentiality. And we used other IT contracts from other cities as examples, like the city of Sunnyvale and the city of Irvines. So an RFP usually doesn't take a whole year to award, but given the importance and the critical nature of how IT is related to town operations, we really wanted to do our due diligence and take our time to select a qualified vendor. So if the contract is approved to move forward tonight, we will fully execute the agreement and begin the transition plan process. So we asked all vendors who submitted a proposal to also submit a brief overview of their transition plan. And this is the graphic that was in Eaton's response. In the initial days, Eaton will focus on a comprehensive audit of the town's IT environment and update the information they already have from previous projects. They will also set up any relevant infrastructure monitors and outline the procedures to submit support tickets. And then once this baseline and support service structure is in place, Eaton will assess the town's IT risk levels and identify priority areas of improvement in collaboration with South San Francisco IT, who will have a priority project list prepared. So there is no exact timetable for this transition to be completed, and it would be more of a progression to when South City and Eaton feel comfortable that every key can be turned over. And I'll just end the presentation with a brief overview of some priority projects coming up and that were identified with South San Francisco. First and foremost, we've already engaged Eaton in a special project to assess our cybersecurity measures and policies, and they will be aiding the town in responding to the county grand jury report on ransomware. South San Francisco has also identified a few security upgrades for consideration. Due to security purposes, I won't go into too much detail on what those recommendations are, but rest assured that the town is consistently monitoring for any attacks. For example, we acted quickly in the past few months to assess impacts of third-party data breaches from software and programs that we use, such as SolarWinds and Verkada. And we also adjust spam filters as necessary when phishing emails unfortunately leak through our spam filters. We will also be reviewing our network and server environment for areas to upgrade and or suited for segmentation, which simply means dividing up our infrastructure, providing an extra layer of security and protection in case one system goes down. The town also has a few large-scale software implementations coming up. The council has already recently awarded the new financial software contract, and some other upcoming ones for consideration would be new permitting software and also document and agenda management software, and that would be brought before the council in the near future. And lastly, as part of the town-wide risk assessment, staff completed an IT assessment matrix that has been presented to the council previously during study sessions. And so we want to iron out some of those ideas and measures listed into a formal disaster recovery plan that can guide us in the event of a disaster or a cybersecurity breach. So that concludes my presentation. Thank you very much. And again, the recommendation would be to adopt the resolution approving and authorizing the city manager to execute a contract with Eaton and Associates for comprehensive IT managed services. I'd be happy to answer any questions, and Mr. Eaton and Ms. Nelson are also on the call as well.
Thank you, William. Very well done. And thank you for walking us through this. This is an important topic and one that we need to understand, particularly around the elements of security. And so we appreciate what you're doing. And you've done a very comprehensive report. So thank you. With that, we'll see if there are questions from the council or comments. Council Member Schwang.
Thank you, Mayor. So I just want to make a comment, and that is, I know that our city has always enjoyed the support from the South City IT, and they had in the past been very responsive. But as William noted, that over the years, we're relying on the technology as much as possible, more and more. And last year with COVID, almost all the electronic communication became much more critical. And we are as strongest as our weakest link. And so I do appreciate the attention staff put in terms of procuring this contract and then move forward with the plans to heighten our securities and facilitate all these programs that softwares that requires constant update and security. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Marie. Council Member Cole.
I don't have any questions, and just want to thank you, William, for just an outstanding presentation and over the past few weeks, you've been extremely responsive promptly to all those fishing efforts that have been going around. Much appreciated. Particularly happy to see the strong, aggressive move towards getting better cybersecurity software. Thank you.
Councilmember May.
Thank you, Al. William, thank you for a great job done here, but not to minimize what you've done. I wanted to thank the city manager. When we interviewed you 2.5 years ago, I've lost track of time because it was the last year's. I don't know how to add that on to your tenure here, but one of my off-script questions during the interview process with you is to let you know that I really thought our technology systems needed upgrading, and for you to, working with staff and William, to have come through and accomplish it in such a robust way in such difficult times really makes me appreciate what you're doing for the town and how we can go forward together with this great, hopefully great new technology support system. So thank you, Ann.
Vice Mayor Krolik. Christine, are you there?
You're on mute.
Thank you. Thank you. Welcome, John and Gabrielle, and thank you, William.
Okay. And I would only echo comments made. I'm sorry, did you have a comment, Christine?
Nope, that was it. Thank you.
I appreciate very much the time and effort put on this. It's critical. And William, I really want to applaud the job you've done, particularly with some of the hacking challenges that we've had the last couple of months with people trying to invade our system. I appreciate very much your diligence around that and protecting us. And I also want to echo the comments that Larry made with respect to the attention given to this and the success we've had. It's been an area that's been a concern. I remember when Larry was mayor and we had a council of cities hosted by Hillsborough, our topic was cybersecurity. And so it's been on our mind for a long time, and you've given us a comfort level here that I appreciate. So thank you. With that, may I have a motion? Excuse me, I have to go to public comment. So we'll now open public comment. Do we have any hands raised?
No raised hands, Mayor.
Okay, with that, we'll close public comment and we'll entertain a motion to adopt the resolution appointing and approving the city manager to execute the contract with Eaton and Associates for comprehensive IT managed services.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Councilmember May and seconded by Councilmember Schwong.
Yes.
Right. Okay, and Lisa, may I have a roll call vote, please?
Schwong,
Yes.
Cole,
Yes.
May,
Yes.
Krolik,
Yes.
Royce.
Yes. Okay, motion's carried. So thank you very much. And I'd like to also thank the Eaton representatives for being on the call. I know it's been a long call, so thank you very much. With that, we'll move into items of discussion. We have 3 items tonight, all very important to us. The first one is an update on the housing element, and then we'll move into the urban water management plan, and then we'll have a discussion on what's called Senate Bill 1383, which is food serviceware. So we'll start it off with item number 17 titled 2023-2031 Housing Element Update Proposed Work Plan. And this will be presented by Building and Planning Director, Sarah Fleming. So Sarah, if you could unmute, and the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good evening, council members and the Hillsborough community. As the mayor has indicated, my name is Sarah Fleming. I'm the director of the Building Planning Department here with the town, and I am going to provide an overview of where we're at with our housing element update so far and ask for some feedback from council on the proposed process moving forward. Next slide. So just quickly, an overview of what I'm going to talk about this evening. I know your council has heard on a number of occasions kind of an overview of the general plan and housing element and what RHNA is. I would, though, for the edification of the community who may be joining us for the first time as a part of this conversation, to just provide a brief overview of that once again. We do have information on the RHNA appeals process that I want to present to you, give you a quick update on the status of where we're at, and then talk to you about the 16-month work plan moving forward. Next slide. So what is a general plan? For those of you who are unfamiliar, really it is the visioning and policy document for a community. It's a long-term visioning document. They usually run approximately 15 years, plus or minus a few years, depending on the community. And they are required by state law. And an important thing to note is that any land use approval and decision must be consistent with the plan. So really the plan provides the policies and the values of a community, and the tools such as a zoning ordinance, a subdivision ordinance, a specific plan, design guidelines, etc., are what implement that general plan. So you'll hear the term elements. That really is the chapters of the general plan. And we are currently working with a 2005 general plan that has all the standard elements that at that time were required by the state. That includes housing, which we'll talk in more depth about this evening, land use, circulation, open space and conservation, public safety, and noise. Next slide. So then you might ask, what is a housing element? Well, really, this is the portion of the general plan that outlines our strategy to achieve housing goals over the next 10 years. The element has to be updated every 8 years, unlike the broader general plan that does not have a timeline that it has to be updated within. And the state really does focus closely on it. And as you heard earlier this evening, and as I'll elaborate on a little bit more in a moment, the state does focus, does have the enforcement powers to ensure jurisdiction compliance. Next slide. Okay, and then you may have heard the term RHNA. What is it? It is the Regional Housing Need Allocation. And really what this is it's the state does some population projections based on a number of things: demographics, anticipated job population growth, population to jobs to home ratio. And they project, using that data, the number of housing units that must be planned for in the various regions in the state by income level. That's called the Regional Housing Needs Determination. They then take that lump number and send it to the local coalition of governments, or COG. For the Bay Area, the 9-county Bay Area, that is ABAG, the Association of Bay Area Governments. And that organization then creates a methodology by which to disseminate the RHNA numbers. Next slide. So our RHNA 6 allocation, you can see here, it's the income levels are broken out by area median income, or AMI. For the San Mateo County, for a family of 4, the AMI is $174,000 a year. And you can see here we have a total of 554 units broken out in the various income levels. Next slide. So unlike previous cycles, there are some very specific and additional considerations that we need to take into account when making our plan for how to approach this cycle's update. The first and most, I think, really salient one is an increase in the regional allocation. So the RHNA 5 cycle, and I think I have misspoke at a couple of meetings. I think I've usually stated that it was somewhere around 130 or 150,000. I confirmed that number, and actually in RHNA 5, so that's the cycle we're in now, the region received a total of almost 188,000 units that were then distributed among the jurisdictions in the 9-county area. Well, the RHNA 6 number is 441,000 units and some change. So that delta is approximately 253,000 units, which is a 135% increase. That increase is not distributed equally among the jurisdictions. The methodology that was created by ABAG weighed a bunch of different factors, including proximity to schools, to job centers, transportation, and quality schools, a big one. And so that's part of why all of those factors are actually greatly contribute to the number that we received. So that's the big one. The other ones are this next cycle, the state is becoming increasingly strict in terms of what you can and can't count. They have really indicated that they're going to limit jurisdiction's ability to reuse sites from RENA 5 that have not been developed in the last cycle. And if we do want to use those, we need to really come forward with some pretty strong arguments and rationale explaining why we think things will be different this time around. They're also going to impose stricter ADU requirements. They approved a methodology in the last cycle that allowed us to essentially count ADUs, break them into quarters. So we were able to 25% of our ADUs, we could pop into the various income categories in order to count them in their totality. They've indicated they're not necessarily going to be that lenient, and we are in the process right now working with 21 Elements and the firm of Baird and Driscoll to conduct a study to analyze for the region what the rental rates are for ADUs, so that as a county, we can come up with a methodology that we can use to hopefully be able to get HCD to allow us to reasonably utilize the ADU numbers and put them in the categories that they feel are appropriate. The next one is some additional fair housing requirements. So in 2018, the legislature adopted a bill that requires in the housing element that jurisdictions must affirmatively further fair housing, and you'll see that as AFFH. And what that does is it requires jurisdictions to demonstrate that we are actively working to both dismantle the legacy of segregation and create equal housing opportunities. I think a lot of jurisdictions are a little confused on exactly what the expectation is in terms of the housing element. And ABAG and HCD has some trainings coming up in the next couple of weeks that I will be at, and I'll be able to provide some more insight on that as we move through that. But so that's an additional requirement. And then another big one is a couple of bills, I think it was in 2019, that now require that the safety element must also be updated on the same timeline as the housing element. And what that means is that we need to go in and update our climate, vulnerability and adaptation, fire, flooding, and evacuation sections of that chapter to reflect what we're saying in the housing element, and how we're going to address the safety issues related to the increase in housing. And the jurisdictions in the state's responsibility area and very high fire hazard severity zones have some additional wildfire requirements. Next slide. So what response is needed to address the additional considerations? So obviously this is a much more substantial project than RENA 5 or any of the previous RENA cycles would have been. And so first, we're going to need to update multiple elements as opposed to just updating the housing element as has been done in previous cycles. The changes to the housing element are going to trigger the need to update our land use element because they're very closely tied. And the state also now is requiring the update to the safety element. We're very likely going to need to update our implementing tools. How we do that will come about through conversations with the community in our community outreach strategy, which I will discuss shortly. But really, it's very likely that we're going to have to update our zoning and subdivision ordinances, as well as our residential design guidelines, which is not something that we've had to do in the past when we've done RENA updates, because typically we've been able to demonstrate that we can accommodate that within the existing land use policy that we have. Realistically, we're probably not going to be able to do that. More change means more need to increase outreach. And I have an outreach plan that we'll walk through here momentarily, but we're really going to need additional community conversations. And more change obviously means more work, and so more need for outside resources. So staff is proposing that we bring on a planning consultant to assist with some of this work, as well as an environmental consultant to help us with the CEQA process. And then initially, we had planned to do both the general plan update, the broader document, as well as the housing element on the same time frame. We are due for a general plan update. However, we now have more work related to the housing element update, but the state has not extended the timeline by which we are expected to certify and have this work done. So what we've decided that we would like to do is we really want to focus, we want to break it into essentially 2 phases. First phase would really be to focus on the time sensitive components, the housing element itself, and then the related kind of ripple effect that has come from the substantial increase in number. And that will be phase 1. Once that's to the state and certified, then we can move into phase 2 of the general plan update, which would be the balance of the remaining elements, updating the language in there. Next slide. Okay, so in a recent meeting, a community member had wanted more information on the consequences for non-compliance. So we spoke about this a little bit earlier with the RENE group, and one of the big ones is a restriction on land use authority. So the first bullet doesn't necessarily impact us as much as other jurisdictions, but it is a tool that they have. Essentially, the state can suspend the jurisdiction's authority to issue really any land use approvals that are non-residential, and disallow the ability to grant any zoning changes, variants, map approvals, anything like that. Secondly, they can, through the legal process that our PBC outlined earlier, they can mandate approval of residential housing projects, and they can mandate the moving from a 8-year cycle to a 4-year cycle. And with an 8-year cycle, we're, staff in the town are already having the conversations with the community, 5 years, 6 years in advance to reach that 8-year goal. So a 4-year housing cycle would really be a challenge in terms of you'd constantly be in the hamster wheel of doing an update. And then finally, probably the most extreme case would be that the jurisdiction could go into receivership, and essentially the state could take control of all of the land use reins and come in and kind of run the show until there is a certified housing element completed. Monetary impacts, which we talked about earlier, fines can range between $10,000 and $600,000 a month. And there could be a freeze on state grant funds. SB1 and SB2 grants, both of which we have. SB1, as we heard earlier with one of Paul's items, are tied a lot to our roadway and our CIP funds. And SB2 is the funds that are helping us pay for the housing element update. Next slide. So the appeals process is open. And so I think the question before the council, one of the questions tonight, is to appeal or not to appeal. So state law really clearly outlines for what reason an appeal can be granted or requested. The first would be that ABAG failed to adequately consider information submitted as a part of our survey. That survey was filled out by the town January of 2020. It might have been February, but early 2020. I did put that in the packet for you so you could see what our responses were to that survey. The second one is ABAG did not determine the allocation in accord with the methodology that they adopted, or that a significant and unforeseen change in circumstances occurred in the jurisdiction. And HCD has been very clear that in no instance will the COVID-19 pandemic qualify as a unforeseen change because every jurisdiction in the state has dealt with that same issue and is dealing with that same issue. So a couple of things. Any jurisdiction can appeal another jurisdiction's RENA, and HCD can also appeal any jurisdiction's RENA. On top of that, if the appeal of a jurisdiction's RENA allocation is successful, ABAG then has to redistribute the units to other jurisdictions in the region. And the reason I raised that is because from staff's perspective, it would seem like it would be a political minefield potentially to submit an appeal, because you almost put a target on your back because as we actually saw in Southern California, we had 4 jurisdictions appeal one jurisdiction's RENA. And in Southern California, so they're a year ahead of us. So we've had an opportunity to see a few lessons learned through them. They had 52 appeals. Only 2 were partially upheld and for clerical errors. So it's very hard to be successful in an appeal, and it appears that it could put a political target or a target on the back of the town. So from a staff perspective, I would not recommend it. However, it is the council's prerogative to discuss and deliberate and determine if that's something that you would like to have us approach. Next slide. So with that, I want to give you all the information so that you can make the best decision possible. So I wanted to let you know what the appeals timeline looks like. So the period opened a couple weeks ago. It's a 45-day period to apply. And the deadline would be July 9th. It has to be done online using their online form. And anybody who signed up through the system will automatically get a notification as appeals come in. So it's very much real time. And then comments can come in. So after July 9th through to the end of August, ABAG will take comments on the appeals. And then really the balance of the end of the year is about the public hearings related to the appeals. And so as an example, in Southern California, they had, I think, 10 public hearings over 2 months in order to go through all the 52 appeals that they received. Last RENA cycle here, I was looking at it just before this meeting, and I believe there were 4 or 5 jurisdictions that appealed, and I believe 1 was partially upheld, but I could get that information for you in the future. Okay, next slide. So given all of that, where do we go from here? So I think really what we need to be focusing on is how can we develop a community-driven plan that accommodates the RENA number in a way that reflects the character of Hillsborough and really maintains local control. Because part of this is if we are late in submitting our RENA, or we don't have all of our ducks in a row in terms of our implementing tools like our zoning ordinance update, the state then requires that certain minimum densities must be met. And for our area, I think we spoke about this in one of the last meetings, if we don't meet that timeline, then we would be required to upzone to no less than 20 dwelling units an acre. So it's really, really critical that we meet the timeline and we get our elements certified. Next slide. Okay, so this is just a quick graphic to kind of show you where we're at. As I mentioned before, this is a multi-year project. The stuff 2019 through late 2020 was really quite administrative, kind of behind the scenes preparing for this process. So ABAG formed their Housing Methodology Committee, who met through the end of 2020 and created the methodology by which the numbers were allocated. We applied for some grant funding, which we received. We entered into a cooperative agreement with the county for Baird and Driscoll to assist with some of the technical studies that will need to be done as a part of this process. And the draft methodology earlier this year was approved by ABAG. We're now in the process where we have enough information and enough tools and enough background where we're ready to talk to the community and say, hey, here's what we know, here's where it is. Let's talk about how to get where we need to go. And so really that community outreach process is started in March and will continue through to the end of 2022. And through that iterative process, we'll get information that will inform the draft update, draft policies that we then take back to the community to get their final feedback on before we bring anything to council in late 2022. Next slide. So a couple of things I'm going to go through in a moment, kind of the work plan and then the timeline, but I did want to, before we talk about that, because I referenced these things in there, recommend that we form a couple of committees. So the first one would be a general plan advisory committee. It's also known as a GPAC. And typically they make up about 10 to 15 members. Anything more than that, it gets a little difficult to manage. And it's really important for it to reflect the diversity of the community. And really their role, and I'll talk about this in greater detail. I have a slide just on the GPAC and how it's pulled together and what it does. But really their goal is to meet monthly throughout the entire process and really become content experts on each of the different elements and assist with the policy development in response to what they're hearing from the community and what the laws are. So really they're kind of a advisor to the Director of Building and Planning and assisting to develop those policies. Second would be a technical advisory committee. This is an internal staff committee of content experts in the respective disciplines. So what I would do is I would ask each of our department heads to either be the representative or appoint a representative from their team who has decision-making authority to assist with, as policies are developed, really assist with making sure that they make sense for each of the respective disciplines. I cannot do Paul's job. Paul could probably not do Chief Barron's job, right? So it's really important for us to make sure that this is a townwide document. It does live with planning in the planning department, and we do maintain it, but it really is a tool that serves the entire town. Next slide. Okay, so just quickly, I have an overview here of some key community outreach components. I'm going to tell you what they are, and then I'll show you in the timeline when each of these will plug in. So first, our visioning workshops. Really, these are super big picture, conceptual, where we pull the community together and we say, here's what we've got to do. Pretend as if you have no constraints. How will we address this issue? Imagine any building can move, anything, they're very, very big picture and conceptual. This is really where we start to see some of the thoughts of how community members might approach achieving what we need to achieve. I suggest we do 2 or 3 of these, especially because we're in a transition period where we're kind of still on Zoom, but pretty soon we're going to be back in person. People will be adjusting, we'll be adjusting. So I think it's important and probably have one on the weekend, an evening one, a daytime one, maybe one for the school district specifically. You know, this is kind of we'll figure out the details of the how, but we definitely need to have those. I definitely would recommend that we do stakeholder interviews with both stakeholders within the town as well as stakeholders outside of the community. So the county, Home for All, HIP Housing, those who are in this world day to day, this housing world day to day. I mentioned the General Plan Advisory Committee establishment. I would recommend that we do that after the visioning workshops. In your staff report, it was a little different. The timeline, I had a little more time to think about it after the staff report went out and refine it a bit. So I'll talk about that in the timeline section. But I think it would make sense for the visioning workshops to recruit some of the GPAC members through that. And then once we've had a chance to do the visioning workshop, have the GPAC meetings, go back and forth, we want to come back to the community and have some open houses just to review the high level concepts. Here's what we heard. Here's what from you in the visioning workshops. Here's what the GPAC has been looking at. Here are some concepts that we're putting together. Give us your feedback. Again, I think 2 to 3 of those meetings will be very, very important. Just to do it at different times and reach different sectors so we can reach as many people as possible. And then we will have take that back, do some more refinement, and then really come up with some solid draft policies and draft zoning language and a draft land use map for the community to provide feedback on. Once we've done that, we'll refine it even more, and then we would come back to council to present. Also throughout the process, we will have touch points with council. I'm estimating in the 16 months, we will probably be back. We will probably be before you 2 or 3 times, probably more likely 3, just to check in, let you know what we've heard, see if you have any comments, see if we're going down the right path, see if there's anywhere we need to pivot, just to make sure that we are all in accord when it comes to the final adoption. And of course, throughout the process, website updates, newsletter articles, e-announcement updates, all the things that we just want to reach as many people as we can. Next slide. So I won't go through this. It's very text heavy, but it is in the staff report. And for the members of the community who maybe have not read the staff report, I wanted to at least have this here. I just wanted to kind of identify the key tasks that are going to need to be done, and then kind of a high level view of who would be doing those tasks. And so the key tasks are going to be the day-to-day project management. Initially, this was going to be our planning manager, Liz Reese. As you know, she will be taking her leave from us at the end of the year. And so I am going to go ahead and take it on until such time as, we maybe have a consultant on board who can take more of the lead. But I think it's really important for the community to have a consistent face and to have somebody who they know knows the community be in this role. So I'm going to take on those duties. The technical analyses that need to be done, these are the needs assessments, constraints analysis, existing conditions report, all that. That's being done by Baird and Driscoll through that contract with the county. And then we have other things such as general community outreach, meeting facilitation, draft housing element, draft of the land use and safety elements, draft the implementing policy documents in the CEQA analysis. And a lot of this will be done with consultants as the lead, with staff as support, but staff will always be very, very involved in the process and in the community consultation. Next slide. And we can come back to this later if you have questions. Okay, so this is really the meat of this. This is general and it's subject to change. It is a moving target, but it's really important with a project like this, I think, to really map out key benchmarks and make sure that we know at least that we are, what are the critical path items to get us to where we need to be by the deadline. And so, again, as I said, this is slightly different than what's in the staff report, and it's subject to change. You know, as you go through projects like this, sometimes you have to recalibrate and pivot. Things come up that for this whole year, we've learned that, right? So things come up, changes happen, and you have to just be nimble and able to pivot, but it's really important to at least have a roadmap and a game plan. So, excuse me, let me take a drink of water. So, first thing out of the gate, once we get feedback from your council on this general proposal, I want to get a RFP out to some consulting firms right away. We did send one out earlier this year. We had pretty lackluster response. ABAG has since put together a consultant bench that had some people on it that we had not sent our RFP to. So I would like to go ahead and get that out, but I want to include this information in it. So I wanted to make sure you guys had a chance to see it before we release that and make any comments or tweaks to it that you feel are necessary to make sure that we're telling the consultant the right thing, what we need. We'll also establish our TAC this summer, and then I'd like to be back before council late summer, early fall with a couple of consultant contracts. And then once we have those on board, I want to start those visioning workshops right away, September, October. And after we've done that, really recruit for the GPAC members and set a standing meeting calendar, which I'll talk about a little more in a moment. Then really October through April will be a series of GPAC meetings to really introduce people to the process and then go through each of the elements and educate the GPAC on what they are and where we are with them and get their feedback on them and have some initial policy discussions. And so that will be the bulk of the winter into the spring of next year. First quarter, I would like to come back to council with an informational update. And then quarter 2 and quarter 3 would really be that back and forth iterative conversation with the community of here's what we heard, here's a concept, what do you think? Okay, we'll tweak this, we'll come back. Here's what we heard, it's a little more firmed up. Great, let's get some feedback, let's refine it further. Here's the final draft. We're going to take this to council and here's when we're going to do it. So really that's the end of next year. It is a little vague just because that's a little far out, although it'll be here before we know it. But that's the general timeline. And again, we have to have our housing elements certified by January 2023 by HCD. They have indicated that they need a few months to do that. And so they are expecting housing elements to them by October, November of 2022. So next slide. Okay, so we're nearing the end here. I know this has been a lot of content. Thank you for sticking with me. General Plan Advisory Committee. Really the purpose of this committee is to be an advisor to the Director of Building and Planning. I strongly suggest that this be an ad hoc committee, and the primary reason for that is twofold. Number one, it will be temporary in nature. We will expect them to be with us through the entire general plan update process, which will be a multi-year process. However, it's not a standing committee. Secondly, with the public noticing requirements, there's no way that we would be able to reach the goalpost with all the outreach that we want to do if it were a Brown Act committee. That said, I think it's critically important, a couple of things. Number one, I think that as soon as that GPAC is formed, we need to set a standing meeting calendar by which both the GPAC commits to and the community has some certainty on when the meetings happen, same time, same location, same date each month. There's regularity and certainty so that people who want to plug into the process, that process, or know exactly when those are going to happen. Also, at the end of those meetings, I think it's very important, while the community doesn't necessarily deliberate or participate in the deliberations of the committee, they should have opportunity to comment on what they've heard during that at the end of the meeting. And so in previous jurisdictions that I've worked in, we've set aside 15 plus minutes at the end, depending on how many people want to speak, to collect that comment. Again, composition, I suggest 10 to 15 members representing the full spectrum of the community. I would also highly suggest, and this is from experience in other jurisdictions doing this, that no members that serve on this committee currently serve on council or any other town boards or commissions. And the reason for that is not that input isn't valuable, but from my experience, people sometimes, as inadvertent as it might be, will defer to people in positions of power. And people who sit in those seats, in your seats and board seats, are people of positions of power in the community, and they're very well respected, and as they should be. And that can unintentionally have an undue influence on the deliberation, on the process. And so I would recommend that that's not the case, and that we would come back with regular check-ins to council to keep you guys apprised of what's going on. I definitely think the ADRB commissioner or the department commissioner should attend, but again, not participate. And then finally, meetings, they will be monthly. We will be asking for a solid commitment through the end of 2023 and potentially into early 2024. I'm not very certain about once we get the housing element update, we might need a few extra months to get the general plan update firmed up. And it's a commitment. I would expect them to be 2 to 3 hours in duration. And again, at the end, open to the public with time for comment. Next slide. So with that, I know that's a lot of content, but this, especially late, but I think it's really important, and I want to make sure that I have the council support as we move forward on this, and that you kind of know how we're going, where we're going with this important subject. So I would love to hear your discussion on the approach, your preferred approach to the appeals process, the proposal of the formation and the makeup of the GPAC, on what I proposed for a community outreach strategy and a general timeline. And this isn't anything you need to make a motion on, but I would like to kind of hear some feedback and see if I'm on the right path here. And then if you have any other questions or other topics that you want to discuss, go for it, related to the housing element.
Thank you, Sarah. A very comprehensive report. There's an awful lot there, and a lot of different components to it. I think what you're asking for is some general direction on your general plan with some more specific input on the 4 items you have listed there. So let's take it to the council and see if they have any immediate reaction. If you don't mind, I think I'd like to start with the ADRB commissioner and Vice Mayor Krolik, who's also the ADRB commissioner, and see what her thoughts are on this and any comments she might have. So Christine, would you mind if we started with you?
Not at all. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Sarah. Really great presentation with a lot of content in a short amount of time. Sarah and I, with the city manager and Liz, we've had a chance to talk through this. So I do support the recommendation not to appeal the RHNA numbers. I don't think it would get us anywhere, and I do agree that we would earn the enmity of our neighboring municipalities, since whatever relief one municipality gets has to be spread out with their fellow municipalities. So I agree on that. The GPAC proposal, it makes sense to me. Sarah actually tweaked the timeline on it a little bit and I thought that was useful, Sarah, to start the visioning meetings and perhaps see if some GPAC candidates might come out of that process. And it seems like a good process to have a group of citizens who are able to talk about these issues. And obviously it would be good to try and put together a group of people with varying experiences and different viewpoints. And I do agree that they should be able to talk without a council member. I mean, listen, but not speak. The outreach strategy proposal sounds really well thought out, and I think the timeline looks good. I do agree, Sarah, that that we should try and get a consultant as soon as possible now that ABAG has put out that list. Sarah and I talked about this the other day, and there's a lot of competition for these consultants. So those are my thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you, Christine. Councilmember Schwang, do you have some thoughts or comments? You're the prior ADRB commissioner, so you're familiar with this as well.
Yes, thank you, Sarah, for your very thoughtful and detailed presentation, lots of context, content. I appreciate what Vice Mayor have just mentioned. I think that I agree with the fact that we probably should not appeal for one, that we have looked at the results that is taking place in Southern California, and the result hasn't been very favorable for those cities that appeal. It seems like that there is such a strong push to move forward with the assigned RENA numbers. That being said, I think that, you know, and the other thing is also about not collectively, our county has the RENA numbers that if we appeal and we're successful, those numbers have to be attributed to our neighboring cities. So I think the intent is to try to have our county collectively shoulder the responsibility and share those configuration. And I would appreciate that we put our efforts on what are the best strategy and approach as to what it looks like. So I do agree with the timeline. I appreciate the details and the thoughts put into in terms of trying to make it work. I would assume, and it sounded like Sarah is mentioning, that you will bring back and check in with the council, and it is a work plan. Therefore, if once you start implemented the meetings, you will be able to advise accordingly so that it will be making sense. So those are just my comments.
Right, thank you. Councilmember Cole?
Yes, thank you, Sarah. Very detailed, lots of information. I agree that an appeal process right now does not seem to be the best use of our resources and time. I think some of the advice we got earlier as to how we can galvanize the effort of the community to talk to Sacramento is perhaps more useful in terms of trying to get modifications going forward, or at least some changes in the timeline. Regarding the GPAC proposal, which I think is a wonderful idea, however, I'm not clear as to how you will recruit the residents. I saw the letter that was drafted. I was not convinced that that was necessarily the stakeholders. You mentioned employees, renters, and I agree with diversity across the board as much as possible in terms of age, et cetera. But it seems to me like our true stakeholders in this town are homeowners, which is about 90% of the town's population. So the GPAC committee, in terms of how are we going to recruit for that, I wasn't clear. It just seemed rather arbitrary. I didn't feel like I had enough information in reading that and in listening to your suggestion. I think that'll be really critical, especially if it's going to be a committee of about 10 to 15 individuals who are having this discussion, and the community will be able to ask questions, but not necessarily participate in the discussion. I think this is such a fundamental issue to every resident in this town. I just feel like we need to think of a perhaps more robust way to have more conversations amongst the homeowners in the town. We're talking about changing zoning laws, potentially land use. And I feel like the letter should also reflect those comments. Specifically, it should be more accurate and transparent. Using words like housing element may not convey the full impact of the conversation that we are asking our residents to engage in. So I would like to see more accurate and specific language of zoning and land use, things that are just much more specific about what we're trying to accomplish. So I do have some concerns as to how we draft that committee and who is in it and how they engage the rest of the community. I think to just have the opportunity just to ask questions at the end without engaging in a back and forth would, I don't think would be adequate. That's my thoughts as I read through this. And also, I do like the timeline. I think it's pretty aggressive and pretty ambitious. I like the visionary outlooks where you can get different perspectives and have people give you ideas as to what are some ways we can meet our RHNA numbers and still try to maintain the character of the town. So those are my thoughts at this point. I realize there's time pressure and hopefully we can get Sacramento to reconsider sort of this timeline to some degree. But thanks for all the work you're doing on this. Much appreciated.
Thank you, Sophie. Councilmember May.
Thanks, Al. I speak not only as a former ADRB commissioner, but I believe I was the last chair of the last GPAC in 2005. And I believe that that process that you're suggesting is the correct one. And I need to emphasize how important that GPAC was back in 2005. We were facing many changes there as well. I'm trying to remember, the steering committee, which we called ourselves then, did have a council member on it, 2 council members on it. But I think your desire to not have them on, I think, works well. So I agree with not only your GPAC proposal, but in general, how you want to go through this entire process with the housing element, RHNA, and the general plan. And I too concur that I think the appeal process is a no-win process. And as much as I'd like to be able to say we tried, having sat on housing committees on a countywide basis during my first term on the council, despite us meeting our requirements, we were never taken seriously as to what we were doing. And I think if we were to appeal, it would eliminate any credibility we had in the county in terms of contributing to the resolution of a regional problem. So I agree. Good work and good luck with all that's facing you.
Hopefully I still have a job after this.
I just have a couple of comments. First of all, I agree with everybody else on the appeals. That seems to me to be a wasted effort and a non-productive effort. So I would not appeal anything. My 3 concerns, actually 4 concerns. One is, I think there's an urgency that mentioned before, but let me reiterate it, urgency to identify consultants early on. They will be in high demand and I'd be worried about us not getting someone. And if we don't, that would really put us in a pickle. So to me, that is item number 1 is identifying who we want and getting them lined up. My second comment would be on the timeline. I know it's aggressive, but from experience, I would build in some cushion and make sure I had sufficient cushion because things get pushed and there will be a lot of changes as we move through this. So make sure we have the flexibility to give us some time to be deliberative as we go through it. Third, and this probably is the biggest element, is the community engagement. To me, the GPAC is one aspect of that. And I think it's critical who is on that selection committee. And so while the council may not be on it, I would urge you to reach out through our ADRB commissioner to make sure we have the right consistency on that committee to provide the right kind of feedback with respect to what the community may be seeing and thinking and feeling. That to me is going to be critical. And along with that, I would add to your plan, and it's in there, I would just reemphasize the communication aspect of it. I think it's critical that we over communicate and the town knows exactly what we're doing and what we're doing and why we're doing. And so I would really focus on that aspect of your proposal. And so those would be my three biggest areas of comment on what you're doing. I applaud the detail and I applaud the thought that's gone into it. It's very well thought out and very organized and actionable. So I really think that that's the right approach and right way to go. As a side note, and I know this is happening, but the advocacy and the legislative intent, I really think that has to be run simultaneously. I am worried about the fire danger of increased density, and as part of our plan, how we deal with that issue. And whether that's advocacy through Sacramento or whether it's something we need to take on as part of our general considerations, that should be there. The last thing anybody wants is to build without having given adequate thought for access, egress and ingress and parking, that what Sophia mentioned earlier and all the rest of that. So that should be built into the housing plan, I guess, as part of it. So those would be my comments, but from a general directional perspective, sir, I think you're right on. I mean, it to me is laid out. I would expect you would communicate through the commissioner and get some feedback on when we come to the council. Again, I don't think the council wants to be surprised and we want to be in front of this, and you've done a very good job of that. So I would urge you to continue that. So those are my thoughts. Again, there's no motion being taken. We're just trying to provide direction. Do you have any feedback on what you've heard?
Well, to your point about well, thank you, first of all, for everyone for your thoughtful comments. I'm glad to hear that it looks like we're on a good path. In terms of building in a cushion, I hear you, and I wish the state gave us more time because they've given us a lot more duties. And yes, it is very, very aggressive, and it will be very important for us to get somebody on board yesterday. And so my first point of order or action after getting my PowerPoint done for Thursday's council meeting is to get the RFP out for the consultant. And like I said, I did do one in March that did not, wasn't as well responded to as I had hoped. So I have a really good skeleton. I just need to pop this information into it. So I should be able to get that out this week. Yeah, we've got to have that yesterday. And yes, I absolutely hear you too, in terms of working with Vice Mayor Krolik, who is the Commissioner of Charter Department, on touch points. I would also potentially suggest I could do some memos, update memos through the city manager to council as well, because sometimes it can be, especially with the compressed timeline that we have, a little challenging with the lead time to get to an actual council meeting. But definitely we can talk through what the strategies would be to continue to communicate with council very regularly, because I don't want you to be surprised either, because then that means I will be surprised that you guys want something different than what I'm producing. I don't want that situation either. So with that, I feel like I have some really good direction, and I just again want to thank you guys for your feedback. And here we go.
Through the mayor.
Okay, before we, I'm sorry, Councilmember Schwang.
Yes, through the mayor. Actually, it's not about Sarah's presentation, but I do have a question for the city manager. Regarding the housing, one of the question is that while we are doing our parts, as Sarah has outlined, the timeline and the structures, there's also the aspect of in terms of addressing the concerns that we have effectively to the legislators in Sacramento. And so I was just curious as to on that end, in addition to that, our city is writing our own letters on the various bills that we're concerned about. that we may want to also work with other cities if they have the similar concerns, because I think that collectively we speak in volume. And I think that that would be much more powerful than individual cities speaking about that. So just want to make sure, and maybe Anne's already done it, to connect with the other city managers in our county and others, the size of our cities, to see what they have addressed on the various bills that is of concern.
Anne, would you mind responding to that? I know that's already been done and is being done, but would you care to comment more specifically?
So we have partnered with similar cities that have similar issues, wildfire, primarily residential, and are working with our legislative advocates who presented tonight to look at different avenues of legislative relief for those of us who have similar issues. And then countywide, the city managers are meeting in regards to the water RENA issue, and actually we're meeting tomorrow at noon. So to look at our avenues at working that angle, which is how can you ask us to put more housing in each of our jurisdictions when we may or may not have water in the future. So yes, we are doing those steps either as partners or as a countywide group with the BOSCA folks. And once we have a definite track, I'll be back to the council to ask for specific direction and action.
Thank you, Anne.
Before I ask for public comment, are there any other comments by council members? If not, I just had one more thought, and I want to make sure we're clear on this. I really think we need to start with the premise of this is what we need to get done. So what do we need to do to get it done? And then as an adjunct to that, as we get it done, these are issues that have to be dealt with, the water issue, the fire safety issue, et cetera. But I know there's going to be a couple meetings in which we go through objections, and that's normal. But at the end of the day, how do we get it done? That's really the challenge. So with that, let's turn it to public comment. So Lisa, do we have any, open the public hearing? Do we have any hands raised?
Yes, Rayan Mutashemi.
Okay, Rayan, the floor is yours. Could you unmute yourself, please? Or Lisa, there you go.
Okay, great. Hi, everyone. Thank you again. Thanks for the comments. And thank you, Sarah, so much for a truly wonderful and informative presentation. I learned so much, a great deal, and I'm sure that anyone watching this or viewing the recording later will also do so. And I just wanted to say a couple of things. One being that I am not a homeowner. I am a young person, and I do believe that it's important to have young voices on committees like a GPAC. I strongly support the creation of a GPAC and trying to find ways to have increased representation of renters and other people who are residents and stakeholders in this process, because we matter as well, in addition to maybe our parents or landlords who we are also important members of our community. And I say that because I also think that it's important to keep that in mind when we are seeking to affirmatively further fair housing. And I'm afraid that if we don't seek representation of marginalized stakeholders, we will risk falling into hot water of not affirmatively furthering fair housing and running awry of state law. Other than that, I also had a chance to view the draft application for the GPAC and noticed that there was mention of applicants committing to the full period going into 2022 and 2023. I agree with a need to have a long commitment to working with the town. I think that is important on this matter. However, I would like to note that some folks are in less grounded situations where it may be that we don't necessarily know whether we will live here in a year's time or 2 years' time, but still would like to have our opinions valued. And that could be for a variety of reasons: financial situation, being asked by a landlord to leave if we are renting. And those are issues like where we might truly not know or understand what the future situation is. And I think that the language of the application and of should be created in some way that incentivize, that doesn't discourage renters or young people who aren't sure about their future living situation to still want to take part in the committee. And I also feel that that has to do with our goal of affirmatively furthering fair housing. So that's my comment. Thank you so much for all of the hard work.
Thank you, Rayon. Are there, Lisa, are there other comments?
And no additional raised hands.
Okay, with that, we'll close the public comment and bring it back to council. Sarah, anything additional you might need from council?
Not at this time, Mr. Mayor. Thank you guys again so much. Thank you, council, for all of the input. And I look forward to working with everyone on this and then over the next 16 months plus.
Great, thank you.
Sarah.
Okay, great, thank you, appreciate it. So it will be the biggest challenge this town will have faced in a long time, and maybe the most important one. So appreciate your time and attention and focus on it. Let's go to the next item on the agenda, item number 18, titled 2020 Urban Water Management Plan, will be presented by Ed Cooney. So Ed, are you there?
I am. Good evening.
Thank you.
Ed?
Mayor Royce, City Council members. Thank you for having me here today. And I work with CSG. I've provided water supply and conservation technical support for the town for a number of years now, and I've participated in 2 of its urban water management plan update cycles. My task here today is to provide you an overview of what an urban water management plan is, along with the water shortage contingency plan, what the requirements are, what they contain, to provide a little context to the SFPUC water shortage supply scenarios that were discussed earlier by Nicole Sankula Bosca, and to propose an urban water management plan and water shortage contingency plan adoption schedule, and answer any questions. Next slide, please. So what is an urban water management plan? An urban water management plan is a planning document focused on water supply and demand and other water system considerations. It's required to be updated every 5 years by water agencies, including the town of Hillsborough, that provide water to at least 3,000 or more customers. The plan itself is broken up into 10 chapters that are intended to provide a full picture of water agencies or the town's water supply, the water delivery system, water consumption, demand, water shortage protections, what the agency's contingency plans are to deal with water shortage emergencies. It also takes into consideration in those demand projections, land use changes, population, water conservation programs intended to help conserve water, and a number of other elements. Again, a plan is updated every 5 years. We're in the current update cycle. The update is somewhat dictated by California Water Code and the Department of Water Resources Urban Water Management Plan Guidebook. It does require the update of both the Urban Water Management Plan and the Water Shortage Contingency Plan require the opportunity for public comment through a public hearing process. And the town is beginning to satisfy that requirement this evening. The town in particular is 100% reliant on the SFPUC, San Francisco Public Utility Commission, and the regional water system for its water supply. And it is a BOSCA Bay Area Water Supply and Conservation Agency member. As such, the town's urban water management plan it relies upon information provided by the SFPUC and BOSCA and is substantially impacted by that information. Next slide, please. So the next couple of slides are intended to provide a little bit of context to the presentation provided by Nicole Sankull of BOSCA. On the left side is a graph showing what is called a multiple dry year supply shortfall scenario. It's basically a picture every 5 years of what a multiple dry year supply shortfall looks like on a regional level. So we are looking at, on the left, regional demand in the bar graphs versus regional supply, the line, and the gap between those two from the perspective of the Bay Delta plan that Nicole Sankull discussed. And as you can see, the shortfalls are pretty significant, as Nicole Sankull discussed. In the first just single year dry year supply, the initial shortfall is 36%. By year 2 in 2025, the gap is 45%. And in a 5-year planning scenario, as demand increases over time due to population increases, the gap between water supply and water demand increases to 54% from a regional perspective. And the the table on the right is another way to present that information. So this is taken directly out of the San Francisco Public Utilities Commission's draft urban water management plan. Again, it informs the town's urban water management plan. Next slide, please. So in the SFPUC's urban water management plan, they do discuss what's called the without Bay Delta plan scenario. So the prior slide was with Bay Delta plan, Tuolumne River, 40% unimpaired flow. This shows what if that did not happen. And as you can see, on a multiple dry year event, SFPUC projects through multiple year scenarios, 2025, 2030, et cetera, on a 5-year water shortage contingency planning horizon, that there would be, from a regional perspective, no significant supply shortfalls until the last 2 years, in 2045, the last 2 years of a 5-year drought. So it's a much better picture, and it's a stark difference between the Bay Delta plan. Next slide, please. So we heard Nicole Sankull of BOSCA discuss the Tuolumne River Voluntary Agreement, and the question one asks oneself is, well, why not use that sort of agreement planning scenario in an urban water management plan? And the reason is that there's no agreement. The only thing, as Nicole mentioned, that's been adopted is the Bay Delta plan. And so the town does not have any information to consider in any concrete detail the Tuolumne River Voluntary Agreement. However, the SFPUC did present some information during a water workshop to its commission that did just paint a brief picture, not a detailed picture, but a brief picture of what that might look like. And essentially what you have is for a 8-year design drought using the SFPUC's modeling tool, just a picture in 5-year increments, again, 2025, 2030, 2035, et cetera, of yield, so total system yield versus demand on the system. And whether or not at the end of that, that period, whether there is a surplus or whether there is a deficit. And in general numbers, what this graph is telling us is that with the assumptions right now, what the SFPUC has for the Tuolumne River Voluntary Agreement, that there would be surplus, although very little surplus. And that's all the information the SFPUC really provided. It doesn't provide the kind of detail an agency needs to present an urban water management plan in terms of percent of cutback scenarios. But it's much better than the Bay Delta plan. And it provides kind of further illustration on why water supply agencies like Hillsborough and BOSCA member agencies are interested in considering supporting a Tuolumne River voluntary agreement scenario, and why BOSCA continues to work so hard with the SFPUC on that. Next slide, please. So this we heard a number of presentations, a number of items that directly are considered directly by the town's urban water management plan. Town staff is currently working on its urban water management plan and water shortage contingency plan update, and being very deliberate about considering the information, some of the information that's been presented relative to the water shortage supply cutback scenarios, some of the land use development and population considerations, et cetera. As I said, I've worked on a number of urban water management plans and cycles. This is, by far one of the more complex and impactful cycles. And Nicole Sankula, I think, phrased it well when she said that, in particular, the water supply shortage scenario with Bay Delta plan provided by the SFPUC is uniquely impactful, and I think was her term, for Hillsborough, given the nature of the community and the potential impacts. So staff is being very deliberate about how those may affect its urban water management plan, planning, contingency plans, what actions it might take in those scenarios, et cetera. So we have before you is a proposed adoption schedule for consideration, in which town staff proposes another discussion in July to look at what those concrete potential impacts, those projected demand versus supply impacts, along with other considerations of their water management plan, to help the draft urban water management plan and water shortage contingency plan, which would be estimated to be released around July 21st of 2021, with an anticipated public hearing and adoption in August. That is the proposed schedule. So it does not meet the DWR's requirement to adopt a plan by July 1 of 2021. It does, however, allow the town to consider and deliberate on these important issues, provide for public input, and to have a deliberate urban water management plan adoption process. And that is the end of my presentation. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay, Ed, thank you. Appreciate it. And we'll get to the councilors. But let me just, if I could summarize, if I heard you correctly and cut to the chase, we are required under state law to have a plan adopted and approved by, effective for July 1 of 2021.
Correct.
However, for us to do a plan is sort of dependent on getting certain information, particularly that with respect to the, what Bosco talked about earlier, the Delta plan arrangements. We don't have that information. So any plan we would do would be tentative and probably would have to be changed anyway because we don't have the right information. So I think what I'm hearing you say is that we should defer the adoption of a plan based upon us getting better information and adopt it in August.
Yeah, the recommendation is to defer that adoption public hearing so that the town can inform its urban water management plan well.
And incorporate current information as we make that.
Correct.
And just so we know, what are the negatives of doing that? If we don't get it done by July 1, what are the consequences?
So as I understand them, and the town city attorney may want to elaborate on this. The two considerations are a potential risk for lawsuit per water code, stating that the town does not meet its the required date, potentially exposes the town to some risk there, although I don't believe that there are very many examples of that occurring. An agency seeing that outcome with the submission, late submission of urban water management plan. The second is the delay or interruption of grants from the water board. And the town does not currently have any grants, regional water quality control board type grants in consideration. So that doesn't seem to be a potential impact.
So if this is a catch-22, requiring a plan without the full information needed to develop a plan, what are other cities doing?
Well, it's fairly evenly split. Some agencies have kind of rushed and adopted plans. Other agencies have realized that they need a more deliberative process and are delaying their urban water management plan adoption dates to allow further deliberation, consideration, public comment, and discussions and hearings.
Okay.
The town will not be alone in this decision.
Your recommendation is we delay till August.
Correct.
Okay, so let me take it to council for questions and comments. Councilmember Schwang.
Thank you. Thank you, Ed, for your presentation. And my question is, by the way that you answer Mayor's questions, you think that the delay by 1 month would help us garnish better info to be incorporated in this?
That is correct.
Okay. And what are the average of other cities that opted to delay their, adopt their water management, urban water management plan?
So I don't have a concrete count. I can tell you, for example, Burlingame, Mid-Peninsula, there's roughly a half dozen that I know of off the top of my head that have delayed, have determined that they need more time. Other agencies have pushed hard to adopt or to try to adopt their plans on time, but the town will have company in delaying its process.
I see. And you feel confident that we will be able to get the information necessary to make the decision?
Yes, the town staff is working hard on gathering, analyzing, incorporating all the information required in both the urban water management plan and the water shortage contingency plan to provide a thorough, well thought through, accurate plan for city council and public consideration.
Thank you, Ed.
Thank you, Marie. Councilmember Cole, you have questions or comments?
I don't have any questions. I pretty much agree that it would make sense to wait until you get accurate information to put together a plan. I'm not sure if we'll need to put something in the record saying we do not have enough sufficient information to put together a plan and therefore will defer till August. That would make any difference in terms of what the record reflects, but I agree that having more information.
Thank you. I'm going to come back to our legal counsel on any language that might assist us if that's the way we go, but I'll wait until after we get all the comments. So Councilmember May.
Councilmember May has left the meeting.
Okay. Councilmember, Vice Mayor Krolik.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. You know, I'm so gun shy about any potential legal exposure. So to build on what Sophie just said, I think either asking permission of I guess it's the California Department of Water Resources that we submit this to, or if not, at least write a letter saying that we're making a good faith effort and we're waiting for information. Here's when it's coming. And here's when we plan to submit the plan, at least to cover our bases that way, rather than just ignore the deadline. That would be my recommendation.
Christopher, could I ask you to give your thoughts on if we decided to delay based on the fact we don't have really information that would give us a plan that we'd have any faith in? What do we do to minimize any legal liability?
And no, thank you, Mayor Royce and Honorable City Council. Christopher D is your city attorney. As Ed Cooney indicated, he is correct that there are two water code provisions that are applicable here. One is a hard date of July 1st when the urban water management plan needs to be adopted. Missing that deadline for whatever reason puts us out of compliance with that provisions of the water code, which means any interested party, and not just the state, but any interested party could bring an action against the town. As Mr. Cooney indicated, we're not aware of any legal challenges that exist out there just because of a delay in adopting the plan document itself. We've seen legal challenges on the actual substance of a plan document, but not just because of a delay in terms of adoption. Now, I think the purposes of this hearing, as well as next month's discussion, will be to basically set the record so that if we were challenged, we'd have a nice record before the City Council where the staff is acting, staff is waiting for information, and that would be the arguments that we would make to a judge if we saw some sort of legal challenge on the plan delay adoption. So I think with what you have before you and what staff will bring back next month, there will be much in the record, I think, to work to defend the town if we were to see some sort of legal challenge. But again, to date, we have not seen any legal challenge against an agency for a delay in adoption.
Okay. It's sort of, you win or you lose, I guess. It's sort of a catch-22 in the sense that if we prepare a plan, we have no real confidence in it because the information provided could totally tilt the scales one way or the other. And I hate to prepare a plan that really is one that we have no confidence in, and we don't have the information to get that. On the other hand, I'm sensitive to what the Vice Mayor alluded to with all the litigation going on left and right throughout the county. It's sort of scary to say we're not going to comply with the requirement, even if the information that is supposed to be provided to allow us to comply isn't available. So, but we're on June 14th now. We'd have to get this done in 2 weeks. So we'd have to have some hearing before July 1, I would imagine. I'm not even sure that's doable. So Ed, do you have any, your recommendations? We just delay it by the month, make our best effort, but on the expectation that we will have a report that will enable us to make a more firm and more definitive plan than what we have today. And your recommendation, staff's recommendation is we delay it for a month until we get the right information. Is that correct?
That's correct, with an anticipated public hearing and adoption in the August City Council meeting.
Okay. Sentiment of the group. What I'm hearing, I guess, is that we give, this is no motion required, no action required, but you want direction. And I think what I'm hearing is a direction to adopt the town's recommendation, provided we provide the right kind of support, we write the right kind of letters, that we do what we need to do to effectively indicate why we're not in exact compliance on July 1, but we're in compliance shortly thereafter that is possible. Is that correct? First, does that sound based on what you're thinking or
I
not?
think what we've heard tonight, the presentation tonight, what we'll hear next month, all of that will be information that we would argue to a judge if we did see a legal challenge, that the town is acting, it's doing its due diligence, but it is quickly going to act, and that would be our defense. I've heard some other comments just from the council in terms of other things we could do, but I think what you have before you, as well as the hearing next month, will be the information and the best defense that we can put forward.
Okay.
I understand that you feel, Christopher, that we could prevail, but I just hate to pay the legal bills to make the case that we would prevail. I mean, you know, that costs us money if we end up in court, even if you think we have a good case and we'd be okay. I mean, I just feel like, why wouldn't we write a letter to the California Department of Water Resources and say, this is what we're doing? Request an extension, or at least let them know our timeline, and not just not submit anything.
No, Vice Mayor Krolik, I understand your concern. What I'd want to verify is two things. One, the statute does not allow for extensions, so asking the state for that would not lead to anything concrete. And then I would want to just explore, I think, with my legal team, whether if we flag the issue for the state, are we setting up ourselves for a lawsuit?
Oh, I see.
And Christopher, perhaps you can explain. Ed just alluded to the fact that there are at least half a dozen cities who opted for extensions because they're in the similar situations where they do not have sufficient information. And so I think that this is a challenge that not just our city, that is uniquely to our city, that is happening to several other cities, correct?
Thank you, Councilmember Chuang. You are correct. We do represent a variety of agencies, some that are choosing staff-wise, choosing not to move forward on July 1, some that are choosing to move forward on July 1. So it's always my recommendation and advice to follow the law. But in this instance, I think staff has laid out the reasons as to why they are recommending that you do not do so.
Well, hearing no objection, I think that's the direction we're giving staff, with the caveat that we do everything possible, Christopher, to mitigate any potential liability. And if you find that your staff has concluded we can't do that, that we let us know as soon as possible, and we'll take whatever actions we need to do.
And what I will do with, I think, with the council discussion is I'm happy to explore, I think, Vice Mayor Krolik's request with my legal team, and I can update the council by email.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. It does sound logical to me to send a letter somewhere saying we're trying our best to comply. Information needed to comply is not available from the different state agencies, but based on our understanding of be available, we intend to comply by the state. That sounds logical to me, but I'll leave it for your review.
And if I may, we did notify our BOSCA member agencies that the town's urban water management plan. We're preparing the plan, discussing it tonight, and considering a delay. So we have done some notification through the public notification process already.
I have one more question.
Please.
Is there any chance of submitting an incomplete report to be, that the slots are to be filled in as we get the information?
Unfortunately not. It's a fairly complex plan. It does require the submission of what are called standard tables. The town staff is still working through the information provided by our regional partners and considering the impacts to supply, demand, shortfalls, the stages. So it's fairly complex. It would not be practical, unfortunately, to do so.
So let the record show that we will make every attempt to comply, but based on circumstances beyond our control, it does not appear we'll be able to meet the deadline, and we'll try to do whatever is possible to file as soon as it's reasonably practical and feasible. So with that, any further discussion on this topic? And I am cognizant of the time, so.
No.
Hearing none, Ed and Christopher, is that enough direction?
Yes,
Staff,
thank you.
I think
Okay.
staff does have direction, Mayor. Thank you.
Okay, well, thank you very much. We have a couple more items on the agenda. Next item is item number 19, titled Discussion on the San Mateo County's, I'm sorry. I forgot to open public comment on the item we just completed. Was there any public comment, Lisa? Any hands raised?
No, Mayor, no hands raised for that item.
I will close public comment and will now move to item number 19, entitled Discussion on the San Mateo County's Office of Sustainability Proposed Disposable Food Service Ordinance and Possible Restrictions on the Use in Town, presented by Senior Manager Analyst Mandy Brown. Before we get into Mandy, Christopher, is there any provision for deferring that, continuing that until the next meeting?
Mayor Rice, are you speaking of the last item or this item?
Item number 19, the section 1383 resolution.
No, thank you, Mayor Royce. I would just defer to staff whether I guess this item or any of the remaining items on the agenda need to be discussed tonight. Maybe our city manager could chime in.
I've spoken to both individuals, and we can move these to the July meeting or send the council a memo and information on both of these items. But yes, they can be deferred to the next meeting.
Do we need a motion to that effect?
Mayor Royce, as long as council's fine with, I think, what our city manager indicated, we would just take staff direction and place them on the July agenda.
Okay, I would, without objection, and I would recommend that items number 19, 20, and 21 be moved into the next meeting, continued until the next meeting. No objection? Okay, that will be done. And we'll move then into the public comment number 2. Correct me if I misstated anything, Christopher. Is that proper to date?
Correct, Mayor. You're perfectly fine. Thank you.
Okay. And I hope the council understands, but I am sensitive that we have members on the call, and I'm thinking we run later than I hope we would. Public comment item number 2. Again, as a reminder, this is members of the public may provide public comments on items not on the agenda by using the raise hand feature, or if calling by phone by pressing *9 on the telephone keypad. In response, the town will unmute the speaker and allow them to speak for up to 3 minutes. Members of the public are limited to 1 comment at this time. State law generally prohibits the council from discussing or acting on non-agenda items and generally limits the ability of the council to respond to any public comments made regarding non-agenda items. I will now open public comment. Do we have any hands raised, Lisa?
No raised hands, Mayor.
Okay, I will close public comment and move to the item, city council items. If there's any items that the council would like to bring to the attention of the others, Council Member Schwam.
Well, I just want to mention that I hope everyone had an opportunity to watch or view on YouTube the Memorial Day virtual program. I think that the committee under Chair Julie Borden and her dedicated volunteers have done a terrific job. And there are 4 segments that really reflect our town in terms of our dedications and respect that we want to pay to those who sacrifice their life for our freedom. So, and also the flavor of the other activities in town. So just want to thank Julie and her volunteers for a terrific program.
Here, here, I think that's well said.
Yeah.
Good job. So Julie, Christine, Marie, entire committee, you guys did an incredible job and we are grateful. So well said, Marie. Councilmember Cole, anything you'd like to, any committee meetings or anything you'd like to bring to the attention?
No, no, thanks. No.
Larry had to leave. Vice Mayor Krolik.
Two things, a fun fact for Pride Month. I mentioned Alec McKenzie, the teacher from Crocker who was on Who Wants to Be a Millionaire. That was in October of 2000, and it's actually on YouTube if you want to look it up. Concord tickets are for sale. We've actually had a record number of car applicants, so we should have a great field of cars. It's going to be a great show. And I think you've all gotten the link, but I will try and send that out again. Or maybe Lisa could send that out again, I guess is more appropriate. Thank you.
Thank you. I just have one quick item I would note, and that is the SFO roundtable. The discussion last week centered around the admission of Palo Alto as a new member of the roundtable. It's been assigned to a task force. I'm a member of the task force. If there's the recommendation from SFO that they be admitted, we'll have to bring it to each of the city's councils for approval. And I will go into the detail at that point in time, but just want to give you a heads up that that is a potential item that will be coming before us in the future. And all other items I will defer until next time. Are there any other city council items that the city manager would like to raise or that the city attorney would like to raise? Hearing none, we'll go to the last part of the meeting, and I hope that we still have some people with us, because this is always my favorite part of the meeting, and it's one of the most important. It's an item we started for members of the public with us. It's an item we started this year to effectively provide a shout out and a recognition to members of the town staff or members of our community who have done something special that we believe deserves a shout out and an acknowledgement, and it's called the Mayor's Applause. And I'm just very excited tonight because the recipient of the Mayor's Applause is a group that's been very visible in town for the last year, in fact, longer than a year, and that is Helping Hands. Our group, Hillsborough Helping, I guess the official name, I call it Helping Hands, but I guess it's Hillsborough Helping official. But it's been a group of volunteers in town that's made an incredible impact. And they're represented tonight by, hopefully some of the members are on the call, but I know Corinne is on the phone and she's been the volunteer leader of it. I've got a fact sheet she provided, and it's really amazing all the efforts and the results that's occurred. Collect over 3,300 bags of groceries to donate to the Samaritan House, over 70 plus volunteers, over 6,600 people served, over 32 sponsor families. It's been in process for over 59 weeks, and it just concluded a week ago. And they have not only worked with themselves, but they've worked with collaborative efforts with Hillsborough Beautification Foundation, Hillsborough Schools Foundation, Hillsborough Neighborhood Network, Hillsborough City School District, Hillsborough Recreation, the town council, the town staff, a host of people. And there's a list of all the people who have contributed their time and their efforts to make this such an incredible program. What I like most about it, though, is goes to one of my core beliefs about this community, and that is neighbors helping neighbors. At the core, this is what this is. There was a need, and people volunteered to come forward to help fill that need. And that's one of the things that make this community so unique. And I'm just very pleased to recognize and honor them this month with the Mayor's Applause. So with that, I'd like to know if I'd like to give them a shout out. And I don't know if Corinne is on the line, if she'd like to say a few words, but we'd certainly like to hear from her if she is.
Well, thanks so much, Mayor Royce. I was about to crack out my midnight snack. So I continue to be incredibly grateful for our city council members who volunteer their time to be members of the city council. And tonight's just a great example of your dedication. I could just sort of quietly soak this all in with a glass of wine while I know you are all paying great attention and providing deep comments. So thank you so much. Just quickly, I know it's been a long night for everyone. I just want to say this for the sake of the recording. This was really, truly a community effort. And none of this would have happened if my original phone call to Ann Ritzma, when I said, I was just wondering if we could do this. And Ann is outstanding and amazing, as we all know, and immediately said yes, and she immediately contacted Paul Willis, who is also just incredible, and he was responsible for those amazing big green boxes that we had, and he got them. There were apparently some piece of machinery was delivered in the big green boxes that you see at the district office and that were at town hall, and he immediately mobilized everyone in the middle of the pandemic, really in the height of when everyone was most concerned, and got them painted, got the signage done, and got them put out. So none of this would have happened if it wasn't for the amazing staff at town hall. So a huge thanks to you. I think Leslie Ragsdale is still on the call. She's one of our sponsoring families. I think she might be the other volunteer on the call. But as you can just see from the list, it was an extraordinary effort, and we're incredibly grateful. The need has certainly not gone away for food banks in our area. So please, I've put in the contact information. I'll be sending this out to volunteers. You can always visit the Samaritan House website for more information, how you can volunteer. So again, enormous thanks to everyone. And thank you for all you do, Town Council, and to our amazing staff for supporting these efforts and supporting these very long meetings. So it was very informative tonight. I was glad to be part of it. So thank you very much for recognizing all the volunteers.
Fran, thank you so much.
Thank you, Karen.
Thanks.
I might add, you'll notice some names on there that are very familiar to members of the council because they
Yes, exactly. I was going to say, sorry, I didn't mean to. So Leslie Ragsdale is the only person who isn't required to be here tonight. So we have obviously Jeff and Christine Krolik, and other members of the town council have been enormous supporters. So thank you. And I just recently learned that this is sign language for applause, which is very Zoom appropriate, I think. So to all our volunteers, thank you.
I didn't know that.
Marie and Mike were up there too. Yeah.
Maria, and I know Sophie's been involved, is actually a board member of Samaritan House too.
Yes, and Marie is, as you can imagine, has been our amazing promoter of this event, as she is so many things in our community. So an enormous thanks to Marie as well. So many things wouldn't happen without her pushing it out to the community and making everyone aware of what's going on. So thank you.
Well, Corinne and Leslie and the other members who participated, we stand in awe of all you do, and we're very grateful. So thank you so much.
Well, and thank you as well.
Mayor's applause we can give you, but thank you. So with that, we are going to adjourn to the Hillsborough Public Improvement Corp. And if you're a member of the public, this is sort of a ministerial action that we take. You're welcome to stay, but you don't need to. And that the regular meeting is adjourned. Thank you. Christopher, I think we can move right into it. Is that correct?
Correct. So we've adjourned the regular council meeting, and we now would do the call to order for the HPIC.
Hey, Lisa, if you could, we'll call the meeting of the Hillsborough Public Improvement Corporation is now called to order. Lisa, can you please take roll call?
Chuang,
Present.
Cole,
Present.
Krolik,
Present.
Royce.
Present.
And I've noted May as absent. Thank you.
Thank you. And then the first order of business is approval of the minutes from the June 8th, 2020 meeting. I'll ask my colleagues if they have any corrections to the minutes. Councilmember Schwang?
No.
Councilmember Cole?
No.
No.
Sorry.
No.
Vice Mayor Krolik?
No.
And I have none as well. Can I have a motion to approve the minutes of the June 8th, 2020 Hillsborough?
So move.
Second.
I have a moved and second. Lisa, can I have a roll call?
Chuang,
Yes.
Cole,
Yes.
Krolik,
Yes.
Royce.
Yes.
Thank you.
And by the way, for those of you who don't know, the Public Improvement Corp is a corporation set up a number of years ago for the purposes of helping us do some bond financing and city financing. And we have maintained it, although it really does no particular activity at this point in time. It's available as a vehicle for future use. This section of the meeting is the announcement of the conflict of interest. If any member of the council has reason to believe that a conflict of interest or has a conflict of interest if they could please disclose it and abide by the disqualification requirements contained in the FPPC regulations. Does any member of the council have a conflict?
No.
Hearing none, we'll then move down to the new business. And that is to item 1, titled Confirm Appointment of Hillsborough Public Improvement Corporation Board of Directors, presented by Treasurer Jan Cook. So Jan, we'll turn the floor over to you.
Okay. So pursuant to the bylaws, HIPIC must hold one annual meeting to confirm its members of the Board of Directors. The Board of Directors is comprised of the City Council. So the action that is requested for you tonight is to confirm the members of the HIPIC board are the members of the City Council, and that's to be recorded in the official minutes of HIPIC. Sorry.
Okay. Do we have any discussion? Councilmember Chuang?
No.
Councilmember Cole?
No.
Vice Mayor Krolik?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I'd like to do a deep dive into the history, the present, and the future of HPIC, please. No, thank you. Only kidding.
That was about it, what I said earlier. And I have no comments either. With that, we'll move to public comment. Again, if you have a public comment, please raise your hand. Do we have any hands raised?
No hands raised, Mayor.
Okay, we'll close public comment, and may I take a motion to confirm the members of the Hillsborough Public Improvement Corporate Board of Directors are members of the City Council to be recorded in the official minutes of the Hillsborough Public Improvement Corporation.
So moved.
And do we have a second?
Second.
We have a moved by Vice Mayor Krolik, second by Councilmember Cole. Lisa, may I have a roll call vote?
Chuang,
Yes.
Cole,
Yes.
Krolik,
Yes.
Royce,
Yes.
and May is absent.
Carries. Public comment before we adjourn. Members of the public may provide a comment on any non-agenda items by raising the raise hand feature or by pushing *9. And in response, the town will unmute the speaker. Do we have any public comments?
No raised hands, Mayor.
We will close public comment. And without objection, we will adjourn the meeting. And I thank you for your time and effort. It was a very long but very substantive meeting. So I appreciate your indulgence in it. Thank you.
Great job. Great job. Good to see you.
Good job. Thanks, everyone.
Thank
Good night, everybody.